Archetype, Compulsion, and Complex, a Neo-Jungian approach to structural diagnosis in the practice of psychotherapy. A 5-part seminar by Robert Moore, presented jointly by the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago and the Institute for the Science of Psychoanalysis. Lecture number 1, The Deep Structures of the Archetypal Self and the War of the Psychological Systems, Understanding the Roots of Psychological Fragmentation in the Inheritance of the Collective Unconscious.
Those of you who were here last time know that we spent a lot of time trying to give an overview of this Neo-Jungian approach to structural psychoanalysis and integrative psychotherapy. And so that was once over lightly. We touched on some of the things we will be dealing with in more depth today. I'm going to just review just a little bit in these moments, but I hope that what I'll try to do is to map out what we're going to be working on for the rest of the weekend. As we talked last time, and you've got these handouts from the last time if you were not here, this really requires a kind of a basic understanding of Jungian psychology and a sense of the distinctions between the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious, and a sense of classical Jungian psychology. It's hard to teach a Neo-Jungian point of view if folks are not familiar with a classical point of view. For those of you who don't have much background in Jungian psychology, in those handouts should be a chapter from Raymond Corsini's book on current psychotherapies, which is a good overview. So you may want to if you haven't had a lot of background in Jungian psychology, to peruse that. Of course, in Jungian psychology, I just lectured last week at the Jung Institute in Chicago on Jungian psychology and the human future, trying to delineate why Jungian psychology in all of its forms is important today. Is people need to regain an awareness of the way in which Jung's psychology is kind of a Copernican revolution in psychology. That is to say, a lot of the time in recent years there's been a little bit of a moving away from a clarity about the uniqueness of Jungian psychology. And there are even people that call themselves Jungian analysts who have essentially been moving away from Jung's primal insight and the thing that really was radically revolutionary about his understanding. And what I was pointing out to them is his radical revolution is understanding that there are deep structures in the psyche, which we've come to call archetypes. But you can call them other things. They can be called instinctual drive patterns. They can be called biograms. They can be called all sorts of things. And in evolutionary psychiatry today, there are lots of other names that are being used. And when we were here the last time, I spoke about some of the sources on that in Anthony Stevens' work and others. But the important thing is that there are great forces in the psyche which are not personal and which have huge ramifications for personal and social life for our species. And these forces were there before we developed our egos to the level that they are developed to today, you know, imperfectly as they may be developed. But these forces antedated any kind of ego development. These systems, these intrapsychic systems, antedated the formation of our human little s system self. To the no matter what state our system self is in, these forces antedated it. Some of these great forces, these archetypal forces in the psyche, constitute the building blocks, the resources, the archetypal resources which we in our human individuation process have the challenge of becoming aware of, accessing, or beginning to relate to consciously, beginning to be able to regulate so that the chaos they create when you're not aware of them begins to dissipate. And hopefully as personal individuation and psychological development proceeds, one can look toward the goal. What is the goal of individuation? Or what is the goal of counseling, psychotherapy, analytical work, spiritual direction? The goal is to realize the potentials, to optimize the realization of the potentials that we have in us as an individual of our species, as the creature that we are. And many psychologies, many views of the human today, and I must say regretfully they are becoming stronger, subhuman visions of the human. Visions of the human which are not really worthy of this incredible creature that we are. Visions which reduce the human to biochemical or psychic automatisms, which see us as a machine, and psychopathology is manifestations of merely a broken machine. If you don't have any background in that, there's an old book that I mentioned last time I want to mention again. It's an old book by Floyd Matson, Floyd, M-A-T-S-O-N, and it's called The Broken Image. And it traces the development of sort of what we would call the incredibly truncated views of the human that have gained momentum in Western civilization. Now, it's very important for us, as I have pointed out before, and I will continue, it's very important for us to come to a what some folks call a postmodern position. I think a true postmodern position is one which affirms the progress of interdisciplinary scientific studies, and yet does not lose the capacity to have a certain humility in face of the magnitude of the mysteries that we face as human beings. The great Paul Tillich, who I have the pleasure of teaching a great deal, and I look forward to teaching you some advanced seminars on spirituality and psychotherapy, which will draw heavily on his work. But he had a vision of what he called a theonomous, Theonomous, theonomous partnership between science and spirituality, human spirituality, in which both science and spirituality accept their challenge in helping the human species achieve a new humility. Unfortunately, what human beings tend to do, given the runaway nature of archetypal energies in the psyche, unconscious archetypal energies, is that human beings tend to use science to support their grandiosity, and to use science and to use religion to support their grandiosity. But Tillich had another vision, which I share, and which I believe Jung shared, and it can be demonstrated that Jung shared it, is that an appropriate approach to either science or spirituality has a sense of the enormity of the human tendency toward a grandiose, what we call in Jungian psychology, inflation, and therefore taking quite good insights and quite important resources and turn them into what Tillich called a demonic utilization. That is, and it usually takes the form of making greater claims for your data than really can be supported. And so what we've got now is we've got a situation in which there are really, really excellent scientific studies on all fronts, in a variety of disciplines. These need to be drawn upon and utilized. That's why we're using Theodore Milan's scientific studies of psychopathology as a beginning point of conversation this weekend, and we'll continue doing that when we look at integrative psychotherapy. So we want to honor those studies and try to reflect upon them without accepting the incredibly depreciatory philosophical anthropology, that is, the vision of the human that is so often a part of those kinds of studies. In other words, I'm recommending that you study carefully Theodore Milan's work, not because I think he has integrated an adequate vision of the human, but because he's got a lot of important data that he got through very, very serious interdisciplinary scientific research. In my view, those in psychoanalysis today, whether they are followers of James Hillman in the Jungian camp, or whether they're followers of the classical Kohut in the Freudian camp, who want to cut psychoanalysis off from scientific psychology, I think that is an obscurantist, disastrous move for a serious psychoanalytic science. And it is actually amazing to me how many really smart people have been kind of captivated by that anti-scientific vision for psychoanalysis. In my view, psychoanalysis is not religion. Jungian psychoanalysis should not be religion. It is a scientific psychoanalysis, and it has to be seen as such. It has enormous implications for the importance of spirituality and the importance of spiritual practice. And it has enormous implications for actually the underpinnings, the infrastructure, the psychological infrastructure, what I call the plumbing underlying human spiritual practice. It has enormous implications for discernment in spiritual practice, to understand why so often spiritual practice becomes, as Tillich said, demonic, or actually profaning of the human, and not helpful to the human. But psychoanalysis, whether it's Jungian or Freudian or Adlerian or existential analysis, it is not spirituality, and when one begins to use it as such, it makes bad psychoanalysis, and it makes even worse spirituality. And so what I will be talking about is with you throughout all these seminars is the way in which contemporary research, scientific research, really helps us understand why human beings have developed spiritual practices and spiritual disciplines, why they've developed them. And as I'm going to, and I have been arguing and will continue to argue, why spirituality is a necessity if we're going to have anything approaching sanity in the human species, but why spirituality must practice in dialogue and partnership with a scientific psychoanalytic perspective in order to keep itself honest, in order to understand its own tendencies to become a vehicle for inflation. And I think you all are aware of some of the things I'm talking about there. So in Jungian psychology, we feel that it's very important to understand that there are great archetypal forces. I have said to this group of folks wherever I'm teaching that you need to look at Jung, you need to look at Edward Edinger's work, and understand that there is an objective psyche. We have to learn more about it. The task of the future, as I said to the people in Chicago, the future of Jungian analysis has to be continuing Jung's project of serious research into the objective psyche, the collective unconscious, and trying to understand how these deep structures actually are organized, how they affect the development of the personality or the lack of development of the personality, how they manifest in trauma, how they manifest in the various ways in which chaos and dysfunction come into human personalities, families, communities, or on the world scene like we're seeing now. So it's a continuation of Jung's project, but instead of doing it like so many classical Jungians, that is staying pretty much with Jung himself, we need to build on Jung's foundation with new data, and that's what I have been trying to do and will continue to do. That keeps Jungian psychology from becoming a cult and continuing its development as a science. So in any case, the last time I was here I talked about the classical view of the various layers of the unconscious. Most of you are aware of those. And I stated that the goal of integrative psychotherapy that we're trying to move toward in these seminars, the goal of integrative psychotherapy, and this is the actual goal of integrative psychotherapy, Jungian analysis, and the practice of spiritual direction, needs to be optimizing the regulation of archetypal energies in the system self of the individual. I'll say more about that in just a moment. So that the four elements of archetypal potential, we'll go back to the model I laid out last time, can be moved toward realization and individuation, and I would say hopefully optimization, so that those potentials which come with your objective psyche, with your collective unconscious, can be aided in doing what they're there for, can be brought into creative expression in your personality and in the personality of those you work with, that you're trying to help and that you're trying to provide guidance for. And as you know, in classical Jungian psychology, and with Jung and Edinger, the discussion was really about the ego in relationship to the archetypal self, or the objective psyche. In other words, there wasn't really a distinction in the classical theory between the archetypal self and what I'm calling here the little s system self. And let me just review that for a moment with you. The ego is, as Jung put it, the center of consciousness. Also, we believe that in the ego are those defense mechanisms which help the ego cope with things it's not ready to know about what's going on inside the system of the personality. So the ego, Jung puts more emphasis on consciousness than Freud did, but it's important to realize that he was not jettisoning the idea of ego defenses, because there are things the ego does not want to know. And this weekend we're going to be asking, what is it the ego doesn't want to know? And is that bad or is that good? And I'm going to be arguing, have some confidence in the inner wisdom of the personalities you're working with, including your own. If that ego doesn't want to know it, there may be very important good reasons why it doesn't want to know it. In short, it's my personal belief that more people are closer to psychosis more of the time than we tend to realize. That is, to massive chaotic disintegration in personality. And so when those ego defenses are operating, we don't want to see them as our enemy. They are actually trying to hold things together. They're trying not to have the person do something or think something or feel something that will make them more chaotic than they already are. And this is very important to realize. The system self, here I'm just taking a leaf from the notebook of a long tradition in psychiatry, in psychoanalysis, non-Jungian traditions. Some of you, sometime in your journey, may have studied Harry Stack Sullivan's work. And any of you study Sullivan? Raise your hand. Yes. He had a real sense, was one of the early persons who had a sense of the system, what we'd call the self as system, the little s self. This is the organizational capacities of the individual personality as they have actualized them. The actual organizational capacities that have been formed in the internalization of the personality as it has occurred. In other words, your ego consciousness will be aware of whatever it can be aware of or whatever it feels comfortable being aware of. But when we're speaking of a system self, we're actually talking about the achievement of that personality system in achieving its system function. So one of the things that you're going to always be doing, and as you do in your work with yourself or anyone else, is this is a dimension that we had a very strong development in more recent years with the Compulsion tradition in psychoanalytic self-psychology. It's very important to know that everybody that you're working with does not have a cohesive system self. They've all got an archetypal self. They've all got a more or less functional ego consciousness. It's somewhere on the continuum of consciousness, from terminal psychotic diverse consciousness to a really flexible awake ego. But not all of them have an integrated system self. To the extent that they are not psychotic, they have a system self struggling toward regulation and integration. And as I said to the group the last time, as a clinician dealing with a wide range of disorders that you're facing in your clinics, a lot of the people, if you're not doing high-level analysis with very, very functional people, or if you're not doing spiritual direction with very, very highly functioning people, which is a fascinating and enjoyable thing, I do a lot of it. But if you're working with people who are really struggling, what you're seeing is people whose system self is having a tremendous time finding some way to regulate itself. There are things going on that are making it very difficult for that system self to maintain its integrity. And Kohut's idea of the cohesive self and the need to develop a cohesive self, he's talking about what I'm referring to here as the system self. Now, is the system self conscious? Not likely. If you really develop an analytical attitude and you develop the capacity of awareness of your ego, I can teach you about the condition of your system self. It is relatively simple to learn the condition of the system self, either in yourself or in one of your patients. However, most people have not had help in developing the ego awareness they need in developing the capacities, the cognitive capacities of the ego to be able to scan for what's going on with the system self. Do you follow me on that? And our job, actually, depending on how dysfunctional the person is, our first job is to take action in trying to figure out what's happening to that system self and why. And if they're presenting with a lot of anxiety or a lot of depression or a lot of acting out, what do we know? Somebody. What do we know? How's the system self doing? It's having a terrible struggle. And so the first thing that we try to do, and I'm just reviewing now, the first thing we've got to do is intervene to try to help that system self any which way we can. We try to help that because if it is manifesting that kind of phenomena, it's in deep trouble. And one thing we know, if you have any experience as a therapist at all, that person in that situation is not going to be capable of very, very sophisticated reflection on their process. There's neurophysiological reasons for that. If they are experiencing stuff like that, they are having a lot of anxiety. That anxiety, I believe, is fueled by the flooding of archetypal energy. When archetypal energy is flooding, there's a lot of anxiety, and when anxiety is flooding, the capacity to think clearly goes down. And it's now been proven that there are actually neural mechanisms which make that necessary. That's the way it happens in the brain. So in other words, we seek to intervene. We seek to intervene to try to support that system function. And that's what brief psychotherapy is. If you're trained in any of these brief psychotherapy techniques, if you're trained in 12-step techniques, if you're trained in any of these supportive psychotherapeutic measures, translate that in terms of the theory that I'm trying to work with you on. Translate that in, that is, making decisive movements to support the system self in its integrity. We're not working on awareness right there. We're trying to keep this system self from going further into the toilet, from going further into hell. Because I like to tell my graduate students, hell is on earth, and we know it's on earth. Those that work with people in pain and in dysfunction, that there is enormous hell, and what we want to do, they're already in it, and we want to keep them from going down to deeper circles in the Dante's Inferno, because that's here. And then our task is to try to work with that system self. We know it's dysfunctional, but you just started seeing this person. You don't really know why it's functioning that way yet. This is when you're doing your history. You start, as you can begin to get information, diagnostic information, you begin to form your hypotheses of why is this system self having this much trouble, right? And you do that from all sorts of theoretical backgrounds. You know, this is basic clinical work 101. But you can't stop trying to help that system self while you're trying to figure that out. You do what you can to try to bolster it, what I call prosthesis, prosthetic supports, crutches, to try to support it while you're trying to investigate. You're investigating what is happening to that system self. Well, what we're going to be doing this weekend is trying to think more clearly about that question. What's going on with that system self that is making it so chaotic? Because in the course of my research, I've come to believe that it's a lot more specific and it's a lot more structured than I was ever taught by my teachers, including my Jungian teachers. It's not as much of a chaotic confusion without any way of understanding what it is as I was taught. My teachers typically, like so many teachers in professional schools of therapy of various kinds, were very symptom-focused. They would focus on symptoms, and of course you have to pay attention to symptoms. But there was not really any kind of conceptuality which would allow the capacity to move deeper into the underlying plumbing behind the systems, the structural issues in the self, the system self, and dealing with the actual dynamics underlying those structural problems in the system self. Now, in recent psychoanalysis, there's been more work with this, and that's very good. That's progress. Most of them have reduced it, however, to personal, unconscious, personal experience issues. Hence, with so much psychotherapy and with so many psychotherapists, the tendency to focus more on trauma, specific experiences, specific trauma, rather than asking the question, what was it that was allowed to happen through that trauma? What was it that that trauma allowed to form in terms of an invasion of transpersonal archetypal forces? So what I'm going to be talking to you about this weekend, and let me see where I've got this. Okay. I'm going to be focusing on one kind of issue that comes in from the collective unconscious. In my view, there are actually, you all have studied enough Jung to know the concept of the autonomous complex, right? The autonomous complex is an organization in the personality which is not really being regulated by the consciousness of the individual, the consciousness of the individual. The autonomous complex intrudes into the consciousness of the individual and causes symptoms, causes various things acting out, various symptom pictures and so on. And there are two kinds of autonomous complexes that you need to be aware of in your work. And if you studied Jung much, you are already aware of this. One are autonomous complexes which are there because things which need to be brought into the system self have not been brought in and integrated as much as they can be integrated. Those are the things that I'm going to be focusing on this weekend. In other words, we're going to be talking about potentials in the archetypal self, what I believe to be the four elements of archetypal potentials in the archetypal self, which are there to offer a particular function in the personality system or in the system self. In other words, these various archetypal energies that we'll be getting into more in a bit, the royal energies, the warrior energies, the magician energies, and the lover energies, each of these are there as a potential, an archetypal potential which need to be accessed, evoked, drawn into functioning, and balanced with the other potentials in order to create a good enough system self first. That's what you want to do first. Create a good enough system self. That is the work of counseling and psychotherapy. Creating a good enough system self. One that is strong enough to deal with the idea, get this now, to deal with the idea that there is another consciousness in the personality other than the ego. Some of the people you work with, you don't want to talk too much with them about the thing that lives in them that is not them. The dragon, in other words. They are already too close to the dragon. You need to help them differentiate from the dragon. You need to get them to stop identifying with the dragon unconsciously. But it's not, with some people, they are so close to being psychotic that you don't want to get into all this business about the great other in the psyche. You don't want to get into that until you have been working on trying to help that system self form in a good enough way so it can be a vessel for consciousness, increased consciousness, so that it can be a vessel for awareness that there is, in fact, a great thing in the psyche that is not the I. Do you see why? Anybody that, what, you know, you got to think, what would be the problem if you're very scared and paranoid and having kind of in and out hallucinations to become more aware that there is a great thing in your personality that's bigger than you and is stronger than you, would that probably be helpful to that person? No. That'd probably push them right over the edge. Oh my God, that's what I thought. I knew something was breathing down my neck. I knew something was watching me. You know those eyes of reference that people get when they start being right on that point of being psychotic? They're experiencing the archetypal self, the presence of the archetypal self. And they know it's there. They're not wrong. Contrary to the Freudians and a lot of these reductionistic psychiatrists in a lot of different traditions, they're not wrong at all. There really is something else in there. But they have had this gnosis. This is a gnosis. They have had a premature gnosis, G-N-O-S-I-S. They've had a premature illumination. This is what happens in a lot of spiritual practice. There are a lot of people that get premature insights that are not wrong. They're just disorganizing to the personality. The so-called spiritual emergencies that you've heard people talk about, there's a spiritual emergency network. Try to help people deal with it when the third eye opens up when they're going to the drugstore. You know, or when suddenly they become very aware of the presence of the Holy Spirit when they're gassing up their car, and it's such an overwhelming awareness that they forget to take the hose out of their car when they drive away. Well, they're not wrong. There really is something huge really close by. But that self-system, that system self, is not ready for that knowledge. Because if it gets that kind of knowledge too fast, it starts being very chaos-producing. And so we've had all this discussion through the years about the relationship between psychosis and spirituality, spiritual experience. Well, there really is a relationship. And it takes a kind of a Jungian perspective to really understand what that is without being unduly pathologizing about spiritual experience. So in any case, the other kind of autonomous complex, so the first kind of autonomous complex is materials in the archetypal self-potentials which that system self has either never been able to integrate and relate to appropriately, or which because of some life trauma they have regressed back to a level of intrapsychic organization that puts them into sort of a deformed structure in their self-system because of the trauma. Both can happen. In other words, you know from your own work that some people can attain a higher level of structural integration in their little s self-system, and then things can happen which can move them into a lower level of organization in their self-system. They become borderline. They weren't borderline. You know, there are some people that think that if somebody was functioning and they looked very histrionic, which we'll get to later this weekend, they looked very histrionic, but things got tough for them and they manifest as borderlines. They think, some clinicians that we used to be taught, oh, they were always borderlines. That's not true. They weren't always borderlines. Everybody in this room, if there was enough that happened to you, you could get into a borderline organization. And human beings can be resilient, but it is not endless. Your resilience is not endless against the insults of history and personal injury. You follow me there with that? So in any case, so with a lot of the stuff we do, we're going to look first at this is the stuff that you know is the hopeful stuff. We ask what's happening with that self system in terms of these archetypal potentials in the self codes that would help that personality become adequately balanced to achieve what might be called a cohesion in the self system. Then there's another kind of autonomous complex which we're not going to deal with much this weekend, but which we need to be aware of. And that Jung talked about as spirit complexes. These are archetypal contents which used to be called demons throughout the world. They're archetypal contents which cannot and should not be brought into the precincts of the system self. And if they are in the system self, it's because they have invaded the system self at a time of weakness in the system self. So in other words, the way this system self works is very similar to the way your biological immune system works with disease agents. That is to say, if you're doing pretty well and you're not exhausted and you haven't been overworking too much, you're not as much easy roadkill for every little microbe that comes along, every little virus that comes along. Your immune system fights off bukus of bugs if you're kind of tuned pretty well physically. But when you start overstressing the natural systems that are your biological bodily functioning, then your immune system becomes vulnerable. Read that. Your biological systems become vulnerable to invasion by disease agents. It works that way in the psyche as well. That is to say, if that system self has got good tone and it has good enough structural integrity. Are you with me on this now? Are you with me? If it has good enough structural, I'm not talking about perfect, I'm not talking about the individuated person, you know, here. I'm just talking about the one that is not experiencing a great deal of anxiety and a great deal of relational chaos and so on, cognitive chaos, so forth. But if that system self is functioning good enough, it is extremely unlikely that a spirit complex is going to be able to enter the system self and set up housekeeping in the system self. But if that system self, say the organization is at the level of a borderline level of organization, we'll come back to the borderline later this weekend. With the borderline, their psychic immune system is not real good. Therefore, they become more subject to intrusion of spirit complexes. And persons who are more loosely organized than borderlines easily start picking up spirit complexes. And that has got to be, I've taught on that before. There's a set of lectures on that are available through the Jung Institute called Angels, Demons, and Spirit Complexes. You can get that, but that's not our topic for this weekend. I'm going to deal with how we can help people get to the point that that their psychic immune system is functioning well enough that they're less vulnerable to those things. Okay? All right. Last time I was telling you that we can look in Jung's work in the alchemical studies for a kind of a vision of an alchemical vision of what I think these transformative processes in the psyche are about, and they include the processes of counseling, psychotherapy, analysis, and spiritual direction, and in the alchemical studies. If people are in unconsciousness and chaos, that's what the alchemists talk about as massa confusa. Everything is confusing. There's no sense of direction or orientation, and no adequate organization. First task is to delineate the opposites, to discern and delineate the opposites. What are the opposites? You can't balance opposites in the psyche if you don't know they're there. If you don't know the four elements are there, you can't delineate them. And if you know they're there, you still haven't delineated them. You've got to discern them, you've got to learn what the elements are like. What are they like? And that's one of the tasks that you're going to be working on this weekend with each other. Some of you who are here have studied my work for quite some time on this inner geography to get a sense for the phenomenology of these inner elements, these inner spaces. And we'll have an opportunity to work with that all during the weekend. But what are the opposites? Well, we'll talk in a moment about what I think they are. But once you get a sense of what they are, then you have to figure out what is wrong with the balancing of the opposites in this personality, whether it's your personality or with the person you're working with. What is wrong with the balancing of those opposites? Here we're not talking about optimum organization, the higher reaches of individuation. We're just talking about why is this self-system so chaotic? Because I will guarantee you, take this to the bank, if that self-system is chaotic, i.e. experiencing a lot of anxiety and a lot of relational chaos, a lot of cognitive disorganization, there is a severe disorganization in the opposites. It's not a question of is there. There is. Question, clinical question. What is the nature of the specific imbalance of opposites that is behind this particular chaotic system self-function? This is where classical Jungian psychology has not been very helpful. There is a tendency toward mystification in classical Jungian psychology, the idea that if you start getting too clear about this, that somehow you know too much about the archetypal self. In my view, that is when you start confusing the archetypal self with God, with the Godhead. Jungian psychoanalytic science has to be science, not religion. Therefore, when we're trying to do research into the structure of the objective psyche, we're not being arrogant toward God. We're trying to do our work as Jungian scholars and researchers, trying to understand the objective psychology better. Jung knew it was structured. The question is, how is it structured? And so that's what we're trying to work on. So first thing, where is the imbalance of the elements in the personality? And then start to intervene in ways which redress that imbalance. In counseling, you intervene in ways which the person does not have to understand. They do not have to have the operator's manual in order to get better if you're good at this. You can come to an assessment of where this chaos is coming from, and you can take action and develop a treatment plan in counseling and brief therapy that can lower the extent of the chaos, at least temporarily. And of course, that's what we all have to do initially. Then, if there is an opportunity for you to do psychotherapy with that person, hopefully you will start helping them understand why this chaos exists to the degree of capacity that they have. And my bias is, you know, some people would accuse me of being a cognitive psychotherapist. I plead guilty. I am a cognitive psychotherapist. I am a behavioral psychotherapist. I do not apologize for it. Anyone who is so possessed by some theory or ideology and is not thinking about what is going to help this person get better, you know, they're into their own grandiosity as a therapist. They're not really a healer. You've got to be asking, you know, Jung said, Freud said, you know, he's really interested in understanding it. Whether they get better or not, it's not so important. Jung said, I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor. That's the difference. I'm a doctor. I'm going to do what I can to help them. And so moving that balance in that system self toward the most optimal place that person can get it to, that's a psychotherapeutic task. Depending on how much that person is motivated and capable of going to a high level of awareness and of learning what the manual for the personality systems are and beginning to really come to some real participation in the guidance and the regulation, that is the higher reaches of ego development, ego consciousness, and ego activity, pro-social ego activity. That person can, if you're working at that high level with a person, whether you have an analytic diploma or not, you're doing analytical work. So in other words, if you are helping that person, if that person is integrated enough and motivated enough to want to be ready to be aware of the great other in the personality and start working consciously on their relationship with the great other, that is working on the ego archetypal self-axis. That is facing the dragon, trying to learn to relate creatively to the dragon on a day-to-day basis. That is analytical work. I don't care if you have a diploma or not. There are a lot of people, in my view, with diplomas that are not doing analytical work, because real analytical work is when a person is being able to consciously work on their relationship to the archetypal self on an ongoing basis. You follow me? Okay. Look, here is some from those early diagrams I sent out to you. This is a little summary. This is the threshold of ego consciousness. You see this from the Yolanda Jacoby book, Psychology of C.G. Jung. I've adapted it from that. Here is the autonomous complex intruding into consciousness. Intruding, taking over. This they call the region of the complex. This is what I'm arguing is an archetypal intrusion. This is an archetypal, a colonization of the system self through transpersonal archetypal energies. Classical Jungians have always said that there is an archetypal core to every autonomous complex. Right. But you can get a lot of Jungian training in Jungian institutes studying to become a psychoanalyst, and they will never help you very much in differential diagnosis about what archetypal energy is underlying that particular complex. And in my view, this is where we have to move further. We've got to get much more specific about the nature of the archetypal energy that is intruding into the system self, creating chaos, deformation, suboptimal functioning. We need to know what the archetypal energy is. Why would that be important to know? Someone tell me. Why would that be important to know, Steve?
Because if you integrate the self-potential level is positive, the spirit complex structure.
That is a very, and this is a psychiatrist speaking, and in his work, he will have many opportunities to try to do that differential diagnosis of, is this a self-potential that has not been accessed consciously and related to, and that he needs to help that person access, understand, and relate to consciously in a more mature way? Or is this an archetypal entity which is not a self-potential, and he needs to medicate that, get that support that self-system through biochemical means so it can be, so that intruder can be suppressed in some way? So that's the first thing. But now, what else would you want to know? Why would you want to know? Now, see, a lot of Jungian analysts and trainees get the idea that, well, you know that there's an archetypal core to the complex, but you don't spend a lot of time thinking about that. You work with the complex, you work with the trauma, you work with the person's story, you work with their journey to where they got and so forth and all, and you go over all the child abuse and all this and all that, and you do this, and you really feel that this is therapeutic, and this is really going to help them structuralize. That's really your fantasy. I don't think so, but that's what a lot of my colleagues do. But see, there may be some other reasons why you would want to be more specific about this energy or the specific nature. And what would that be if we're trying to balance opposites? Yeah?
I can't give an example, but my concept is that I kind of see it as pieces of a puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you know the nature of either the positive or the negative archetype or the shadow or the whatever the archetype is, there's going to be two valences to it in how it works with the person and consciousness plus their history.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be able to start a dynamic. You're going to be able to kind of start getting a map of how things are going to work. That's
right. Okay, so she's saying you're going to be looking at the way the opposites have been working in that personality. From the history and everything, you're going to be able to get a sense about how that has been working. And specifically, she's raising the point, which I think is the extremely important point. You're going to be asking, what is the particular valence of this archetypal energy that is intruding? And what does that tell you about its opposite? That is not being acknowledged adequately in the personality system, in the little s self system. Because if you know what this is pressing in here, then you have some idea about the antidote, the missing elements that have got to be honored more if that self system is going to function. And stop being as warped in a particular form as it is being warped. So you need to know what that archetypal energy is that's intruding. You need to know what its characteristics are. And you need to have a capacity to say, what is the relationship between the archetypal characteristics of this particular archetypal intruder and the symptom picture of this person? What is the relationship between that archetypal pattern and the particular diagnostic category on the DSM-4 or any other system of diagnosis that this person is manifesting? Because if you're right about your assessment of this archetypal energy, it should, if you have studied this stuff enough, it should give you a lot of information about the particular form of the deformation is taking. So,
can you give a concrete illustration?
Yeah, I'm going to give a lot of concrete illustrations. So we've already covered this now. Now, hopefully, before coming, you've been able to at least do a once-over of the phenomenology of inner geography as I've delineated it in my work. If you have not, then that is a challenge. The problem about becoming a Jungian psychotherapist or analyst is you have to learn more about a lot more things. Because, you know, I'm an Adlerian diplomate as well as a Jungian diplomate, and I have great respect for the Adlerian resources in many aspects and their ways in which I'm very influenced by Adler as was Jung. But you can get the basics of an Adlerian point of view pretty fast and without too much intellectual study. You can get the basics. You can't really get loop-to-loop Adlerian psychotherapy without a lot of work. But you can get the basics. You can get sort of basic ego psychology. you can get sort of basic cognitive psychotherapy. You can get sort of basic behavioral therapy, but you can't get basic Jungian psychotherapy without a lot of study, because you've got all this fairly straightforward, simple system stuff, microsystem stuff. But when you open up the Jungian paradigm, you got to learn about archetypal patterns, and that's why it's so challenging. But since human beings live in archetypal patterns, and since most of the disorders on our planet today are caused by intrusions of archetypal patterns that are being related to unconsciously, it's kind of important that we do our homework, you know. So let me run through these quickly, just quickly, and give you a map. I have in my work delineated the royal. I've just put the female version here up. If you look at the charts in your handouts, you'll see that there's a male organization of these archetypal patterns and a female. The royal energies, which have to do with centeredness. The energy flows very centripetally in a personality organized in this royal energy. They are the center in their view. There's not a center out there in their view. And if that's very mature energy, a person really knows where they're going. They know what they want. They have their vision. They don't have a problem deciding, making decisions. And they're building their Camelot, if that's integrated in a healthy personality. If it's in an unhealthy form, you're going to have the personality types we're going to be looking at in the afternoon session. If it's flooding the personality, they're going to be very arrogant. They're going to be very arrogant in a very easy to see way. They're going to be a narcissistic personality disorder. They're going to be a active independent or a passive. Active independent is more sociopathic. The passive independent is more what we call a classical narcissistic personality disorder. And of course, as the personality gets more disorganized by that royal energy, you get very large delusions of megalomania. You know, it's usually a fantasy of being far more in control than any human being really is. The royal pathology, you think you're far more in control than you really are. Then we've got the lover. These four lines of development in my work. If you study my work, you'll see there's four lines of development, not one like Freud thought, not two like Kohut thought, but four. And the lover line of development has to do with affiliation, embodiment, sexuality, capacity for relatedness and intimacy, capacity for, if you're healthy in your capacity to access that lover line of development in your personality, you have a lot of fun. You have a lot of joy in your life, even if you're having to shovel a lot of manure out of the stable of your life. You have a lot of joy, in spite of all the manure. There must be a pony in there somewhere, you know. So the capacity to have, if you don't have this, you're experiencing anhedonia. The fancy word, anhedonia. You don't have much pleasure. You don't allow yourself to experience much pleasure and joy. If this thing is working in a mature way, good enough way, you have a sense of joy. It may not be optimized yet, like it could be, if you really work on your spiritual development, but you have joy. If it's not working well, it is a centrifugal energy. It gives away its sovereignty. It gives away its power. It's always searching for the center out there. Not the center in here, but the center out there. Excuse me? Both the active and the passive are seeking a center out there. The passive, we'll see when we deal with that. The passive thinks they found it. The dependent personality disorder believes they found the true center. It's you, and you're supposed to take care of them. The active dependent Initially when they meet you, they think they may have found it, but as soon as you get really invested in them, they decide it's not you. So they're looking for the center out there, but they don't find it. You follow me? We'll go through each of these. If that lover energy is sufficiently flooding, the person will be a borderline. Why is that? Borderline personality is of all things, Milan points out, it's really the most striking thing about it is a mood disorder. But that's not, in my view, the most striking thing. The most striking thing is that lover energy disorganizes all structure. Lover energy, if lover energy is too dominant in a personality, what structures that they have will begin to dissolve. Chaos will increase to huge proportions. There will be a flooding of pain. There will be a flooding of too much knowing about too many wounds, and the person will not be able to stand the intensity of the pain of human existence, and then they will medicate. They will have to medicate. They will have to cut themselves. They will have to do things which give them some sense of control, but they don't. But it doesn't give them a sense of control. They're very desperate. It's the most desperate thing. But lover energy, you know, friends, love is not the answer if you're talking archetypally. Love is the answer if there's adequate integration to allow this to do what it's there for. But if you don't have enough structure in a personality, that archetypal lover energy, it creates the greatest hell anybody could ever live in. And a lot of the people we see that are very dysfunctional are living in a lover hell. And they've been in a lover hell a long time. So our task is to try to help them find the structures of containment which can allow them to actually experience the positive side of the lover archetype, and learn to be able to experience relatedness and other pleasurable activities without it creating chaos in their life. We'll get back to that more later. In the magician, this is the capacity for detachment and reflection, contemplation. A personality that is accessing this well is very awake. It's the archetype of spiritual awareness and of psychological consciousness. When this thing really dawns and really comes online in a strong way, you have awareness with a capital A. And the awareness you have when it dawns is an awareness that helps you be yourself. It helps you function first adequately. It helps you figure out what's wrong. It helps you understand what's wrong. It helps you to understand what is possible. It helps you to get the maps, and it helps you to get a sense of orientation in the geography and psychic and spiritual geography. If it is not working well, you get all sorts of cognitive weirdness in the personality that is not functional, that is not helpful. You get all sorts of manifestations of this archetypal system which actually create problems for the person. These are the detached disorders, active and passive detached. It's when a person deals with the challenges of human life by detaching from them, backing away, hiding in some way, staying away. I got a problem with people, so I stay away from them. I don't try to figure out what to do about people. You know, they kind of have Sartre's view of people. Hell is other people. You know, so they try to stay away. And they've got good reasons if you read the etiology of this. If it really starts flooding, you get the more severe manifestation of magician pathology, which is a schizotypal personality. Somebody comes into your office and all they think about is New Age esoterica. If all they think about is esoteric things in the New Age, and they haven't cleaned up their kitchen, or they've not done anything in terms of ordering the space where they live. They are very isolated in relationships, but they are very lighted up by all sorts of interesting, mystical, esoteric pursuits. It's getting close to schizotypal. Jungian psychology is very attractive to this. If you want to be inflated in the magician sector, it helps to be a Jungian. I say if you want to be inflated in this sector, it helps to be a Jungian. But it's not the only way. Human beings are very resourceful. If you get more and more disorganized and you're falling down this side of the pyramid, you get more and more bizarre thought disorders, and they become more and more crippling. The cognition is not helping the adaptation. The cognition is not telling the person where they are. The cognition is making them disoriented. You are not real. What's really real are the Platonic forms, or my version of them, whatever it is, my particular experience of Kundalini. That's what's really important. You're not that important. I have had bad experiences with you people, but I'm a master in the realm of Kundalini. See, a lot of my early research was into that world, this world out here. I did a lot of field work research with this territory. And it's what led me to the realization that the psyche is very archetypally structured, and it's very specific. Okay, and finally, the archetypal systems in the personality are structural systems for aggression, the line of aggression. In milder forms of pathology, these would be what Milan calls the active and passive ambivalence. Now, you need to realize that when we talk, these are the personalities which are very conflicted about their aggression. Very conflicted about their aggression, and but they're conflicted about it, but it still is manifesting itself in a powerful way in their self-system. And we'll be looking, when we look at this one, we'll be looking at the way in which, for those of you who are a little compulsive like me, this is sort of my, passive ambivalent is a compulsive personality disorder. Workaholics, those of you who tend to work too much. That is a lot of warrior energy involved in that working a lot. But if you're a compulsive personality disorder, you're not working on your projects so much. You're working on other people's projects a lot. You don't have your sovereignty very clear. You don't have much fun. And you really don't understand it very well. But you sure work a lot, and you sure get that warrior energy in that work, and you don't pay much attention to the fatigue of your body or anything like that. Warriors don't pay a lot of attention to their body's cries for mercy. Okay. But the compulsive, the passive ambivalent, doesn't know how angry they are. They think they're nice. Milan says that in the conscious mind of the active ambivalent, they're a passive dependent. In the unconscious of the compulsive personality disorder is an active independent. Lots of royal and warrior energy in the unconscious, in the shadow. Follow me? And there's a civil war going on in that personality system to try this is where the ego doesn't want to know. The ego is defending against knowing how much power issues and aggression issues are in the unconscious. So the conscious is nice. I'm just trying to please you. And passive aggressive as hell underneath. So I think Milan is the latest terms for these things are confusing. The passive ambivalent is called compulsive, and it's very passive aggressive. They call the active ambivalent passive aggressive. It's more actively aggressive. So Milan's a little confusing there, but we'll see what he means. But anyway, the compulsive, the passive ambivalent, doesn't want to know how aggressive it really feels. So it sucks warrior energy down into the unconscious and then acts it out all the time. The active ambivalent feels its aggression. It's afraid to really bring out the heavy artillery, but it complains a lot. I am not feeling good today, and I know the reason, and it is you. You have let me down. You have disappointed me. I am really feeling really miserable, and if you would just be better at A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, I wouldn't be feeling so bad. And so I'm not happy that I'm feeling so disappointed with you, because it's making me really feel bad, but it is your fault. Now that seems pretty aggressive to me. And people that are around that kind of personality know that it's very aggressive, because as soon as they can, they won't be around that personality. And if they're a boss, they will fire them as soon as they can get around the chance of being sued. You follow me? Okay, yeah, okay. All right. So in any case, they're ambivalent about their aggression, but they have a lot of it in the system self. And they're having a lot of problem with it. They don't want to affirm their aggression consciously. This is a problem. They got a lot and they don't want to affirm it. So you kind of get the picture there. If that warrior energy floods more, the paranoid personality disorder is the next level of disintegration. Because the paranoid is aware that you're the enemy. And it's more serious than the active ambivalent thought. That is to say, the active ambivalent just saw you as disappointing. You could be a friend if you would just do better. But the paranoid is not going to engage that fantasy. You are my problem, and something needs to be done about you. See, you follow that? So there's been an escalation in the aggression energy. So this is your landscape, in my view, of the structure of psychopathology. It's not all over the place archetypally. And if you understand the particular form, and one of the things you want to do in your small group is you can do a number of things with this in your small groups. You can think about the way you're organized in terms of which of these archetypal energies are blessed enough and brought into adequate dynamic relatedness, and which are not. That way it'll give you a sense of your shadow. It'll give you a sense of what's flooding you and what's in your shadow. You can also think about intimate relationships. And because what we typically do in intimate relationships is find people who complete us in the archetypal dance. You can also think about particular clients. If you have permission to consult from those clients, then you can bring in some material about them, keeping them anonymous. But you need to begin to practice thinking if you can identify these energies. If you can't identify the energies, you just got to go back and study the phenomenology of each of these sectors.
This concludes lecture number 1. Please go on to lecture number 2. Archetype, Compulsion, and Complex. Lecture number 2. The archetypes of the royal, king and queen, and the independent pathologies.
All right, well, what we're going to do now is we're going to start with these royal archetypal energies, and we're going to look at Milan's, some of Milan's declension of this, and we're going to appreciate what he's managed to do here, and then I'm going to try to give you a little framing, and I'm going to stop. We will interact some as we go. For the tape, we are going to look at the discussions of the 2 personality disorders that I have said are expressions of flooding by royal energy, the active independent and the passive independent. These are the independent disorders. We are drawing upon Theodore Milan's work here, a vast body of his work, for the phenomenological description. Whatever else you can say about Theodore Milan's conceptualizations, he's done incredibly deep and complex scientific interdisciplinary compilations of these patterns. He did not come at these patterns out of any kind of archetypal interest. He came to a decision that there were these 4 different types of psychopathology based on his empirical studies and based on his analysis of the history and tradition of the scientific assessments of psychopathology. Imagine my surprise when it turned out that that the way that he organized this actually fit what I had discovered in my own archetypal research, coming from a Jungian point of view, not from a empirical research psychology point of view. That imagine that Jung always felt that the deep self was quadrated, and struggled to understand. If you've looked at the diagrams in the Facing the Dragon book, I'll be referring to those diagrams of the Great Code of the Archetypal Self that are in the back of the Facing the Dragon book, as well as to these diagrams that come from Milan's personality-centered psychotherapy book and his books on personality disorders. In any case, what you're going to notice this weekend is for those of you that are not that familiar with Milan's work, you're going to notice that Milan it comes at things from a sort of a cognitive behavioral point of view. He has not spent a great deal of time elaborating what a highly functioning human being would look like. He's not been predominantly a practicing psychotherapist either. He's been a research scientist into psychopathology. And if you continue studying with me in these seminars, this is sort of a basic overview seminar in the structure of psychopathology, but as you get more deeply into this material, you will, if you are a very experienced clinician, you will find, we'll touch on some of this next time, you will find places where if Milan had been a very experienced clinician, some of the things he recommends to help these different disorders he wouldn't recommend. What we need to do with Milan is to give him great appreciation for the way in which he has brought together vast amounts of research and given us a phenomenology that is grounded on empirical research. What he does not give us, and what we have to bring to this material from not only an archetypal Jungian, Neo-Jungian archetypal perspective, which takes account of the archetypal building blocks in the collective unconscious, the objective psyche, is a sense of the enormity of the human possibility. You can read a lot of Milan, and you know, if you read Milan a lot, if you're getting too manicky, you know, and you're too high, and you're feeling too optimistic about people, you know, and too optimistic about the prognosis of your clients. Well, if you read Milan, that'll get you grounded down into what some people call the ugly facts. But on the other hand, if you are experiencing what a lot of practicing clinicians experience, is you are so grounded in the ugly facts that you're about to drown in the ugly facts of the struggles of your patients. Anybody besides me occasionally kind of get to go under for the third time in this? Okay. Then this is where it's very important to have a sense of the enormity of the human potential that you can gain through studying Jung's vision of the human. You know, the New Age people have drawn a lot on Jung in a shallow way. You know, the tendency to stay away from evil and the shadow and destructiveness that the New Age has marks that they don't know much about Jung. Because Jung, as you see from what we're working on this weekend, has a tremendous sense of the chaotic elements of the archetypal forces in life. But he doesn't just stop there and leave you there and abandon you there and with a kind of cynical depression, nihilistic depression, like so many contemporary points of view do. He has a sense of of the higher reaches of individuation that are really possible, should people find the resources they need to pursue their individuation. So you need to keep in touch with the enormity of human archetypal potentials in these very same archetypal resources in the psyche that are causing this psychopathology. So as you look at these patterns this afternoon and for the rest of the weekend, I don't want you being lost in the negativity of these patterns. I want you to keep in mind this is not the way it's supposed to work. These are magnificent potentials. These archetypal energies, the ones we're talking about this weekend, they have enormous gifts to give if the person's psyche has adequate guides and adequate resources from the culture and spiritual resources to help them really bring this out and learn to regulate it consciously. So that's where your interest in spirituality comes. You know, I've made a triage decision in my work for the rest of my life. I'm going to work primarily with therapists who know spirituality is important for human beings and their clients. I don't have the time to work with therapists who haven't figured that out. They've got a long way to go. There's hope for them, but that's not how I'm going to spend my time. I want to spend my time with people like you who do know how important spiritual practice is. And I just want us to be aware that without your spirituality, you will tend not to face the severity of the struggles of the people you're working with, and you probably will not have the resources you need to feel the courage you need to do the work you need to do with them and with yourself to actualize those wonderful archetypal potentials. So, I tell this to all my graduate students that study this stuff with me, this stuff is dangerous for your spiritual and psychological health, to study this stuff without benefit of spiritual resources and an archetypal perspective. So when you come to Milan, you don't come to Milan expecting those things. You have to bring those things to Milan. But let's jump in here now, and we're going to start with the active independent first. Now, you've got in this handout Milan's summaries of the personality pattern. And I'd like you, based on what you know, to say, what is there about the archetype of the king or queen that we're seeing here in this expression of psychopathology? What qualities do you that are actually grounded in that archetype of the king are we seeing actually embodied? I didn't say in a healthy way. I didn't say in a good enough way. I didn't say in an optimal way. I'm just saying embodied in the ego organization of this person. And let's just speak up and I'll repeat it for the tape. What qualities about the royal archetype? The royal archetype is firing away in this disorder. In what way is that so? They know what they want. One of the marks of whether or not an individual you're working with is really accessing this sector of the archetypal codes, the archetypal energies, is just that. That's the differential diagnosis key. Does this person know what they want? They may be wanting something kind of antisocial, but do they know what they want? Are they confused about what they want? This person is very seldom confused about what they want. They sort of, you remember that movie Jaws? Yeah, they're like a very competent antisocial is like a great white shark. They know what they want. And let me ask you this, are they inhibited about going after it? None whatever. This personality is not, like some of the ones we're going to look at this weekend, vacillating. This personality is not ambivalently vibrating between yes and no. This personality is all yes I can. And I mean all yes I can. And what inhibitions on this personality's impulsivity are there? There are none. Now, if you are a very naive person, including a very naive therapist, and you get in close proximity with one of these, let me ask you this. Now, one of the principles I've always taught people is, remember, the four elements are always present. They're always present in every personality. There is no personality that you're ever going to run into in which the four elements are not present. Some of them are going to be obviously present in the ego consciousness. The rest of them are present in the shadow. And if you get to where you have eyes to see, you will see it function. You'll see the others functioning. They will not be functioning in a helpful way. They'll be functioning in a dysfunctional way, but they are present and functioning. And so therefore, let me ask you this. Tell me how the magician aspect of this personality functions. Now let me ask you this. Is there anything wrong with the cognitive functioning of this personality? Oh yes, there is. You've got to look closer. Read carefully Millad's assessment. It's not as evident as it is with, say, somebody that's schizotypal or some of these other disorders, because they can plan. But they do have some severe problems of cognition, and what are they? Think about it. They're not as severe as a lot of others, but there are some problems with the cognition. What?
One of the things,
Go ahead.
I notice is that they'll set the goal, they'll know what they want, they tend to see one way of getting it. They don't tend to look at their options nor the consequences of.
There you got it. You see, even Aristotle knew all this stuff that I've been teaching. In fact, Aristotle's 4 cardinal virtues are directly related to these 4 archetypal systems. This is the cardinal virtue Aristotle talked about, having to do with the magician sector, which Aristotle called prudence. That is to say, if your magician aspects of the personality are functioning well enough, you will have a capacity to think, if I do this, then this consequence may follow from that particular trajectory of action. And so rather than having this runaway impulsivity that this person has got, in which they will say, I want that, I'm going to do it, I don't care what the consequences are. They don't even think consequences. If the magician is functioning well enough, there will be a consideration of the consequences of a particular line of action. That's what the magician program in the psyche is supposed to do for a person, to help them map out different lines of action, carefully evaluate them as to potential effectiveness and cost. That kind of cognitive functioning is not working with this person. They've never been able to develop that. Now, one of the important things to remember with this type of personality is, you see, is a very great tendency among therapists and other people more than therapists, is to assume these people are in control of themselves. There is a tendency to be rather pre-psychoanalytic and puritanical in our attitudes toward these persons. They look like they're in control of themselves. If you ask them, are you in control of yourself? They will tell you they're in control of themselves. But what's the catch? And what is the catch that Jung helped us understand? Because a Jungian point of view does not believe for a minute that these people are in control of themselves.
They're not aware of their shadow.
They're not aware of their shadow, of course. Now that's right, that's a basic Jungian point of view. But what about their shadow is it that they don't get? They're not in control. What is in control? The archetype is in control. They have been colonized by this royal archetype. And just as Freud knew, Freud figured this out very early in psychoanalysis. You can't trust the ego consciousness, because the ego consciousness, whenever it, read that, not just Freud's understanding of the id, read that the dragon. When it overpowers you, the ego will rationalize what it is doing and think it is choosing it. So in other words, when if you're a Freudian, you call them drives. If you're a Jungian, you would simply call it when the archetypal energies press you into unconscious inflation. Your ego is going to rationalize what you're thinking and doing. It's not going to know you're inflated. It's really important. See, this is extremely important for clinicians. Because without understanding this, you will become as pre-psychoanalytic and judgmental as the general public. You will assume these are just bad people who are arrogant and who need to be brought down. And even Milan, if you look at those little diagrams down there under the polarities model for the active independent, and you look at the bottom polarity, he thinks that this person's problem is because they are emphasizing too much selfhood. Selfhood. Look at the bottom polarity. Those are polarities in Milan's interpretation of this disorder. Now the key too, I mean, he's seeing something, he does not understand what he's seeing because he does not have any kind of archetypal perspective. But look at this. In the first polarity, it's very confusing the way he puts it, because he leaves the polarity about pain blank. Actually, does this personality have the capacity to stand a lot of pain? You've got to get this diagram on the active independent, the antisocial. Yours is purple. There are 3 sets of polarities there. You see those? Now, when he leaves that blank, weak on polarity dimension, meaning to him, not much attention to managing that sort of thing. Actually, these people can tolerate immense amounts of pain. So that's misleading the way he's diagrammed that. They also go for what they understand as pleasure, although they are very impaired. They're very impaired in their capacity to experience pleasure. Where do they get the most pleasure?
Having power?
And they get pleasure out of having power, but they get pleasure out of what kind of power? Dominance. Causing pain to others. This is the psychology of those who enjoy torturing other people. So they are capable of experiencing pleasure, but it is not by any means a healthy drawing upon the lover systems. They get pleasure in a very shadowy ways by causing pain through their aggression and their dominance. We've now discovered in brain studies in evolutionary psychiatry that there actually are brain systems having to do with dominance. And it's in men and women. And if that system has been stimulated and is sort of, I like to say, on full automatic, you will go around trying to dominate everyone. There are also brain systems having to do with submission. And we'll see when we're looking at the lover disorders, when those submission brain systems are overstimulated and sort of on full automatic, you get a lover pattern. But this one is into dominance. Such enjoyment as they have in life is about power over, dominance of others. it's clear that he's right on the second set of polarities. He says, strong on modification. By that it means active. They're interested in affecting their environment. They intend to take charge with action. This is absolutely true. They do not use passive modes of adaptation, right? So he and I would be in agreement on that active-passive. That would correspond on this archetypal chart from the Dragon book to warrior-lover quadrants. These folks are heavy and warrior, but that's not the most distinctive thing. The most distinctive thing is they are flooded with a lot of royal energy, and they have got the accessing of the warrior circuits to put it into action. So if you were going to chart this disorder on this is a female. If this were a female, would this disorder would the ego be organized here, or would the ego be organized here? In the last one, it's organized. This personality's ego is sort of developed right in here. And for the tape, I am showing the sector where the royal and the warrior quadrants meet. This is what is in the ego consciousness of this individual, heavily. Do you follow that? Anybody that doesn't get that? But remember, I'm saying that while it looks like they are fully in charge of their faculties and know what they're doing, if you have a Jungian psychoanalytic perspective, you know that this is really a possession state. They are being colonized and run by these archetypal programs. The human being in there has not got much say about what they're going to do. Now, why do I emphasize that? Because if you are a therapist, and some of you I know work with folks that quite a bit that have got this problem, have had a lot of experience with this problem. If you are going to have adequate compassion and empathy for our active independent personality, and it's certainly the second one we'll talk about in a minute, you must understand this. If you do not grasp, if you do not have your mind around the fact that this is a colonization, you will have such outrage and such moral revulsion, and you'll get into such a puritanical spiritual condemnation of these folks that you're simply going to do the same thing to them that has always been done to them by those who should have nurtured them. Those who should have loved them and should have nurtured them would relate to them at best like you're reacting in your countertransference to them. So what if you don't know that this is an archetypal colonization, what will your countertransference to this kind of patient be? Refer them to someone else, if you can. Simply protect yourself, try to protect yourself from them, which you certainly need to do. You certainly need to be really strong in your own boundaries and your own center and your own capacity to avoid giving them an idealizing countertransference. And you might say, what? Me give an active independent an idealizing countertransference? You bet. You bet. Especially if you're a nice therapist who tends to be organized more here. And for the tape, wait a minute, this is the female, more here. And for the tape, I'm pointing out the tendency for psychotherapists, particularly if they've into anything humanistic or any system like that, to have a lot of the magician in their ego and a lot of concern for feelings. And so guess what? Guess what? Your shadow, if you're a kind of a Jungian-oriented therapist, the chances are pretty high that you have a active, independent shadow in your unconscious that hates being in there and wants out. And what is the easiest way to get a dissociated content like that out? Somebody tell me quickly. Project it, right? So if I want to get rid of this archetypal content that my ego consciousness says is bad, I simply project it onto this patient, and which in fact, and folks, it is an idealizing countertransference. It doesn't sound like an idealizing but why do I say it's an idealizing countertransference? I didn't say you like it. I said it was an idealizing countertransference. In what way would that kind of letting a patient, one of these patients, carry, if you were a nice therapist, which we all want to be, why would there be a tendency to do an idealizing? In what sense would it be an idealizing countertransference? The ego is not going to recognize it as such.
That pushes a little closer to the archetype.
They have got the power to act. If you got too much magician in your personality, like most therapists, you have a lot of problem acting. And not only that, therapists that haven't done enough work on themselves tend to have a hard time getting a life. And they work a lot by identifying voyeuristically with the people they work with. And so the therapist's hidden desires to do what they want, whatever they want, without concern for those people, there it is, sitting right in front of them. The antisocial shadow, which I can hate and further dissociate by terminating, or even more popular than terminating, is simply viewing them as hopeless cases. So as we work further in these seminars, we're going to spend a lot of time with these countertransfers, these archetypal countertransferences. See, that's an idealizing countertransference, even though we would certainly be horrified to know it. But it is giving away your golden archetypal energies that are in typically in a therapist's shadow. There's an essay I did some time ago called The Self in the Shadow of the Healer, and folks that are into healing often have not adequate connection with their royal circuits and not adequate connection with their aggression circuits. Not always. It's very individuated healer, it's not that way, but it's usually a big issue for therapists. Okay, so
would you say that the active independent would it have a tendency to be the rest spirituality?
Yes, and she's asking, would the active independent be notably lacking in spirituality? In most cases, I would say yes, and why would that be? Why would that likely be? Given this, if you look at this, what is there about this that leads that you would say that?
They die.
They are essentially God. They are I am the great I am. And see, if your ego is the great I am, you are your spirituality. Now, you are the cosmos. You are the nomos, the law. What is the eternal mot, or the Egyptian cosmic law, or the Torah, the Hebrew cosmic law? It is whatever I say it is. And the malfunctioning magician in these people manifest in trickster form, in the sociopathic trickster form. That is the way the magician aspect operates in these people. Deception, creating illusions, the cunning capacity to hoodwink. And if an active independent is extremely bright, they make fantastic chameleons, as long as it is designed to manipulate. And so the scary thing that means is the really smart ones often don't get in trouble. They get promoted. They become heads of certain corporations. And but there's one more aspect to your question about the spiritual thing here. There are some exceptions to this, and it is when an individual gets involved with either a secular ideology or a religious ideology that is such that they can cloak themselves in it and be extremely spiritual while still functioning this way. Read that, the Nazi SS, the Japanese warrior cults of World War II, and Al-Qaeda. And also, excuse me? Anytime you start using a political or religious ideology to justify dominance, then it can look extremely spiritual. The person can say, I am the savior of Christianity or Hinduism or Judaism or Islam. And all over the world right now, this is a tactic which is being utilized more and more all the time. And this is where we see the capacity for spirituality, which I and many others believe evolved to help cope with grandiosity. You know, if you read the Dragon books, this grandiose energy is so subtle and it's so good at infiltrating your best plans to resist it. And so you can actually easily become convinced that you are the appointed one to rescue the faith, and then be justified in running the Spanish Inquisition or whatever particular form your particular tribal inflation takes. But that would be the exceptions. Most of the ones you will see in your practice will notably have very little sense of spirituality. But always remember that in the right circumstances, an ideology can be appropriated by this type of personality and be used as a cloak very effectively. Very effectively. Yes?
This type of people never end up, if they have the power, they never end up to be analyzed.
That's right. That is to say, that's why I said the very talented ones with lots of resources don't get on the radar. They don't get into the criminal justice system. See, so but this is a very, very powerful form. It is growing, and the epidemiology of this is growing rapidly on the planet now, and it's growing rapidly. And there's a little, let's see, there's one place where Milan's classism manifests here, if I can find it. On the third page of that handout, under vindictive interpersonal behavior, where Milan says, by provoking fear, intimidating others, and being ascendant and powerful, antisocials rise above the lowly caste of their childhood. Well, would that such a phenomenon was so confined to a particular social class? But it's not. And so there's a tendency of middle and upper middle class folks to get into that fantasy, but the most dangerous ones with this disorder are not in, by any means, the lower classes. So in any case, this is, yes, go ahead.
You could talk about this later if you like, but I was interested in hearing from you about young children with this particular disorder already, like it just said on the news about these kids go to camp and they're tortured and sodomized for days by other kids, or seem to be in the rise of that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, what we have to, the question is about the thing that we're seeing now, where there's a lot more of these radically unregulated acts of dominance and aggression among children, teenagers, and so forth. As the society gets more and more incapable of providing adequate containment and channeling of archetypal energies, we're going to see more and more of this. And what we have to realize is that it's not a personal pathology alone. You cannot, we cannot reduce this to inside the skin personal pathology. This is a psychocultural phenomenon having to do with the increasing narcissism of the culture in general and the increasing self-involvement of the strata of society that's supposed to be helping to provide containment of these archetypal energies. And so the fact of this phenomenon should not surprise us. The thing that we've got to realize is that we've got to get very conscious about what happens when antisocial behavior is modeled all the time in the media by parents and is rewarded. And models for regulation, optimal regulation, are not presented to children. Children can learn regulation, but the definition of being a child is that you have not got your regulatory mechanisms installed. That's what being a child is. And that's what being a child in a big adult body is. Because if the regulatory mechanisms are not installed and operating internally through the development of the system self I was talking about a while ago, then you've essentially got a child in whatever is manifest, no matter how big and old the body is. You've basically got a monstrous phenomenon, which is a child in a big body. But again, we've got to remember not to be judgmental about this in some narrow, pre-psychoanalytic, moralistic way, because persons who are given the nutriments and containment that are required for internalization learn to regulate and internalize. When they are abused or neglected, or both, and when they do not receive adequate modeling of what optimal regulation is, then we can't expect children and adolescents or even adults to internalize the capacity to regulate. That's what all this work that you and I do is about. We've got to understand what's going on, and we've got to figure out ways to intervene against this. And there you can see the public policy dimension of this as well. Sandy, could I have one of those bottles of water back there, please? Okay, let's turn to the next one, and then I'm going to try to the passive independent. Now, I'd like you to review these things before you come to these sessions so that I can simply walk you through them. Now, what stands out with this one? There's a lot of royal energy in the ego of this person as well. We are now looking at the passive independent summary and diagrams from the lines where there's a lot of royal energy. What's different here from the previous pattern? Someone tell me. Yeah, but we've got to say, archetypally speaking, what archetypal systems are more present in this psyche than in the latter one, than the one that we just did? They have more, they're more lover. Now, you're right about that. Now, how do we know there's more of this lover intrusion in this personality? Not enough for them to have any kind of mature object relations, but there's more of the lover energy in this personality. And how does it manifest? Well, that narcissistic thing is the royal energy. How can you tell that there's more lover energy in this one, and not integrated lover energy, but the lover energy, the archetypal lover energy is more present here? And where do you see it? Think about it. It's in the passivity. One of the typical things about a differential diagnosis between this pattern and the active independent is this person doesn't like work that much. Work comes out of the warrior sector. Why doesn't this personality feel that it's important to perform? Somebody tell me. This person doesn't feel it's all that important to perform.
The world owes it.
I'm entitled. Why should I have to do that? I'm good enough the way I am. And if you feel critical toward me, and if you don't really appreciate who I am, it's not because I haven't really performed up to my fantasy of myself. It's that you just don't get it. You don't get how smart I am. You don't get how wonderful I am. It's not that that my vision of myself is so much beyond what I've actually achieved. See? You see that? Now, is there anything wrong with the magician function in this person? Oh, yes, there is. It's an over-evaluation. If they had self-insight, they would be aware of the unrealistic nature of their self-assessment. In other words, the positive side of the trickster in their personality is not working very well. Because if the magician sector in your personality is working well enough, you have a sense when you're just blowing hot air. You may still do it. You may still try to look good, but if the magician in you is functioning well enough, you will know that you're just really kind of whistling through the graveyard, that you really don't have the goods. But this person honestly doesn't know it. Typically, in our countertransference toward this person, what do we think about them? Let's think about our countertransference toward them.
Well, they like to keep people around who agree with them.
Yes. They like to keep people around that think they're wonderful and agree with them and don't think they need to do anything else. Right. And what is a typical countertransference to such a person?
You feel inadequate.
Oh yeah. If you've got any, the comment was, you feel inadequate. Yes, you feel inadequate. If you have got any problem relating to the royal archetypal circuits in your own personality, you get around one of these people and they will make you very uncomfortable, and you will tend to idealize in the countertransference and hate. Idealization and envy. Unconscious idealization, unconscious envy. So if you're a therapist and you're trying to work with a narcissistic personality disorder, it's very important that you know your own territory on this, so that if you get a very, very grandiose narcissistic personality person sitting there in your office, that you're aware of what your own organization with regard to these archetypal energies is going to lead you to feel. And if you're aware of it, even if you haven't integrated your royal potentials, at least if you know that, and you start to experiencing a sort of a idealizing fascination with them first, and then some aggression toward them. Often you won't be aware of your aggression toward them, but most therapists have a hard time working with these because of countertransference to them. But in any case, here's the same thing again. We tend to think these folks are really conscious. But here again, if you understand things from a point of view of Jungian psychology, these folks are very inflated, and it is unconscious. One of the things that's the most important thing to know clinically is, and it's most important with these, because while the other people we're going to be talking about this weekend are experiencing inflation, it just doesn't look like inflation. This is what's wrong with classical Jung on the concept of inflation, because in classical Jungian psychology, it's usually inflation tends to be associated with this type of personality, where it's obvious that they're arrogant. But what I'm trying to teach people is all of these forms of psychopathology contain a hidden inflation, and the most important thing to know clinically is that when you're inflated, the chances are extremely high you don't know it. Inflation is unconscious. Grandiosity is unconscious. And that's what makes it so deadly. And this is also, if you understand this, this is what makes it possible for you to have compassion for even these types of personalities, which, if you don't understand about the possessing energies of the archetypal self, then it will be very difficult for you to have empathy for the human being who is in there in this personality, but who is really hard to find. When you connect with the human being in this personality, what is that human being really like? This one we're talking about now, the passive independent. Say that again? They feel when they are in touch with their human little s self, which they can be occasionally, it is very deflated, very depleted, often very depressed, often very discouraged. And of course, the kind of development that they've had as a person, of course, sets it up so that they've got some reasons to feel deflated and depressed and depleted. And why is that? What is it that you learn when you're forming into this type of personality that makes it so hard for you to actually deal with life? Anyone?
You never think well, when you're forming, you're not going to be accepted unless you're fitting an ideal of perfectionism.
Exactly.
Or you grab onto an idea of perfectionism to be accepted, to be loved.
Yeah. You grab onto an ideal of perfection, and very often in the childhood of these people, they are idealized by parents without the necessity of efficacy, of performance. That is to say, the child is flooded with idealization by the parent. You're my kid, after all, you're wonderful. But for all kinds of reasons, often the parent will not actually require the child to actually become competent in various life tasks. This is what some people call pampering. But it's not really pampering. It's really neglect. It is a very subtle form of parental neglect when a child is idealized without reference to actual development of what we call efficacy in function. So when this person actually begins to encounter what the challenge of their adaptation is in life, it is very daunting, and they need a lot of support and a lot of grounded encouragement by their therapist. And they need the help in beginning to work with baby steps. And of course, that's a problem for this person. Why? Why is it hard for them to focus on actually becoming competent? They feel that they're either, as the Adlerians always teach, they're either Caesar or shit. It's so humiliating. There's so much of a shame issue. If you realize how little competence you really have, it is so humiliating that the shame is so strong that you've got to try to get your mind around what it is we're asking of this person if they're going to actually do therapy. And so you see, this type of personality tests the empathy of the therapist a great deal, because you've got to get past your tendency to assume they know how ridiculous they are, but they really don't until they're really collapsing in fragmentation. And then they are having such powerful pain that it's a big challenge for a therapist to be able to encourage them that they can get better, and that they are not, see, they're not Caesar, but they're also not shit. See, and that they've just got to join the human species, and this is experienced as very, very trying. So it's very, very difficult to work with either of these. The former you usually will see under constraints, often state pressures because of some sort of difficulty with the law. This one you may see when the narcissistic illusions begin to crumple in midlife. And it's very important that they find a therapist that can really have empathy with them and really care about them as human beings when it begins to crumple at midlife, because the abyss of massive, massive dysfunction looms close by at midlife for these people, both males and females. Because at midlife, it gets harder and harder to keep your illusions going. And so both of these are extremely challenging for therapists. But if a therapist understands this is an archetypal intrusion, and thereby can actually manage their own countertransference a lot better. And actually, when you look, it's very important. One of the things I want you to become aware of, more and more aware of, is it's very important how you see patients in your mind as you're sitting with them. It's very important how you construct them in your mind, what you are seeing sitting before you. Because if you get into the typical kind of judgmental interpretation and perception of these people, that will cripple your capacity to help them. But if you can actually know that there is a human being in there that has not had much help, in neither one of these patterns has that human being in there had much help coming out as a human. They've had a lot of help in remaining archetypes. And what you're seeing in the presentation is a lot of archetypal flooding. Yes?
What about the traditional, I don't know if it's cohesion idea that comes out of lack of mirroring? You're saying it comes from over ideas.
Yeah, well, see what the cohesions mean by that. They say, of course it's right to say that there's inadequate mirroring, but a lot of people get confused by that because they assume that mirroring has something to do with being seen as special. But in Kohut's system, and cohesion self-psychology, when you're talking about quality mirroring, you're talking about a parent who can actually see the human child and have empathy for the human child and know that the child needs to be able to develop competencies. And so the parent then, instead of just saying, "You're so wonderful, you are my child, that's why you're wonderful," you know, you say, "Oh, you learned to tie your shoes. That's very good. Will you show me how to do that? Will you show me how you did that?" And the actual mirroring of a parent or of a therapist is to actually see actual efficacy movements. To see it and not exaggerate the praise. See, one of the things, and we'll get to this a lot in our next seminar in integrative psychotherapy, you've got to understand that with a lot of these folks, and not just these two, but if you over-recognize progress, you're not helping. Because the capacity of the little s self-system to be able to claim actual progress is very limited. And if you are too praising, even of authentic progress, what will happen in the self-system of the individual? The little s self-system. Do you know what happens if you're a little too over-praising? They become overstimulated. And they have to dissociate the thing you're talking about. So, have you ever noticed it with patients when they have a success, it's very difficult to get them to notice it? Well, we have to have empathy for that. Because being able actually to see an increase in your efficacy, we'll see this a lot in the passive dependent when we get to the passive dependent. being able actually to perceive your increase in competence is very threatening. Because if you have not developed the capacity to allow yourself to know your competence, when someone says, "Oh, I see you're more competent," you get a rush of archetypal energy, and it's very overstimulating. And you've not learned to regulate that yet. So when a therapist is responding to progress by a patient, it has to be just right. Because that's what Kohut means by adequate mirroring. When Kohut says adequate mirroring, he's not talking about praise, he's talking about an attuned response. And what is that? That means just so. A just so response by the therapist. And that means that the response is just what that little s self-system needs from you to be able to metabolize that insight and take it in and install that insight. Do you follow me? In other words, it's very easy for your interventions to overstimulate the person. So the problem about being a therapist, and this is why our work is so hard. I mean, it's very hard because you've got to get to the point where you can sense the ability to make an attuned response, just like a parent has to be able to make. An attuned response which helps them integrate the new learning. That's what the Kohutians mean. For those of you who've studied Kohut, they call microstructuralization. That means the little s self-system can take in this insight about an increase in competence in some area of functioning, whether it's relationships, lover sector, whether it's assertiveness in the warrior sector, whether it's a new insight in the magician sector, or whether it's a new clarity about intention in the royal sector. Are you with me? Whenever you help anybody make progress on each one of those lines, it's overstimulating for them. You need to have empathy for that. Because if it was easy for them to grasp that, they wouldn't be with you. Follow me? They wouldn't be sitting there if they could see it. And of course, we sit there and we're so proud they've made the progress. Yay! Well, right. And next time when we get into the street magic of integrative psychotherapy, more in terms of what you do about these things, we'll talk more about this. But you have to use humor as a therapist. You get to where you can use your humor, get to where you can communicate. Yeah, I see that, but I'm not going to say much about it, so that they know. Yes, she sees it. She sees that I'm making progress, but she's not going to talk too much to me about it. And it'll be a kind of a thing between the therapist and her client, and they'll kind of have a glint in their eyes and a gleam in their eyes about the progress, but they're not going to get into it a lot. That's cool when that works. And you do this a lot in your work already. I can tell by the recognition reflexes on some of your faces that you do this with your patients. But I want us to get to where you really know what you're doing and why with that, because we practice a lot more. We practice a lot better intuitive than we understand why it's good. And if you've practiced a while and you still have clients coming, you've gotten pretty good. Yeah.
More than any other type, I find, whether it's because of my countertransference or whatever, I let this type determine the agenda. Because I feel that if you try to open up some other doors, that there's a resistance there or an anger that's very difficult to deal with. And I also find that facilitating groups, that this type can take over a group that almost paralyzed. And it also brings out, causes me an awful lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's very difficult to work with either one of these. And one of the things that I want you to understand about, and we're going to get into this a lot, I'm going to just show you Milan thinks that what you need to do with this person is to get them to be a lot other-oriented. Well, good luck. First of all, Milan does not understand, number one, that these people aren't really that self-oriented. They simply look like they are. And it is that their pathology is such that they are not going to be able to respond to too much input from you at this point early in the therapy. You're absolutely right. And those that try to do too much input, they're going to terminate early in the relationship. If we'll get into the next time we have the seminar on therapeutic tactics with these, you have to be able to convince both of these types of personalities that you are not against their high level of functioning, that you're not an enemy to their high level of function. You have to be able to convince them that actually you want them to develop more, not become less. Because if you communicate to either one of these personalities that you're going to try to get them to be less, like Adlerians, that's a fatal flaw among Adlerians. Adlerians are going to try to make these folks be ordinary. They will never succeed with this type of patient. Because if this patient has to choose between becoming ordinary and staying the way they are, they're going to stay the way they are. So you have to have a vision of the human that is such that you can authentically say to them, I am not against your becoming stronger, becoming more developed as a person. I would like to help you develop as a person. I would like to help you realize your potentials. That's the only way you're going to have a therapeutic alliance. And you have to have an understanding of psychology in which you can say that with authenticity and mean it. I work with a lot of these people, and I can authentically say to them, I would like for you to develop more. And they can develop trust, but by golly, not if you've set yourself up in your countertransference as their enemy. So we'll get into that a lot next time. But you're absolutely right to take a stance with this person where you're going to actually run the therapy without reference to their development as a person. You won't get anywhere really. And there's where that empathy thing comes in. You have to really believe that there's a human being in there. And you have to actually believe that that in there is someone who could learn to love and could learn to develop more mature relationships and could learn to be more effective, really effective. But I'm not underestimating how difficult it is to work with these people. I've worked with a lot of them, and I work with some people now that I've worked with for I'm thinking of one I've worked with for 10 years, very regularly, multiple sessions, and this person has become very human. What were the odds that would happen? Not good. Not good. We've been very blessed. But it is really something when you see someone that starts off so much like that. I'm thinking of an active form of this. Actually start incarnating as a human. It's very impressive. But for every one that you can get to that place, it will stay and work that long, that intensively, well, there are a lot that terminate. Especially if they smell, they can look you in your eye and they can smell the way you feel about them, and whether you actually have empathy for the human, whether you really believe there's a human in there or not. So if you're able to sit there and be with them and continue working with them, you're doing pretty well, you know. So anyway, let's open up. We got a few more minutes. Other comments and questions? Yeah.
What the therapist should do is assume that the way he talks is very effective, very good. When the guy or the woman or the addict you're dealing with goes back to their environment, which emphasizes the passive one, the same thing you are. Yeah. So it means your effort.
That's right. Yeah, you're really, it's very, when the sociological world that a person has to exist in operates according to the laws of the jungle, it's extremely problematic. But I have to say that I've worked a lot with people who are working with prisoners and former prisoners, and I have to say that there are a lot of Tillich talks about miracles, things that happen that you just would not expect at all, given that. But I have seen some amazing miraculous transformations of folks that come out of precisely those kinds of worlds when they find resources, agencies, people that, for example, like my friend Bob Roberts down at Project Return in New Orleans. I think you may have met Bob at one of those recent conferences. Bob Roberts works with ex-prisoners coming out of the big prisons in Louisiana, and a number of those people have been organized in these active independent forums, and in their program there at Project Return, their fundamental assumption in treatment is they're going that everything they do, they're going to remember that these are human beings, no matter what they've done, no matter how long they've been in prison, no matter what their crime was. They relate to them as human beings. They provide containment. They provide treatment of various kinds, and they have seen a lot of amazing recovery.
This concludes lecture number 2. Please go on to lecture number 3, Archetype, Compulsion, and Complex. Lecture number 3, The Warrior Archetype and the Pathologies of Ambivalence and Aggression.
These lover pathologies, and again, if you work with these materials, you want to work on trying to get more familiar with the phenomenology of each of these spaces, so that you begin to get a feeling for these different archetypal spaces in inner geography, so that you can recognize the particular geography you are in, or in that a particular person you may be working with is in. And one of the things about lover geography, in fact, we probably ought to have a seminar which focuses more intensively on the phenomenology of inner space to get to really work much more deeply through sort of the particular kinds of experiences of space and time that are characteristic of each of these quadrants, because they're very distinct. They have very little resemblance to each other. One of the characteristics of lover space is that there's not when you're in the lover space, you have very little sense of your own direction. any sense of direction that comes from, any sense of sovereignty is an external center. But as we'll see this morning, we're going to talk first about the passive dependent, then we're going to talk about the active dependent, then we're going to talk briefly about the borderline. All of these disorders are heavily influenced by this archetypal lover space, but there are very different expressions of it, very different manifestations. But some things that are common to that there's a real severe problem with a sense of sovereignty. And even in the best, the one of these persons that has the best prognosis, even though it might be surprising to think so, but the passive dependent type has actually the best prognosis for a good outcome in therapy. They are the easiest to treat if you kind of have a sense of the subtleties of treatment, and it will become evident to you why. Because a passive dependent actually can find a center out there, and they can find it in their magic person that they hook up with, because they're not looking for a lot of different magic persons. They're looking for one magic person. They have an internal sense that there is a center, and if you get chosen by this person, you're it. And so this enables them to form a relationship. However dysfunctional and codependent, they are able to form a relationship. And the very fact that they're able to form a relationship and lock on to the center out there, it gives them a certain, it lowers the level of chaos in their personal experience, that connection with the center out there. Now, in treating them, you have to deal with the fact that that center is out there, and you've got to work with them through what we call microstructuralization to get that center in here. And of course, we'll talk more about that in a minute. The active dependent is harder to treat. And the reason the active dependent is harder to treat is because they have less capacity to discern the center out there. They still are they are actively trying to find the center out there. They're trying to find the right center out there. And so they're scanning to find the center out there. And they repeatedly think they found it in relationships and therapists. But with the active dependent, they will think they found it, but as soon as a relationship begins to build, the grandiosity will manifest in a depreciation of the object. The object will not be good enough to really be the right one. They will experience the one they've hooked up with is, I thought it was the right one, but now I'm not so sure. And the more I get to know you, the more convinced I am that you are not the right one. I was wrong. And then the move to the next relationship, including the next therapist. So with an active dependent, you have far less of a window to actually create a therapeutic alliance. Your time is very limited. And so the challenge to you as a therapist, to your ritual genius and your creative trickster capacities, and your capacity to actually get through that distrust and to actually find that human in there, that struggling human in there behind those fearful eyes, you have to realize when you're dealing with an active dependent that you don't have long to make a connection, and the odds are good that you will not be successful. And so you see the courage you're going to need to deal with the. And then the borderline. With a borderline, the capacity to have a sense that there really is a center out there has gone down. And the manifestation of archetypal lover energy manifests in a more archaic form, in the sense that in lover space, which is really, really archaic, there is no order. And so it's not surprising that Milan says that the borderline is predominantly characterized as a mood disorder by the radical shifting of moods and affects. Well, that is one mark of it being a flooding of archetypal lover energy and being in lover space. But the other thing is simply that contrary to the romantic attitudes about love, love is the universal solvent. solvent, the universal solvent. If it is not, if erotic energy does not have structural containment through other archetypal systems, it will create a landscape in which there is no orientation. And you can see it as, you can think about it in terms of systems theory, that there is a move toward a kind of primal fusion state. It's very, those of you that have studied the self-psychology traditions know, we get a sense, more archaic self-object mergers. But in this case, it's so archaic that it's not really, it's a merger in this archetypal matrix. It is not really an object. It's not really an orienting, a merger which orients it all. And so the borderline is, in effect, lost in space. And it's very interesting. You say, well, it's hard to get a sense about the structure of a borderline, because a borderline will, like a top, will wobble through the archetypal geography. And at one moment they will be discharging a lot of aggression in your direction. In another minute they will be very, very fearful and dependent. In another moment they will have uncanny transpersonal insights. Uncanny. And in another moment they will be extremely impulsive and sure of themselves. Of course, they will change their mind briefly, but there's a tendency among people to think that there's no structure. Well, there's no structuralization in a internalization kind of sense of structure, but what you know is that they're wandering around in really archaic lover space, and that in itself creates a sense of being dominated by fascinations. The very being there in that lover space. See, when you get into that unitive mysticism, where you get in a fantasy that you're going, in ecstasy, you're going to merge with God, or you're going to merge with the Buddha, or you're going to go into samadhi, or whatever, when you're in that, it's that fusion fantasy that you get into at the primal reaches of Eros. And hence the early Freudian insights into the proximity of love and death. Because at this level of sort of primal wandering around in a structureless world, it's close to being the death of the individuated personality. Yeah.
If you, I was thinking, it's like the infant and object relations
Yeah.
where they fantasize with their part of the mother.
Yeah, it's the thing you gotta get a sense for is, and the place that most therapists make the most mistakes with borderlines is a borderline is so protean. They are the protean. They are protean, Protean, and they can't help it that they're not in charge of all this shape shifting. They are, as I said, lost in space, but in good days they can present histrionic. They can look histrionic, or they can look like a milder personality disorder. But the mistake a lot of people make is to project onto the borderline more capacities for organization than they in fact have, and therefore the therapist is more passive and less active in providing prostheses, various interventions. We'll get into this the next time we meet. Fewer interventions to provide external structure, and structures which can be consistent enough that the borderline might actually be able to organize around the structures. And but the important thing to realize is with a borderline that the fact that they manifest traveling through these different archetypal geographies on the grid, you got to not let that confuse you, because they are lost in space and they have no sense of orientation. So you can see how much more dangerous this is than the situation of the passive dependent, who is oriented in space. They're lost in an idealizing projection, but at least they've got a point to organize around, and the therapist can become that point. So, yeah.
Do you think that Masha Linehan's work with the borderlines is helpful with the mindfulness segment?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a lot of good work out there. Very helpful stuff on treatment of borderlines. I just think it's important to the most important thing is to well, there are a lot of things. Borderlines are so fascinating. We'll come back to borderlines in a minute, and we'll spend a lot of time talking about treatment of this the next time we come together. But the important thing is to realize that this borderline organization is not really much of an organization. These folks are radically loosely organized, and the way in which they're manifesting lover pathology is that lover energy, uncontained by these other archetypal systems, is fundamentally disorganizing. So let's go back to the passive dependent, and let's just get a sense. When this, these systems in the psyche have to do with the capacity, actually, I think, and there's recent evidence from evolutionary psychiatry that there are systems in the personality which are there to help you recruit nurturance. And it's very interesting. I don't have time to go into it now, but it's very interesting to notice. I think I mentioned this briefly the last time we were together. If you do a line here, wait a minute, I had a line here. This is the system to recruit nurturance, and this is what the psyche is expecting, the system that is supposed to provide nurture. And so you can see that, they're locating these systems in the brain, but in the developmental process, we need to be able to recruit nurture. And so there's nothing pathological about the firing of these archetypal systems that are to locate a nurturing other and recruit it. If this royal aspect of the psyche in the ones that are designated caretakers is functioning properly, there will be an urge to nurture. So there is the nurturer-nurturee dyad right there. And so with the passive dependent, the idealization of the nurturer has gone on too long. And if you study Milan, you get a lot of senses about the data about how that happens developmentally. But in any case, you can really see with the passive dependent, they're recruiting, and they're pretty good at it. And they're good at recruiting therapists. And they have they've got some capacities to actually form a therapeutic alliance with you. Yeah. No, this is the passive dependent. The histrionic is not as good at they're good. They look like, this is the dependent pattern. This is the dependent pattern. And so the thing you can see in the passive dependent, you can see clearly the way the lover archetype is there to help you value the other, help you value objects, help you really, I like to say, it's your adoration circuits. And if your lover circuits aren't working, you are impaired in your capacity to adore. And you know, how many people are impaired in their capacity to adore? Most of us. And this is where you, in spirit, those of you interested in spirituality, in spiritual traditions, you will normally, in a major tradition of spirituality, you will find one tradition in spirituality majoring in adoration. And it will generally form a sort of, there will be a kind of a pietistic strain to it. Like in some of my African American students, they have got the adoration of Jesus down to a fine art. And you can see the way in which this has been very helpful to people who are in very dire circumstances. And you can see why that is, because if you can adore a radiant and trusted object, or even self-object, if you want to say that, if you're able to adore it, it is incredibly orienting, and it's incredibly fueling in terms of narcissistic nutriments. And it's not a panacea, but the amount of, as I like to say to my students, the amount of juice you get, archetypal juice you get by being able to adore. You know, in Rumi, some of Rumi's poetry, it talks about how Joseph was so beloved that when the people who were struggling heard that Joseph was visiting in a village nearby, they were so incredibly positively affected just by the knowledge that this wonderful Joseph was not even here, but nearby, and they experienced such a rush of radiant God presence just by knowing Joseph is over there. There's that capacity for adoration that is in this lover program. And if you don't have it, you tend to be sort of erotically tone deaf. And I think Eurocentric culture is very erotically tone deaf, chronically. And if you have the occasion, as I do, to teach students from a wide variety of cultures, this stands out to you. How people from cultures that are not so erotically tone deaf are rather amazed at Eurocentric folk about how metallic their perceptions are, how cold and metallic. It's hard for us to think about ourselves that way, but it has to do with this archetypal system, the way in which, for various reasons, in European culture, particularly Northern European culture and everything, this has been really suppressed. And so in any case, you can see the capacity to adore very clearly in the passive dependent, the dependent personality disorder, and that is one of their actual strengths to get better, because not only can they adore and get into a grossly codependent relationship, but it's not real chaotic usually. It can be, but it's usually not. And when they get in a relationship with you, they will really adore you. And so the therapeutic alliance is yours to mess up. And if you can mess up a therapeutic alliance with a dependent, what you got to do, if you can mess up a therapeutic relationship with a dependent, you have to think about your own archetypal organization, because if you're in certain archetypal organizations, that kind of adoration will really punch your buttons, and you'll be going. You'll be given all these nonverbal gestural body communications go away. And so, and one of the kind of personality types that goes, in the countertransference go away is someone who is organized too much in the magician, which is who? Most psychotherapists. And Jungians worse than others. Why? Because Jungians are more fascinated by the magician archetype than other therapists, even the Freudians. The Freudians are eaten up with it, don't get me wrong. But you can tell the Freudians are not quite as eaten up with the magician archetype, because they're not as interested in esoterica. Unless they're classical Freudians. The classical Freudians are really more like Jungians, because they're really interested in the archaic. More recent Freudians are getting cleaned up and domesticated. But you get my drift. So if you're a personality who if you're left to your own devices, you just detach. You call it introversion, but it's detaching. So you'll have problems with this kind of person. But still, as I stand by my guns there, it's yours to screw up. And when we talk about therapeutic, the major thing, the major mistake therapists make with the passive dependent is to assume that what you see is what you get. And that is to say, you forget that they have a shadow, because they don't present like they've got a shadow. And you got to realize, this is where Alfred Adler was an amazingly insightful. Alfred Adler would look at a dependent type, and they would see power agendas, trickster power agendas, and that there's I would say that.
You're talking about the dependent.
Yeah, I'm talking about the passive still. That in the shadow of the passive dependent will be a lot of aggression, and there will be a lot of power dynamics. Because remember, whatever is not in the ego consciousness is going to be archaically represented in the shadow. And Adler saw that clearly. Bam! Adler said, woo, the passive dependent is on a power trip. And so you just get in a power struggle with a passive dependent, and guess who's going to lose? You. You're going to lose. And one of the ways therapists get into power struggles with passive dependents, you tell me, what's the typical power struggle a therapist gets into with a passive dependent?
Start giving advice and that thing.
Yeah, and getting impatient about them taking it and doing something about it. He says giving advice, right. That is to say, you're the magic therapist. Of course you're the magic therapist, because they've got all this idealization of you. And so that must mean that they will do what I say, what I suggest. They will actually do the enactments that I recommend. They will engage in the behavioral kind of protocols that I recommend. They will work on the cognitive homework that you recommend. But the truth is, it's like there's a financial term called discounting. You need to discount all of your interpretation of that idealization, because there's a lot of passive-aggressive agenda in there in the passive dependent. It's not conscious, so you can't be moralistic about it. But the important thing is the cohesion word here, microstructuralization. You don't rush a passive dependent. Because if you rush a passive dependent, the trickster in them will arrange a massive regression to defeat you. There's the power struggle. So you've got to make sure that the rate of movement forward is not allowed to get too rapid. And of course since you're getting all this idealization as the magic therapist, you will expect that the rate of climb toward individuation of this person will be faster than it in fact will be. So we'll get more into that next time we talk.
What about when you thwart and you use that's the
What about you?
Too, right? Because if you're trying to thwart and say, well, I'm just a human being, you shouldn't idealize me.
Right. That's the defense against the idealizing transference. And it's not a good idea to be interpreting their idealizing transference initially. You've really got to work with them a while before you start messing with that. But you can work on what Ernest Wolff speaks of. Ernest Wolff, in my view, is probably the greatest living self-psychologist. He's I've studied his work through my wife, who was one of his proteges in Chicago. But his idea of efficacy self-object function. And this is what you want to focus on with these folks, is working on slowly microstructuralizing their efficacy self-object function. And that simply translates into my work as warrior capacities. You work gradually on their efficacy. But anyway, this person has got the best prognosis. You can see most clearly the capacities in this archetypal sector for adoration, and just seeing the wonderfulness of the other. And so even though when they begin with you, they are beginning from a very difficult place usually, their prognosis is excellent if you don't get too impatient. And you can stand if you can stand the idealization. Yeah.
On one of your tapes, you talked about the patient who's in the lover that expects it to be boring. Expects to be boring.
Well, this one always feels boring, because their capacity for adoration does not extend to themselves. You see, they don't feel that they have enough inner structure in their right to admit to any golden energies in themselves. And so they feel boring, but they feel boring just to enhance your wonderfulness. It's like, and it doesn't do any good to try to interpret that early on. I mean, you've just got to, here again, in all these disorders, you got to remember, this is compulsion. This is not conscious choice. This person is occupied territory. What are they occupied by? They're occupied by this lover archetypal system. You got to get that clear in your mind. And what you've got to do is try to make a therapeutic alliance, not with your fantasy of this dependent, but you've got to try to remember there is a nascent, embryonic, perfectly functional self in there waiting to be evoked and nurtured. And this archetypal system will put up all kinds of smoke screens to keep you from seeing that. And so if you come in your countertransference and you see them according to the way the archetype wants you to see it, because it's the archetype that's generating this presentation. It's not the person. You got to get that clear in your mind. It is a transpersonal content that is generating this presentation. And so you have got to remember that there really is a embryonic system self in there. And actually, it's not too chaotic, and it is ready to rock and roll if you will dance. And so the prognosis is good. Now let's move to the active dependent. This is more guarded. Where do you see the erotic energy? I hope you've had a chance to go through this. Where do you see the manifestation of the erotic energy in the active dependent or histrionic personality? Where is the archetypal lover energy manifesting here? It's very, very predominant. But where do you see it? It looks like seduction. If it is really histrionic, it is not intended to be genital on the part of the person. And often people will mistake the desperate recruiting activities of the histrionic to be sexually seductive. It is erotic, but not genital. This is when the Freudians talk about the orality of this. This is really oral. It's not genital. And of course, the person, the professor or the therapist that makes a that responds as if the recruitment is in fact genital will often have it blow up in their face, because the person it's not, in the histrionic, it's not really a genital recruitment. It's a recruitment for being seen. And what is it that the histrionic is recruiting to be seen by? Here again we've got Kohut's understanding of the longing for mirroring, although the word mirroring is really not an apt choice of language. It's the longing for the eyes of blessing. And the eyes of blessing archetypally are located only in the royal. There are no eyes of blessing anywhere else in psychic geography. So when Kohut is talking about the idealization transferences and the mirroring transferences, Kohut has a fantasy that these transferences are fundamentally separate and different. In fact, if you are bothering to idealize or try to idealize, you have already decided that the person you're trying to recruit is special. And you can really see this clearly in a histrionic, because if they don't think you're special, they're going to be standing here talking to you and shaking your hand, but they're going to be scanning for who is special. And you are going to notice that I'm not really attending to you. You're going to notice that I've already kind of discounted you. You're not really as promising as I thought, and I'm scanning for the special one. So the Kohutians are wrong in making a too elaborate distinction between what's going on in idealization self-object transferences and mirroring self-object transferences. That is to say, if I'm idealizing, I'm recruiting. And I'm not recruiting just anybody. I'm recruiting somebody that's special enough to give me the eyes of blessing. Now, if I connect with you and you respond, I quickly notice, I'm still a histrionic now, I quickly notice that you lack. You really must not be the real thing, because there are ways in which you are disappointing. We could say non-gratifying. Well, but you got to get a sense here for what's going on. The histrionic has had more damaging experiences in terms of the lack of constancy on the part of significant nurturant figures. And therefore, they've got a bigger trust issue, more problematic trust issue than the passive dependent does. And so they're longing for the center out there. They're scanning for the true center out there. If you do their history, you will find a huge number of scans, searches, false starts, disappointments, move on. They do it with religions, they do it with churches, they do it with partners, and they do it with therapists. And you can see where the weak, the archetypal system that they're having the hardest time connecting with is what? The royal. It gets worse in the borderline, but it is very significantly impaired in the histrionic. And so your expectations about a histrionic being able to form a solid positive transference with you, you need to discount that. You need to discount that and not play cards you don't have in your hand when you're working with a histrionic. You have to discount your expectations that they are going to be able to form a solid therapeutic alliance with you unless you are very good. And you so treating, we're going to see this when we come back next time. The treating, when you're treating a histrionic, it's much more difficult. Now, but I said, where is obviously see, with the passive dependent, you can see clearly that erotic system finding the object of adoration, right? With this one, you're not going to see the expression of the lover archetypal systems in that form. They are still scanning for it. They're looking for it. What's going on with the erotic energy in this histrionic? You said there's a kind of a seductive recruiting quality. Certainly that is one. And how does that manifest? How does that appear in terms of diagnostic indicators when they walk in your office? Attention seeking, what? A lot of emotionality. I mean, there's a lot of affect in these folks. These folks are not boring. These folks are not boring. There's a lot of juice in these personalities, a lot of archetypal energy in a histrionic. And it comes off of surfaces. Their aesthetics are jacked up in the archetypal energy. And if you've got somebody sitting in your office who is not fascinated with surfaces, it's probably not a histrionic. You better look closer. And that is not pathological. What's going on there is that erotic energy is manifesting in a sense of kind of radiant expressions of textures, colors, jewelry. I mean, there's a real, you can see that sense of adoration that's gotten down into objects. It's gotten down into scarves. It's gotten down into hairdos. I mean, there's a real magnification. You get what I mean? They have a sense, and they have a sense of all these surfaces, and they have this aesthetic sense about them, and that's where the erotic energy is going there. It's going into objects. It's not helping them do a successful job of recruiting. And, you know, we can say, well, it's more archaic here. And there's a sense in which that's true. But then art, I mean, really, a lot of good art is manifesting these energies as well. So you gotta, you know, it's archetypal. It's you know, I mean, let's don't depreciate it. The thing about it is, they glow a lot, though. And a really talented histrionic is really fascinating. And the temptation for a therapist, and we'll speak on this more later, is to be too interested in all the energy coming off of the various flamboyant emotionality communications, and not have enough empathy for what it's really like to be in there, for that human being in there, because you got to have a lot of empathy to have a sense for how painful it is to be in this world, the world of the histrionic. Why is their world so painful? I'm asserting it's very, very much more painful inner world than for the passive dependent. And why is it so painful?
They're always longing and searching, but they never find.
Longing and longing and longing and thinking they found, and then being disappointed. And then each time they're successfully disappointed, their capacity, which is considerable. One of the things I always point out to students about these folks, look, let's give them their due. They have an enormous capacity. They have a lot of courage, and they have a lot of hope. How do we know? They keep on trucking. They keep on trucking, you know. I mean, as soon as you say, look, that person's been married 5 times. Oh, my God. But, you know, I look at that and I say, yeah, baby, keep trying. You know, I mean, don't, you know, this is where Tillich comes in. I want to teach you that Tillich stuff sometime. Listen to my Courage to be Transformed, the lectures that are available from the Jung Institute. But we don't want to be looking negatively at the good things this person's got. We got to look at that courage, and we got to support that courage. And in your interpretation with a histrionic, one of the things you can do that is helpful is to find subtle ways to notice their resilience. Because if you can communicate that you see and admire their courage, and encourage that, because the danger, if you don't do that, is that they're going to go into what? They're very vulnerable to getting over the edge of the abyss into depression, where they do lose touch with their hope, and despair becomes able to set up. Now, the fact that despair has not already set up is miraculous. You've got to get that. That is amazing that they have not gone into a more terminal despair. See, despair is one of the things we ought to have a seminar on sometime. Just despair and hope in the context of therapy. But so you want to see that resilience, and you want to see that capacity to come back, and you want to kind of let them know that you see it, and that it's a good idea to keep that, and that you have hope. You need to communicate everything that you do with a histrionic between the lines. The communication between the lines in your countertransference relationship with them needs to communicate that, yeah, there is still a freedom here. You still have some room to play. Yeah.
You said that they have the propensity to alcohol and drugs. What
Yeah.
are the
Well, you got to have empathy about the pain level. They have enormous pain that they clean up, paint up, and fix up, and try to mask with looking good, trying to look good. But it's hard to overestimate the enormity of the psychic pain of a histrionic, and therefore we need to have empathy about their tendency to self-medicate. That's even more true with the borderline. But in any case, so with this type of individual, they're not getting the capacities of the lover to attach to the nurturant one. That is impaired. And so when you're trying to figure out how to intervene with this person, you've got to figure out ways to get around the fact that they already have severe doubts about you. When they come in the door, they already have severe doubts about you. And so coming up with a intervention strategy that gives you the best shot at being able to help them, that's much more difficult here. But the strong points of this personality is that courage, and that is a manifestation of their warrior they have got a lot more warrior going in their personality. And you see the active dependent, they have some warrior going. And how else do you know that if you're working with or married to a histrionic? Where does that appear, the warrior energy? Anybody know?
When you fail it.
Huh?
When you fail it, they find out you're not the center.
Well, whenever they're disappointed in you, you get zapped. They are very capable of in fact, in intimate relationships, they're very irascible. And so, you know, they will come out and attack you frequently. So if you're in a relationship with a histrionic, you're going to see a lot of the erotic energy on the surfaces. It's going to be manifest in the level of their pain. Understand that in any of these personalities, personalities that have a lot of experience in their subjectivity of their pain, that they cannot put aside, encapsulate. If a personality is not capable of encapsulating their affects in order to function, that lover energy is flooding. And so this is a parallel with what Murray Bowen talks about when he talks about emotional systems and intellectual systems. You know, there are therapists that think that the way to heal is through catharsis. Well, if you understand this stuff very well, you don't have such an idealization of cathartic methods, because these people are in a kind of a perpetual oozing of unregulated affects. And there's some good work that's being done now about affect regulation, and they're focusing a lot on interpersonal connections and attachment theory. But what we need to do is affirm that stuff, but we also need to understand that this flooding of affects is an archetypal colonization. You are not going to fix it by doing more picking at the early trauma and going more deeply into the early trauma and rehearsing the early trauma and doing a reductive analysis of the early trauma. And this is where all of this preoccupation with trauma among recent theorists, it's scientifically interesting, but it's therapeutically disastrous in a lot of cases. And you can't get that if you don't understand that this colonization of pain, pleasure, pleasure, pain, pain, pleasure, that's id phenomena. Yeah, go ahead.
I was supervising a student the other day, and this is exactly the mistake he made. This person is really in this space, really saying, basically, I feel like giving up. They were into their despair.
Yeah.
In terms of just how much they put themselves out in relationships and don't get it back.
Yeah.
And they essentially, she wanted this student to just get it.
To get it.
And he then asked, so when did you first start feeling this? Totally lost her. And her anger just kept increasing during the session. And he didn't kind of know why. What was he facing?
Yeah. Well, he had his hand on her head over the toilet.
Bless you,
Therapists do that a lot. And listen, they got to get over this. Therapists have, you know, I'm not talking about loop-to-loop analysis here. I'm talking about fundamental, basic, integrative psychotherapy. If somebody is presenting in your office with a lot of compulsive lover energies, it's going to mean that they're in tremendous pain. And it's going to also mean that they have very little capacity to regulate their erotic agendas. They are not regulating them. They're being run roughshod over by their erotic agendas. And so this is where we need to put aside all of these Gestalt fantasies about, well, let's have you Let's have you really get down into this. Well, they're already down into it, and they don't even know where the edge of the toilet bowl is. They can't even find that. Well, if you're the frontline therapist trying to help this person survive, you want to help them find the edge of the toilet bowl, and you want to be helping them come up out of that. Because how far down does all that pain go? I like to tell people it goes all the way down to the turtle. You're not going to drain that through catharsis. Get over it. It goes all the way down. It is an archetypal system that feels all of the pain of the universe. It feels all this genocide of the Indians. It feels all the horror and guilt of slavery. It feels all the tragedy of all these children being sold into sexual slavery. It feels all of that. At lover energy, you know, that's where you unite with all the pain in the universe. And so what you got to do is to start trying to help them differentiate. And you've got two resources in the psyche. This is where this stuff fits Bowen theory. You've got two systems, archetypal systems in the psyche that help differentiate from that regressive fusion with all the eros. And they go there, these two systems right here. These two systems are the archetypal systems for differentiation. The magician will help you to come up and detach out of the toilet bowl. You rise up over the toilet bowl. You're not drowning in your affects. You're up, you get up enough, you've got to support that magician and get him say, what is all of this? It's a kind of a psychic out-of-body experience. Well, you want to support that if a person is drowning in the affects. It's not a final solution, however, because a person has got to develop armor plate. You know, Reich was always talking about all the character armor, and he was talking about the negative side of it because he was concerned about all of these psychopathic types that had so much armor, character armor, that they couldn't feel anything. That is a problem. That is a problem with the independent types. They don't feel much. But with this type of personality, they have got to be helped having a little character armor. You know, the full armor of God, the Christians say. You know, I mean, Indra's shield and so forth in Hindu tradition. There's got to be some protection of their heart. They've got to get to the point where they've got membranes developing between them and their affects. And so you support the capacity to pull out of it and contemplate. It's going to be hard, but it's with somebody drowning in lover energies, it's probably the first move that the one that's got a best chance of having some success. And yeah, you were going to raise.
You mentioned Bowen.
Murray Bowen. Yeah. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. When Bowen is talking about trying to get that intellectual function going, when he's talking about getting the intellectual systems going, having a person think about it, he's talking about magician development. He's talking about what I'm talking about is magician development. So you've got in Bowen, you've got the systems. I mean, he thinks there's two systems, one for fusion and one for differentiation that are in constant tension. Well, he's partially right. The place where Bowen is wrong is that there are actually two archetypal systems having to do with fusion and two archetypal systems having to do with differentiation. These are the fusion systems. And so you can fuse from the royal position. That's what the narcissistic personality disorder does. I am the world. You are an extension of me. Shut up. You're lucky to be an extension of me. You're supposed to do what I say before I even have to tell you. But that's a fusion. And you can see how that's simply a deterioration of the appropriate parental capacity to really get into a dyad where the child and the parent, like is going on with you and your child now, where there's that nurturant field. The baby recruits and you respond. The baby recruits and you respond. So you get this positive synergy going there. Well, that needs to be happening in your therapeutic work with one of these. But it's real hard. Why is it so hard? It is so hard because they've been disappointed so many times. And so what is the record of the disappointment in their personality, in their memory banks, in all those brain connections? Where is their brain going when they get close to you and they start thinking, oh, she might be the one? Well, what's going to start firing in her brain or his brain? Fear. Right? Fear. The amygdala is going to start firing when they start entertaining the possibility of trusting you. You get that? If you're in this. So, what do you have to do? You got to deal with the pain first. You got to deal with the pain. You can get them some medication to help them deal with the pain. Some cases that will really speed things up. It's not a panacea. It shouldn't be treated as a panacea. But a lot of the time, folks are in so much pain that if you get them some medication and you frame it in the context of, we're going to get you some medication, it's not going to solve the problem, but it's going to help you work on it. It's going to get you to where you can work on the problem. So the other thing you do is you try to stimulate these magician systems. Because when that magician system is stimulated and evoked by you, by every which way you can, any way you can get that rolling, then the person will actually start lifting out of the pain. How do you know the magician systems? We'll see more about this later. How do you know the magician systems are operating? Because it lifts you out of emotionality. It's platonic. It lifts you up out of it. Now, there's detached disorders that we'll deal with, I think, Sunday morning. That's when it's on full automatic and compulsive. But they're supposed to be running. Those systems are supposed to be running. If you can evoke those systems and get them running, it'll pull the person up so they're not just drowning in the toilet bowl. They can begin to think about all this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Well, again, I can't get into that a lot, but for example, with a histrionic, this is why dream interpretation is so fantastic with a histrionic, if you can get them interested in that. And it's not easy, but my experiences are with a histrionic that they can get into dream interpretation. And the beauty of dream interpretation with them is that they don't have to trust you in order to do dream work. They don't have to trust you nearly as much to do that. And so this is where Freudian methodologies, which rely so much on a positive transference and tend to pathologize the patient if they can't form one, they're really problematic. What we have to say to therapists is, you're not as important as you think you are. If the person cannot form a positive transference, then try to use techniques which can make structural, and this is we're anticipating the next time we get together, you need to support these systems. All of the active imagination, all the dream work, all of the ways that you can try to support the poorly functioning magician in this histrionic. The histrionic has a very poorly functioning magician system. They're very shallow intellectually. They're Milan, if you notice in the description, that they're very flighty intellectually. That means they can't sustain a train of thought long enough for it to get anywhere. How are we? Let's see. We're about to run out of time here. Let's see. No, I got a few minutes. Cool. So in any case, so this person is not going to be able to form a non-conflictual positive transference with you until time has elapsed and you get past the probation period as a therapist. If you can get past the probation period, then they can begin to work on this and you can start becoming a more dependable object. But in the meantime, you've got to work on this system. And they have got some good warrior stuff going in terms of their capacity to get angry. And you know, they work very hard. They work very hard. So they're not lazy. And so the chances of them being willing to experiment with you with various techniques are higher because they bore easily. So, you know, you need to not be too boring. You know, this one is looking for some energy, and if you're too flat, then that's going to speed up their leaving. See, yeah.
Even in the case of these cases that you have, if you're not experienced, it's better for a therapist to start being the function of the police to guard and pacify and bring them to society, rather than give them sort of liberating thought to become self-actualized and change the society totally, including the psychiatry.
Well, you know, that's a long agenda. We're not dealing with therapeutic techniques so much here. I'm just trying to show you where the archetypal systems are involved here in this, and so you can find ways to use their capacity to work. They do have some capacity for you to act much more than the passive dependent has. And they'll get involved in things, and they will go to workshops. If you think of workshops that might be constructive for them to do, enactments you can help them get involved in, will be things, they will do it. They make pretty good New Age groupies. And so you know, that's, you know, you got to use what you got access to, and you can use that. You can mirror it, but you can keep on trying to deepen their cognitive functioning. Yeah.
I may have misunderstood what you said earlier, but you were talking about histrionic series of long disappointments.
Yes.
And then the amygdala starts firing.
That's the fear. That's the fear, because they remember that. See, they remember all these disappointments.
Right. And then you said, so you need to deal with the fear.
Yeah.
But the magician isn't really dealing with fear.
Oh yeah, it does too.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes. You know, I mean, look, read some Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius. Read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. That's magician stuff. It's magician and warrior stuff. It's Marcus Aurelius covers a lot of this ground, and that is to say, you got to get to where you can get a cognitive mastery of all this stuff that's going on, and it does tend to dampen the fear. It does tend to dampen it. You're dampening. You're dampening it. You want to dampen it. You want to dampen the fear. In the short run, you've got to, because their fear is going to be what makes them leave you. It's their fear that's going to make them terminate. See?
Deal with the fear.
No, no. Never expect that I'm going. If we're talking about somebody that is overwhelmed with affects, you're never going to hear Robert Moore say, "Put out fire with gasoline." We're going to try to get these affects regulated by every mode of organization we can, because if the affects are flooding, and most of our chaotic patients are flooded in affects, the really chaotic ones, you've got to draw on the centers. That's a center of organization. That's a center of organization. And that's a center of detachment, contemplation, and mapping and orientation. You follow me? Okay. You got to ask what these archetypal systems do. You got to know what they do and what they don't do. The lover systems do not provide any order whatsoever. They provide intensity, passion of affects, lots of energy, lots of juice. In Tillich's terms, when you have a negative manifestation from lover energy, it is almost always in a flooding, energetic form. There's too much energy to be regulated. So what you want to do is you want to develop all the systems that have to do with organization. The Royal will provide an organizational center if you can help them get to it. First, you've got to try to help them get to it in the transference. But you got to be realistic, because they have all this fear. You with me on that? They've got all this fear, and they got this fear honest because they've been disappointed so many times. They have more fear about being disappointed again. That's continually growing in the life of the histrionic. And at a certain point, the fear is going to get terminal. It's going to push them into a borderline organization. Yeah, okay. We got to stop.
Could you just finish the other phrase?
Yeah.
What they there.
Oh, okay. Okay. This is where you get. This is your throne room axis mundi space. This is sovereignty. This is sovereignty. Sovereignty is willed organization. And the borderline has, the histrionic and the borderline has practically none. The histrionic has enough willed organization to be on the quest. The warrior systems, this is Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Effective People. And Covey, I got an ambassador out to Covey now, because what I want Covey to do is to recruit some of his friends that are psychotherapists to turn these 7 habits into something real dumbed down and real accessible to really disturbed people. Because in brief psychotherapy, if you start working with them on those 7 habits principles, that will work on this sector here. That is a war. His 7 habits treat all these things, but it's going for effectiveness, and it's going for creating habits creating habits through your intentionality, your intentional actions, and the histrionic could learn to do that, because they're not stupid and they work hard. They just don't know what to do. They've been trying everything.
Another organizational center.
That is the warrior organizational center. That's the only system that has to do with acting. It's the only thing in the psyche that provides the action. This decides, but it doesn't act. You can see that in the narcissistic personality disorder. The royal energy alone does not act. It just is I am. Without these warrior circuits, there's no action. And so there's the activity. This is your behavioral agenda as a therapist. And so a therapist needs to do cognitive therapy, they need to do behavioral therapy, they need to do therapy with the affects, and they need to do therapy working on getting that sovereignty installed. This is Lacan's understanding of the installation of the phallus. When Lacan is talking about the installation of the phallus, he's talking about getting the sovereignty installed in the center of the psyche. Integrative psychotherapy, in short, is a good place to stop. Integrative psychotherapy that's truly integrative is going to try to optimize each one of these systems in their role in facilitating an optimally functioning personality. And so when you're doing psychopathology, you've got to be able to do a structural diagnosis. Why? Because if you don't know how to do a structural diagnosis, you're not going to know which of the systems are the most impaired and thereby unavailable to the person. And you're not going to be able to prioritize and be proactive as a therapist in knowing what your best bet is about trying to enhance the level of creative organization in the psyche. Do you see that? You have to know how the dysfunction is structured, because if you don't know how it's structured, then you will be trying things that may actually make things worse. Does that make sense to you? See?
This concludes lecture number 3. Please go on to lecture number 4. Archetype, Compulsion, and Complex. Lecture number 4. The Magician Archetype and the Pathologies of Detachment and Cognition.
Okay, probably the most important thing for you to do, again, and this is true in each time, you know, I realize that I should have, and I'll try to do this before we do small groups again, is to make up a set of study questions for you to use in small groups so that you can ask the kinds of questions that you need to ask. And beginning on each of these, the most important question that you need to ask is, do you have a feeling, have you read enough, have you studied these different spaces, these different archetypal spaces, enough to get a feeling for the particular energy or not? And if you have not, then you've got to try to work on that. That's very important. That's why you know, you try to learn these mythic geographies, because it's through studying these mythic geographies that you get a sense of the flat, one-sided nature of archetypal energies. Archetypal energies are not integrated. Humans can be very complex and varied and rich and richly integrated, but archetypes are not. Archetypes, I mean, of course, the dragon itself is. I mean, the totality of the code, or the totality of the psyche, you can say the God Imago balances all the opposites perfectly. But particular archetypes, even the ones that, like we're talking about, that as I have said to you, I believe these are the building blocks of the four corners of the system self. As I've said to you, not all archetypes are equal, and yet you can actually see some of the other archetypes. Like, I don't know whether you've seen my archetype initiation book, but the archetype of the trickster and the archetype of initiation are also located in the magician space. So, in fact, that's how I first started getting a sense there being different geographies in the psyche. Yes? The what? That would be another trickster image. Yeah, that's another trickster image. Holy fool, another trickster image. All of those anti-structure figures. All anti-structures structural figures are magician in magician space. So, but there are all kinds of archetypal images. But what I'm trying to teach folks that are doing practical integrative psychotherapy is not all archetypes are equal, and to think they are is to really be in a massa confusa, because it's quite clear that aggression is a major agenda for every one of your clients. Cognitive functioning is a major agenda for each one of your clients. Being able to have a sense of their own power and sovereignty and their own vision for their life is a major agenda for each one of your clients. See? And erotic and affiliative agendas are major agendas for every one of your clients. Now, those people that have a fantasy that nothing is species-wide, I'm willing to take anybody on intellectually in terms of evidence that tries to argue that those are not species-wide. Those agendas are clearly species-wide, and they are critical for the functioning of the system self. We want, I would love for you to have an opportunity to study Mircea Eliade's work in depth, and I hope you will, because you would get a tremendous sense of the enormous range of archetypal images by doing that. That is actually the best and quickest way. It's far better than studying Joseph Campbell. Mircea Eliade, E-L-I-A-D-E, M-I-R-C-E-A-E-L-I-A-D-E. If I was running curriculum for a Jungian analyst, you wouldn't get to be a Jungian analyst if you had not studied fairly comprehensively Eliade's work, because there are too many people getting Jungian diplomas now that have not really done much comparative mythology and comparative symbolics. A lot of the time you study one fairy tale, you study one myth, that is not adequate for training as a Jungian analyst. And so if you ever hear anybody say that Robert Moore just believes there are 4 or 8 archetypes, I hope you will disabuse them, because I've never said that. But if you think in terms of the actual struggle of the psyche to actually organize, these 4 systems that we're talking about are far more fundamental than any of the other archetypal systems. And for example, people talk about the mother archetype and the father archetype, but I don't believe those exist. I believe that that's the royal father and the royal mother, which is the royal images. Because if a person has got a real severe mother or father transference issue, a projection issue or complex issue, it is because they have not gotten the royal archetypal transferences off of their parents. So in any case, to actually use this stuff practically in practical integrative psychotherapy, you don't have to know Eliade's collected works. I'm not overambitious about what we can do in brief seminar, but that would be a good thing if you get some time, is to get that stuff and just study the heck out of it, because then you'll really have a sweeping sense of archetypal imagery. But to use Jungian materials in practical integrative psychotherapy, it's very important to study these 4 archetypal systems.
Which one of Eliade's works would you recommend?
Well, you can start with the Patterns in Comparative Religion, or the book that used to be called From Primitives to Zen. You'll have to see see what that is being published under. The title has changed because it got not politically correct to say primitives. But anyway, you need to do one of the overview Eliade sweeping overview books first, then start doing the different individual volumes. They're all incredibly rich, and he is incredibly Jungian. Even though when he got to the University of Chicago, he discovered that Jung is not acceptable at the University of Chicago. Why? He's got too many religious overtones. And so he, instead of saying archetypes in comparative religion, which he had earlier said, he changed it to structures in comparative religion, and began to talk about structures in comparative religion so that people wouldn't accuse him of being a Jungian. But in any case, that is the way. If you really want to get an adequate grasp of archetypal materials, the best thing to do, you can't study everything. So my theory of scholarship at the advanced level for busy people is being very careful what you put a lot of time into. And in other words, don't waste your time with a lot of fluff. Study major figures that have a really deep and wide grasp of the topic you're trying to master. Then you can nuance that later, you know. But I would work with Eliade, and I would do Campbell's sweeping corpus. But Campbell doesn't have as much of a sense of the. It's a little flatter than Eliade's sense. Eliade has a radically powerful sense of the sacred, the numinous, and the role it's played with human beings, and that's archetypal dynamics. So anyway, you got to have a feeling for this geography, for these geographies, and I may have told some of you, I'm working now on a survey introductory text on my meta theory, which I've always admired Ernest Wolf's book, Treating the Self, where he put together what he thought was really important for somebody to know about his theory, treating the self. And I'm trying to get together with the help of Boris Matthews, who's a brilliant Jungian analyst in Madison, Wisconsin. He's helping me edit through all the sweeping stuff of my work to try to bring together my version of that Treating the Self book. And that hopefully will be available. We should have a draft within a year completed. It won't be finished, but it'll be good enough that I could make that available to those that want to study, my thoughts. So you got one textbook. And in that, I'll do a basic phenomenology of these spaces out of the other resources. But let me jump into this warrior space now. How do you know warrior geography when you come into a room that is dominated by it, or when you start experiencing yourself in that geography, or when one of your patients or analyzans is dominated by that geography? And let me just say a few things that you can take to the bank about warrior geography. If these things are not true, it's not firing. That is to say, warrior geography always oversimplifies things. Very, very complex dynamics and issues will get reduced to simple either-or choices. And so, as you get a feeling for this kind of space, you will have some sense about what this is for. Because if you're trying to act, if you're really trying to act, it's very important for you to act, or for your patient to act. It doesn't help to have too complex an analysis, because analysis paralysis is a favorite term for those that know that individuals get to where they're immobilized. by complexity. And so it's no accident that in the warrior systems, in the warrior archetypal systems in the personality are going to oversimplify, because, you know, sometimes you have to act in spite of the complexity of the situation. And one of the things that human beings do in those circumstances is they will dumb down their cognitive function so that they don't see. So in other words, the P, if you're a Myers-Briggs P, that P in your typology, it really inhibits the warrior systems in your personality. If you've got a J in that Myers-Briggs, your warrior systems are more available to you. How many of you got J's in your? Okay, so some of you have less trouble deciding than some of the rest of us, and less trouble focusing, and you know. Okay, so there is when that thing is working like it's supposed to help you cut through the analysis paralysis and take action. In other words, in psychotherapy, people need to be proactive and do things before they get it all figured out, right? And so that's one characteristic. Another characteristic is it tends to polarize all space. It tends to polarize all space. If you walk into a room, or if you're in an organization and this thing is constellated, there are going to be clearly two sides. Not three, not six, not four. There's going to be dividing into camps. And you see this happening in psychoanalytic institutes a lot. That is, this warrior shadow among psychoanalysts gets firing. It's not under conscious regulation and control, but it gets firing. And there have been many, and it's not just Jungian institutes, although Jungians are plagued by this. I think now almost all the institutes I know anything about are having severe alienation and estrangement, shall we say. So anyway, but the space becomes polarized. That is because warrior space, archetypally speaking, is the plane of Armageddon. It is the space of the mother of all battles. It is the territory of apocalyptic, and in its rawest archetypal forms, that's you'll see when it's really coming in and possessing the personality. People get into a lot of last battle fantasies. Douglas Gillette and I are working on a manuscript now, an old manuscript we were working on in 1989. And we finally got a contract for it, called The Last Right, Fundamentalism, Secularism, and the Future of Spirituality. And in that, we're looking at this unconscious drive. We're picking up on Jung and Edinger. We're looking at this unconscious drive toward apocalyptic events that we're seeing all over in our species. And we're looking at the way in which this archetype of the apocalypse gets acted out in various different scenarios. Well, in people who are really flooding with this archetypal energy of the warrior tend to really organize their whole cognitive world in terms of the last things and the last battle and being left behind. I don't know whether you're aware that in our culture now, that some of the most hotly selling books are books which are rigidly fundamentalist Christian books, and which are selling by the millions, more than any other kind of literature, If you become aware of the extent to which this last battle fantasy is going on, you have a sense for how much the raw, archaic warrior archetypal constellation is on full automatic in certain sectors of our culture, and not just our culture, among some Islamic culture, Indian culture, very other places. But you got to get a sense, and this space will polarize. In this space, bridge building is out. You don't do bridge building in this space. There may be impulses to connect, but when this thing is expressed in a raw way, anybody that attempts bridge building is considered what?
The enemy.
The enemy. If you start trying to mediate, if you P's start trying to say, well, it's probably not that simple. So you're one of them.
We're the Antichrist, because the Antichrist will come and unify all faith and religions, so you're part of the Antichrist.
Yeah, that's right. See, if you have a unity agenda, read that royal. If you have some royal energy, and you're trying to bring some needed royal energy into this Tower of Babel phenomenon we're seeing, then you will be seen as the enemy. You follow? And that is growing very powerfully. If there's anything that makes sense out of what's happening on the world scene now, it's that this particular archetypal constellation is really growing in domination. And so it's allergic to any bridge building phenomena. It majors in hate. This stuff is it's antagonistic assessments of the other.
Tolkien spoke a good image, mythic image of this energy, you know.
Well, the Tolkien picks up the whole apocalyptic battle stuff, yeah. And if you want to study the archetypes, particularly these four systems, you can study the Lord of the Rings cycle, because you get each of the archetypal energies laid out in a fairly rich manner. In those movies, yeah.
You know what I was seeing this today in young Roman Catholic seminarians and priests.
Is that right? In young ones?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally, almost frightening. What do you see? In young Roman Catholic priests, and
an intolerance, an increasing us and them thing, and an increasing antagonism toward the Vatican II reforms. Now, I have been critical of the tendency of Vatican II to drop out a lot of very useful ritual resources for people. So if you hear that Robert Moore has criticized Vatican II, that's where I criticize Vatican II. I don't criticize the anti-authoritarianism of Vatican II. But anyway, we need to go on with this now. So yeah, go ahead.
If you look at I see the extreme fundamentalism as a reaction to something that's been neglected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's almost like a little bit of a shadow warrior. But what has been neglected in the warrior to create this backlash?
Yeah.
I mean, how is I guess what I'm trying to figure out is this wouldn't be happening if something wasn't paid attention to, and I don't quite understand.
Well, it's nihilistic secularism. It's soulless nihilistic secularism that fundamentalisms. They are each other's. They're each other's shadow brothers and sisters, because nihilistic secularism has an incapacity to really see that real evil exists, and they really are enemies of the human species and other species. And the kind of sort of complete relativism that you get into if you don't have any sense of, if you get into a kind of a radical deconstructionist position, you can't bring any moral critique about anything. There's no really way to ground a moral critique. And so you combine that with corporate narcissism, and you've got the corporate narcissism on the one hand, which makes a wonderful foil for a very radical fundamentalist warrior response, such as Al-Qaeda's or other radical fundamentalist responses. And so it's not hard to figure out what being reacted against. But what I want you to get a feel for is the 220,000 volt warrior energy that issues in apocalyptic scenarios. Last battles, total polarizations, us and them, and the only, and in those Left Behind books, you get this sort of very interesting, you can just tell the satisfaction in seeing all those lost people getting theirs when we who are really a part of the remnant are pulled out of the Holocaust that is to come. And so you can see the sadistic hate-filled aspect of that, because what happens when this archetype gets to a certain point of automatic firing, it's not interested in any redress. It's not interested in any restoration. It's not interested in any repair of breaches. It is implacable. It is narcissistic rage. Narcissistic rage is a manifestation of this. There's a radical difference between anger and narcissistic rage. Both are warrior phenomena. One is a regulated human expression of the warrior, which is seeking redress and a correction of a situation which is not acceptable. Rage is far more archetypal in its form, far less regulated, and it is a much more, if you're familiar with rages, that is the archetypal warrior blasting through. See, what's buzzing here? In any case, so you've got a simplistic kind of either-or kind of thing. There tends to be polarization. When it's functioning better, there is a capacity. There are two self-object functions, which Ernest Wolff has talked about in his self-psychological work. There are there are three of the self-object functions that he talks about that are in this sector. It's in this archetypal system of the psyche. One is called the aversive self-object function. That is, a person's warrior circuitry is not working well enough if they cannot push back against a toxic influence on them in their life. If they cannot seek to distance themselves assertively from a very toxic, damaging kind of presence. And one of the things you'll notice in people who are flooded with the lover kind of thing is they have a problem with having an adequate aversive function. They often do not act to put up some distance between them and toxic influences. That's because this thing is not functioning well. So there's the aversive function. Secondly, there is the adversarial function. And the adversarial function is not merely to push away, to sort of to distance from a threatening or toxic presence. The adversarial function is one in which you can enjoy your capacity to oppose something that you think is wrong or needs to be changed. You can not feel bad about confrontation. If confrontation is needed, and in human life it often is, and many of us are very challenged in our adversarial capacities. And when we should confront, we don't. It's a very common pattern to see people trying to substitute detachment for adequate adversarial capacities in the psyche. Are you with me on that? Do you see that? It's a very common pattern. People who have not been helped to claim their archetypal warrior systems in an appropriate and mature way, and not been given opportunities to learn how to use them without being obnoxious and unnecessarily unpleasant, unnecessarily reactive, then often people will try to. I told you there were two kinds of differentiation: one detaching and one using the warrior systems. You really need the warrior systems, friends. You can't be a very integrated personality without adequate integration of the warrior systems. It's not possible. You can't really finally integrate very much. And as you will see, this is the system which allows you to linearize and set limits. It is the system when, I'm speaking if it's working adequately. It will help you accept limitations. And if you've got a lot of that, this is the problem with the narcissistic personality disorder, because they lack enough of this system functioning in their personality. And therefore, they cannot really linearization, the capacity to actually live in linear time as appropriate. That is all in this sector. This is the only sector of the personality that understands linear time. That 3 o'clock you need to be at such and such a place, or you may make your boss so mad that he's going to fire you. And so if you've got a person that has got a real procrastination problem, which are loads of people that are chronically late, people, I say, I like people to have their stuff in at least 2 bags. You know, I mean, optimally, they can get all their stuff in 1 bag, but listen, there are so many of the people we work with that can't even find their bags. And it's because, I'm serious, it's because this thing is not functioning well, because everybody kind of got this pathologizing of aggression. There's this incredible pathologizing of aggression. But listen, without this, you don't pull yourself together. And that gets us to the third thing we owe to Ernest Wolff to clarify these things, and I'm simply pointing to a convergence between Ernest Wolff's self-psychology and my work, and that is when he talks about efficacy function. This is the sphere of efficacy function. A personality has to have had help and experience in getting to the point that it can choose a mission, but after it has chosen a goal or mission, which is a royal agenda, it has to have a sense about how you would get from here today. What would be involved? How much time would it take? What resources would it take? how much do the actual constraints that I'm dealing with limit my ability to achieve this goal? Actual, not illusory constraints. But one of the things you'll notice in people that don't have adequate integration of these warrior systems is they will have their fantasy or their goal, but they will have a tremendous difficulty in breaking this down into linear steps that can be monitored and evaluated as they move. And you see, now we're in the sphere of behavioral intervention. And careful monitoring by the therapist analyst of behavioral interventions, because when an individual has got severe problems with this sector, which is most of the people that see you, most of the people that see you have an archetypal warrior system that is far from good enough. Far from good enough. Some of them, we'll see, we'll talk about these particular patterns, but this is why I made my comment earlier about Stephen Covey's work. Because rightly adapted to brief psychotherapy and sort of take-off and landing integrative psychotherapy, Covey's work could be an enormous tool in your hands. It's so much more comprehensive and so much more sophisticated and so much more carefully linearized than practically any behavioral therapy system you're ever going to find. That if you work at adapting Covey's work, and you've got those Franklin Covey planners, which you can actually work with individuals on learning to use. Now they will have an aversive reaction. That's one place where they can have an aversive. Oh my God, you're not going to expect me to plan my day, you know. But that efficacy function that Wolf is talking about, it's going to be very difficult to develop healthy self-esteem in any client if you cannot have a significant influence on their more adequate efficacy capacities. And do you get what I'm saying here? So aversive, adversarial, which means I'm going to take you on. And a lot of the time when a patient begins to feel safe with you, they'll start to pick a fight with you. And what needs to be in the therapist's mind is this an unpracticed efficacy and adversarial agenda that is now, given the vessel of our relationship, is now restarting? Is this person now going to practice with me what they've never been able to practice with anyone else? Because if it is a reawakening of a dormant, are you with me on this? If it's a reawakening of a dormant self-object function that now in the supportive relationship with you, the alliance with you, in the vessel with you, this thing, whatever has not waked up, if your vessel is good enough, see, those early self-psychologists were right about this. Those dormant self-object functions will start to wake up. The snake's going to wake up and it's going to try to come out to play. So it's not always bad when your patient begins to start to want to kind of argue with you and test their mettle at challenging your interpretations. This may be a reawakening of this kind of agenda. Do you get my drift? So it's important to kind of have a depathologized view of this archetypal system, and have an honest view of how good this system is in yourself. Because I'm forever trying to consolidate this system in my own personality. And it does not come easy for me. But anyway, so these are some of the potentials that are in this archetypal sector. And so focus, capacity to focus, the capacity for discipline, the capacity to stand unpleasantness in the struggle toward a goal. This, you know, in terms of the four cardinal virtues that I said Aristotle anticipated all this quadration of these energies, which cardinal virtue is characteristic of this quadrant? I said prudence was characteristic of the magician quadrant. Fortitude, and what else would you say? Courage. Courage. So the courage your patient is going to need to get better is going to come out of this archetypal sector. So this cannot be a throwaway. Now what we'll turn to now is just looking at what happens when this thing is, when it is firing but not well enough. It is present in the self system, but manifesting it's manifesting to some degree in the subjectivity of the person. We're going to start with the one for whom it is not very well integrated, but it is functioning toward some kind of efficacy, and that is the passive ambivalent, which we know as the compulsive personality type. A high-functioning compulsive or a high-functioning passive ambivalent can be very effective at many tasks. Do they have much fun? No. No, they don't have much fun. They are not very conversant with their feelings. They're terrified, actually, of getting too conversant with their feelings because of the nature of their feelings. We talk about this type of personality. This personality tends to be organized in what we know as a horizontal split. That is to say, Milan likes to say, in the conscious mind of this personality type, you've got a passive dependent. I am really nice, and I'm really trying to please you. In the unconscious mind of this personality type, you have got an active independent. So in the shadow of this personality type is going to be a lot of royal energy that they cannot, dare not become conscious of. So any compulsive, think about it now, a compulsive fears displeasing the one in authority. They have a very, they run with their brakes on a lot. They have to keep those air brakes on, because down underneath that horizontal repression barrier is a lot of rage. And they would really like to strangle their boss, you know. They'd really like to tell you what they really think of you. And they are, it's the Incredible Hulk, friends. It's the Incredible Hulk, the big green monster in the basement. And they know it's in there intuitively, but they try to not know it. And this is a classic example of ego defenses doing their thing. The Incredible Hulk is in there, and boy, those ego defenses are working, and I'm really nice, and I am really nice, and I'm just here to please you and do a good job, just as perfect as possible. See, so if you look at the polarities as Milan has them, I got to comment more about what he does with these things. But you notice there's no shading of the pleasure polarity. That is not getting much libido. The concern for pleasure is not getting much libido at all. The capacity to stand pain, they've got a little capacity to stand pain, because the way they do it is they just numb out. They numb out any sense of their bodies and any sensitivity to their pain. They try not to. They don't really whine a lot. So if it's a compulsive personality disorder, they're not given to a lot of whining and complaining verbally. They do it passive aggressively. On the look at the accommodation modification, this is misleading in Milan. These people actually do draw quite a bit on the warrior systems in terms of work. They can do a lot of work, and they can do a lot of work if they're fairly high functioning pretty effectively. Not nearly their optimum, because they got foot on the air brakes, but they get a lot done, and so it's more active than Milan thinks. This one is more active than Milan thinks. We'll see the active ambivalent is more hostile, more overtly hostile, but actually this one actually is using the warrior systems better than the active. You get me? There's more usable warrior energy in this one. You follow that? No. You don't follow that. They can work. If a person can work, they got some access to this archetypal system of the warrior. People who can really get themselves together and attend to a task and work with it, they are drawing on this, and these people actually are quite productive. They're productive to a fault often, and they don't care for themselves well at all. See what I mean? Okay, and down here at the bottom, the emphasis he puts on nurturance, he's of course right about that in the sense that, but it's really, his labels are really lousy. They're really misleading, because this person is not going to be nurturant. Don't kid yourself. They don't have enough feeling to be into nurturing others. What do? They try to please others, but it's not about generativity. They are so out of touch with the royal circuits in their personality that there's very little generativity in terms of the psychoanalytic virtue of generativity in this personality. A generative leader can make use of these kinds of personalities to do a lot of good things, but they're not into nurturing the other. What he's talking about here is attempts to recruit, grooming behaviors, primate grooming behaviors. I'll groom up and kick down. That's what Milan says about this one. You get that? Okay. What part do you not get? Grooming behaviors. In primate, there's a lot of studies of primate behaviors, and a lot of the evolutionary psychiatry is pointing to these very, very hierarchical ritualizations that are coded in our species. And this kind of behavior is very hierarchically disposed, and it's going to be very pleasing to superiors and tend to have a little bit of a sadistic attitude, cold, sadistic attitude towards people that are subordinates. You follow me? You get a lot of these in bureaucracies. And if you've been to the state lately to try to get your driver's license, Secretary of State's office or something like that, you'll get a little taste of the hidden aggression of the.
I'm delighted when you flunked in Western North Carolina.
Yeah.
Because you didn't study the book.
Yes, right. That sort of thing. That's right. You know, bureaucrats. These make great bureaucrats, because if you're a bureaucrat, you're really able to really turn the screws down. You're turning the screws down on yourself, but you do it also by turning the screws down on others.
So being nice is not really being nice.
They're not really being nice. They're not. They're trying to control their own aggression, because see, they put out a lot of warrior energy in their work, but they got a lot more in the unconscious that's raw. It's archetypal, and so in order to maintain the lid on that, they get real rigid and they get real rule bound, and so excuse me, you get that rule bound. The rule bound stuff is about keeping themselves in check. And what is it they want to keep in check? They want to keep in check the rest of the very, very raw archetypal warrior energy, which wants to blast those people that they are angry with. And the desires for sovereignty, which are royal agendas, which they have disavowed consciously. And so you've got a big, you've got a lot of lover shadow here. You got a lot of royal shadow. You got a good bit of warrior shadow still, even though they are a warrior. I put them in this warrior sector because of the workaholism. These people we're talking about now. Yeah, right, yeah, go ahead.
Here's that. What in their past or in their upbringing would cause this kind of personality?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things, but in childhood, these people never got much blessing for being playful, for being spontaneous. They did not get much support in having any sense of their own self, as opposed to the agendas of the supposedly nurturing ones. And so they learned very, very rigid controls because of the fear of the loss of approval of the self objects. Milan goes into that a great deal. So if you haven't read this Milan material, he goes into all the ideological factors in each one of these that he thinks are present.
When you were saying they're recruiting, I'm not sure what they're recruiting. What you meant by that?
Approval by superiors.
Okay.
Recruiting behaviors are, you recruit others to fulfill certain needs. Depending on what the particular archetypal need is, human beings go into recruiting behaviors. And depending on how good a person is at recruiting, their level of discouragement or actual capacity to function is on a continuum there. If they never learned to recruit very effectively as infants, then they didn't have very many gratifying experiences, self-object experiences, relational experiences, attachment experiences. And so these folks got reinforced for doing things right. Doing things right. That's what they got reinforced for. And not for who they were or what their feelings were or any kind of empathy for their feelings. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of shame
Oh, of course, yeah, yeah. What makes you say that? I think that's right. But why would you say?
Well, I think all that aggression that you might feel, you feel ashamed about, you can get rid of.
Yeah.
So by being conformed, by being perfect.
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
keep that all in bay.
Anytime that royal system and that lover system are not pretty much blessed, there's going to be a lot of shame dynamics. In any organization where those are, because you know that play and display thing. When the lover thing is working well, you can dance, and you can get out there and dance naked too. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, you get out there and you just know you're shameless. You got some capacity to be shameless if that lover thing is working well enough, and you're not ashamed of your body, even if it's not great. I mean, hey. It is what it is, I mean, I live here, So you get if that lover thing has been blessed and integrated in a way, it really helps with the shame issues, and also just the sense of I have a right to be here, because as you're getting at, shame is not about guilt about something you did wrong. Although, as Tillich points out, we all got some anxiety of guilt and condemnation somewhere down in there. But the shame thing is really about, I really don't have the right to appear, to manifest. And so you can see that royal thing, if you really get seen and adequate mirroring, I mean, where it's all right for you to manifest as who you are uniquely rather than who I want you to be. That takes a lot of that toxic shame away too. So this person's got a double whammy, right? Because they didn't get blessed in the royal sector, and they didn't get blessed in the lover sector. So I think you're right. Lots of shame down in there. And shame. If you got a lot of shame, you got a lot of rage. Rage. You got a lot of shame, you got a lot of rage. Because something in you, that's lex talionis, Freud's lex talionis. Something in you, deep down in you, I just say it's the dragon. The dragon knows that you should not be having to hide this much. You shouldn't be having to eat all of your desire to appear. And the dragon is not happy about this. And if given a chance, will blast those who have been the offenders, And believe it or not, compulsives can blow their stack. And when they do, look out. It is Chernobyl. Yeah.
Will they remember?
Huh?
Will they remember?
Will they remember blowing their stack? Yeah, they'll remember it, because they're pretty structured. And they don't dissociate. They're not your person who really dissociates so much. They will be radically chagrined about it, and because they do and say everything that they've been working so hard not to do and say. And of course, then sometimes you just get this massive grandiose retreat to try to repair when that happens. It's really not something you want to happen. What you want to do with these people is work with them on their assertiveness. Authentic assertiveness as quickly as possible. Authentic.
Is this what the kids, like at Columbine, is this what the archetypal energy they got loose there? They've been changed by their fears.
Well, certainly our narcissistic rage. They were not compulsives. They were not organized this way. But certainly what you're seeing is full-blown narcissistic rage. But that would not be organized in this particular thing we're talking about now.
For example, might be a postal worker. Be a postal worker against
Yeah,
American
person going postal. Going postal. And this is what I tell everybody, please, 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 treat everyone respectfully. Try to make it the article of your, you know, it's like I have this wonderful friend that is a very prominent businessman in Chicago, but he treats everyone with incredible respect. You know, the person that parks his car, the people, you know, I mean, waiters, everything. He is fantastic. He has got this warrior stuff so integrated in his personality that, you know, a person that's really got this integrated in their personality in a mature way, they understand honor and they understand respect. And they are not, this is some very high-level martial artist types. They're really spiritually grounded martial artist types. They try to be respectful to everyone and never disrespectful. Because you know that if you're disrespectful, something in there is keeping score. And going postal is a very real possibility. And so we could radically change our society in terms of its capacity to regulate aggression if we simply taught everybody why you need to treat everybody respectfully. And I'm serious, and public education ought to talk about why it's important to learn to be very respectful. And that ought to start in grade school, because it's a warrior virtue. Respect is a warrior virtue. And so let's go to this active ambivalence. I got to rock and roll here. There are problems with this, of course. I mean, you're right, but you have to get a sense about the way the African American experience has been, and you've got to get a sense about where that stuff is coming from, and this is why I think it's so important to install a new kind of education in police academies. We need to actually have people like you teach courses in police academies to help police officers understand why it's so important for them to try to install a firm but respectful approach. Many, you know, some departments do this, but if you want to have teenagers learn respect, it has to be modeled by, God forbid, role models. And you know, role model has become a joke in our culture, and friends, it is not a joke. I mean, it's not a joke. There's really a lot riding on our getting serious about providing role models for powerful adults, not weak adults, for powerful adults who do not abuse their power. And we're flunking this in our culture right now. We have got a tendency to glorify those who are bullies. Think of this, the way in which we've allowed such as Bobby Knight to continue to function in this kind of sanctioning of bullying behaviors. And I don't want to get into that. I'll go on forever on that. But in any case, let's take a few minutes with this active ambivalent negativistic personality pattern. What I'm doing here is I'm saying to you, each one of these people, this is a descending gradient of adequate utilization of these archetypal warrior systems. So while the passive ambivalent has to shut down awareness of just how much aggression they're carrying, they are actually able to utilize some of this efficacy capacities. So it's healthier, it's the healthier one of these. The passive ambivalent is the healthier expression of this, although they need assertiveness training. I mean, when we get to the therapy interventions on all these types of things, we have got to come up for therapists simple things that actually make these things better. This person is not going to get better if they don't have, the passive ambivalent is not going to get better if they don't have the therapist helping them differentiate more. They've got to work on differentiation into a sense of their own I am. They're very alienated from their own sovereignty. So you got to work on that, and you've got to work on their assertiveness, because they are really a long way from being assertive enough in a conscious, related, non-reactive way. And if you can help them get more, gradually get more assertive every week, if you're working with a compulsive, you need to be checking out whether or not they are getting more assertive. Little bitty bit each week. A little bitty bit each week. Because every time they can get a little bit more assertive, what's going on? What are we doing with archetypal warrior energy? We're regulating it better. And the pressure in the unconscious will start to decline. You follow me? Because you don't need rage if you're assertive. If you're effectively assertive, the need for that incredible Hulk goes down. And so, but now we get to the active ambivalent. This person expresses their hostility. This is where it comes in. It comes into the subjectivity. The aggression of the compulsive does not make it into the subjectivity very much. You follow me? In the passive ambivalent, the aggression, they try to keep it out of their consciousness. With this personality, the active ambivalent, the so-called negativistic, it compulsively comes into the consciousness. They cannot help it. It is beginning to flood. And so here you've got a more severe colonization of verbal aggression. So it's sort of one of your little flags for differential diagnosis. If you've got a person who does a lot, who expresses a lot of verbal aggression, you want to say, is this an active ambivalent?
What if they do it just with a therapist, but really not anybody else in the world?
I doubt seriously they do it with just the therapist.
No, I mean not after the breath, but tell the therapist about all this.
Oh.
Not act it out.
Well, it's good that people can tell you their anger, but what you'd have to do is investigate how much complaining they do in other settings, work settings, family settings, with the children. And you may have to do some detective work to get a sense for that. But if a person is an active ambivalent, they're complaining a lot. And they're unhappy a lot. If you just study these descriptions of that Milan has given, the warrior energy in them is not functioning in the efficacy mode very much at all. They can't get it together enough to really be to do the kind of effective work that the compulsive can. And that makes sense because it's it's more raw in them. And so if you look at these polarities here, they can't feel much pleasure, of course. They experience a lot of pain, yes. They're disappointed. The one word for this type is disappointment. Chronic disappointment. And it's not a silent suffering. It's not silent suffering. It gets expressed verbally. There is no detour through consciousness for the verbal aggression. It just comes right out.
Please go on to the next CD. Archetype, Compulsion, and Complex. Lecture number 4, CD number 2.
Milan has put strong on the polarity of modification. That is not true. They are not good at modifying their environment. They are not consistently assertive. You need to do assertiveness training with them. See? You do need, because see, this aggression in them is not serving them. This aggression is coming through without benefit of regulation or modification or pacification, the self-psychologist would say. And they're not able to draw on it. They're not able to make it work for them. The only thing that's doing for them is alienating everybody around them that they need. And they still are trying to recruit. But bless their hearts, you know, nobody ever taught them about how to recruit self-objects, relationships. In fact, one of the things you're going to end up having to do is you're going to have to help them with the 101, you know, relationship 101, you know, how to be more effective in recruiting relationships and not alienating people. And I'm not kidding. I mean, because they honestly do not know. You are safe if you just assume that this person had never had any training in emotional intelligence. Look at Goldman's books on emotional intelligence. They did not have any effective modeling or training in their family of origin about what the basics, 101, emotional intelligence. How not to be obnoxious, how not to hurt everybody's feelings, how not to make people want to go away as soon as they see you. Why do they want to go away as soon as they see you? You tell me. If I'm an active ambivalent, why do people want to get away as soon as they see me come in a room? Why?
It's depressing. Bring you down.
Bring you down. Why did I bring you down?
Complaining all the time.
And what else? I complain all the time. What else would you say? Well, I at least I'm going to complain. I'm going to just communicate a lot. Yeah. There's not much, you know, this person is not, they're not focusing on the other person at all. They would like to. They are very unhappy that they haven't found the breast yet. You know, I mean, and if they do find it, it's a dry one. This is where the Kleinians come in. And the Kleinians are wrong about this kind of thing. I mean, the object relations theorists really studied this stuff a lot. But it's like, you got to realize this person is the prognosis is not good for this person. And of course, what is your countertransference to this person going to be? Huh? Huh? Is right. You know what? This person, see, at least a histrionic is interesting. You know, they're interesting, and you know, you probably will pay a lot of attention to a histrionic for the wrong reasons. You know, give them attention for the wrong reason. But this person, ooh, they're not good at recruiting the therapist either. Because unlike the passive dependent, right? Passive dependent, oh, you're such a good therapist. I am so glad I came to see you. And somebody said that they bring you little presents, you know, and try to be so, you know, dying calf in a hailstorm. I'm a little dying calf in a hailstorm, so you at least accept my present against your scruples to the contrary, so you don't hurt my feelings. But this person doesn't bring any presents. In fact, they're going to communicate to you, you know what, your fee really is high. You know, for what I'm getting. Your fee really is high for what I'm getting out of this. You know? I can tell some people have heard that before. You know? I mean, this is not reinforcing to the therapist. This doesn't make the therapist want to try harder, right? I mean, so, oh my God, I mean, here this person is again, you know? Yeah, what were you going to say, James?
Well, have you changed from, I assume it seems that you changed since you made the case about letting wild hurt, because I was going to bring this up.
Oh no, I still, you can bring the wild turkey and a lot of cups tonight if you would like. I mean, but any active ambivalence that complain, we can just blow them off, you know. I mean, but in any case, this person's aggression is not helping them, and we don't want to suppress their aggression. We want to help them use it in ways that serve their adaptation. Right? Yes, go ahead.
Is this person capable of accepting criticism or looking inside to say, maybe I have some faults in the situation they're complaining about?
Not initially. What?
If you really get attacked.
If you can form an alliance, if you have got the patience, bless your heart. I mean, if you can have the patience to have empathy. This is another one. This person lives in hell. I mean, you don't have to wait around till after death for hell. This person lives in hell all the time. And if you can just kind of, you know, put your SWAT team armor on all the way down to your ankles so that the complaining doesn't get through to you too much, and you can keep your mind on the task, and you can begin to help them work on their relationships 101 and their assertiveness 101. Because if you do that, you will actually begin to interrupt the self-perpetuating mechanisms that keep this thing going. So, in other words, this person has got some aggression available. I always say to myself, well, what archetypal energy is out here where I can see it and work with it? Well, they got some aggression. This is good news. They got aggression. Now what do we got to do? We got to make it work for them. So, you know, if you can avoid having a countertransference reaction to hate their aggression, that's not what you need to do. You need to see that aggression as a resource. And if you can kind of harness that aggression and start turning it to work, getting it to do some actual work, you know, then they can begin to have experiences of efficacy. And you see, they're going to have a big trust problem of other people for quite a while, including you, right? But if a person experiences success at a small task, which then the therapist monitors and notices and doesn't over-mirror, then they can begin having efficacy experiences. And you can bring up the rest of this program. This program has got aversiveness. They've got a lot of aversive stuff in them, trying to drive people away. That pushing people away even though they want to be with them, that's that aversive thing operating on automatic. They're good at it first. They're good at getting people away, but they're better at it than they should be. So in any case, and then again, this thing here about the shading of the individuation, that simply means that they're more invested in their needs than in the needs of the other. But how well are they functioning cognitively? Somebody tell me. Is this person functioning well cognitively? Is the magician working very well with this person? Why do you say that? You're right. It's not working well. Why do you say that? Why do you say the magician is not working? We're not talking about perfectionism here or even optimal. We're just talking about good enough. It's not working good enough. Yeah.
Because I wonder if they're incapable of thinking outside of their own biases.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a one-track.
Yeah, that's right. The warrior thing is on blaming the other, and the warrior system's tendency to oversimplify complex situations is operating here, and this person is having a real hard time recognizing patterns. So in this respect, it's kind of like, you know, an addict. They have a very similar problem with pattern recognition as somebody that's flooded with lover energy has. They get that there's a pattern that everybody is disappointing, but they can't really connect the dots between what they're doing that makes people push them away. And so you're going to have to start working with them behaviorally and cognitively to you've got to try to improve their cognitive function slowly. Yeah.
This is do you think this is sort of a wiring thing with the person, or something that's been developed with the relationship that they were growing up?
It's not an either or. What is happening is these warrior circuits have never been, as the self-psychologists say, they've never been pacified. They've never been brought into sufficient regulation that they can help the individual be more effective. And it's functioning in a raw way. This energy, this warrior energy in this person is very raw. It's not regulated. They are hostile. People with regulated warrior energy are not hostile. People with regulated warrior energy are the ones who are capable of intimacy in relationships, because they can be close without fearing vulnerability. If you've got this thing developed, you're not too worried about somebody harming you emotionally, because you don't give you don't make yourself a vulnerable child in your intimate relationships. You maintain your capacity to protect yourself, and it's not character armor. It's simply a mature capacity to monitor your boundaries and protect yourself so that you can have an intimate relationship. Because there's no such thing as an intimate relationship in which is not going to have aggression expressed in it from time to time. And so if you don't have warrior systems functioning in a mature way, so that you can do confrontation in your intimate relationship when it's appropriate, and when you can hear anger from a partner when it's appropriate without feeling like a devastated child. And that's a tall order. And this person hasn't got these systems integrated enough in a mature way. Our job is to help them get these systems working better. So it is an archetypal system. It's functioning too archetypally. It's not regulated. It hasn't become human yet. And so all kinds of words. It's unpacified. It's unmodulated. It's too archaic. It's not issuing in effectiveness. And so you can see our task with this type of thing. So in any case, let me just say a little bit about the paranoid as another kind of warrior pathology. You know, with the borderline, we get an increasing loose organization and going down that lover side of the pyramid, and you get that chaos there. Tomorrow we'll be talking about the detached pathologies. We will be talking about the passive and active detached, and then when they decompensate, they go into schizotypal and other sectors, less organized, and the archetypal energy gets more pronounced. in each of these, the archetypal energy is more raw, more archaic, more pronounced as the decompensation occurs. With this one, what do we see when you get somebody manifesting paranoid symptomatology? That warrior system is up and running and on automatic, firing on automatic, and it's much rawer, and you can see it most clearly in the severity of the us and them dynamics. In the active ambivalent, there's still a concern to recruit the other. They just don't know how to do it. In the paranoid, they understand that the other is really the enemy, and they are scanning for the enemy. So when you start seeing those radar, those radar antennas going in the psyche of the person, you know that this warrior thing has gone on condition red, not yellow anymore. It's going on condition red. NORAD has picked up the blips, and all the heavy artillery is being mobilized. All the anti-aircraft missiles are being mobilized to go after the intruder. This is when you're getting the beginnings of what can easily become psychotic paranoid delusions. And this is why you got to understand how much paranoid energy is flying around the world now. We're very close to a mass psychosis in the world right now, and this is the thing that we're seeing. So much paranoid energy that is constellated and not being regulated, as far as we know, by any governments. And so the raw scanning, the armor firms up and gets more rigid. Well, see, once you decide that they can't be recruited, you're not gonna what was left of the lover agenda in there and the desire to recruit nurturance goes down. And so you get this archetypal system in much more blatant form. And again, if you have a patient that is not a full-blown paranoid, but you're seeing some paranoids-like symptomatology, the paranoid thing is not far away. These warrior circuits are overheating. And here again, anytime you've got a personality where these warrior circuits are not being brought in a mature way, if you want to head off the more severe paranoid stuff, there again, you may think I'm Johnny One Note playing a very simple formula here. We'll deal with this a lot more when we have our seminar on intervention strategies. But if you want to head off this paranoid thing getting worse, you work on your assertiveness training. Because to the extent somebody is experiencing some paranoid ideation, I'll tell you, take it to the bank, they are not assertive enough. If one is paranoid, they are not proactive enough. They're not assertive enough. And you may be able to head off a decompensation by looking very, very closely at very, very low altitude. Fly down really low altitude with them and find the places where they're not assertive enough. Because you will find it's glaring. Whenever anybody is paranoid, they are reactive, not assertive. And if they've not decompensated to the point where they're just, where they're wondering if you're part of the conspiracy, you know, or part of the enemy, there's still time to try to get some of this energy working toward efficacy. And if you do that, it's a lot easier to intervene with that by working with microstructural assertiveness training than it is with any other approach. Because why would I tell you cognitive techniques are going to be harder with this person? I'm asserting that. I'm asserting you don't want to start with a lot of sophisticated cognitive techniques. Why? They're not going to be able to deal with subtle, sophisticated cognitive stuff at first. So you've got to work on your alliance, and you've got to keep it simple, keep it understandable to a very simple, oversimplifying cognition. But the place, and you can't work with the feeling stuff. That is so shadowy. Are you feeling afraid? Tell me about your fear. You know. Let's get at your fear. Oh man.
Robert?
Yeah.
And if they're really that close to this kind of paranoid space and no red lights going on, I also stuff in antipsychotic is a real good.
Yeah. If you think it's that close, if you have good reason to think it's that close, and when I'm talking about the person that's beginning, your client that's having some of this little paranoid stuff creeping in here and there, but it's not getting blatant, you know, I probably wouldn't put them on an antipsychotic right then. But somebody that you see this stuff coming in stronger, and the scanning is really getting disorganizing, and they're becoming much more dysfunctional in their relationship, much more dysfunctional in their work, much more dysfunctional in every sector. You medicate it, and you want to use medications to reestablish basic system integrity, so that you can do these therapeutic interventions that deal with the structural problems that underlie this stuff. But if it gets much worse, you won't have a chance to do any therapy. So that's a good call, therapeutically speaking. But if you've got it before it starts getting pronounced, and you just got a little paranoid thing that comes in now and then, and you see it in the dreams or something, start working very carefully, very baby step wise on assertiveness stuff, and that may actually head off further decompensation on this. So this is what we're going to try to focus on when we spend our weekend talking about interventions. You want to think about what is likely to work with a particular disorder if you're trying to do basic takeoff and landings, integrative therapy with them. And so cognitive techniques, after you get going with this person and you get them sort of backed off the raw edge, you start working on making their cognitive function better. And then you can start working on their capacities for empathy and so forth. But first, you know, you want to try to get some of that flooding energy harnessed for something useful, and that you can monitor very carefully and use some very, very straightforward, simple behavioral monitoring. And you can talk to them about wanting to help them actually be more successful, be more effective. And everybody wants to be more effective. So that's egosyntonic. You won't find too many people that don't want to become more effective. So, all right. So let's see. We probably need to take a break here in a minute, but let's take 5 minutes. And do you get a feeling for this particular warrior geography? What that feels like? It's real simple, real vigilant, And it really is scanning for that other that is the enemy.
Have you seen Ball for Columbine?
Yeah.
I think that's a brilliant movie about this.
Yeah.
The paranoia.
How much paranoia we've got.
Shadow.
Yeah, how much paranoia we've got. That's right. That's right. And one thing I think that feeds it, a lot of my friends and I really think that we have got such enormous ungrieved grief in our country. Ungrieved grief. There is so much ungrieved grief about the Indians, what we've done to the Indians, about slavery. You know, even racists know. They know that there's something that was wrong. Down deep, they know. And a lot of this paranoid stuff is a defense against all of the enormity of grief that we feel collectively. It's not just personal. And you know from your studies of grief that grief tends to attract all other griefs to it. That's that lover thing. You can't keep your lover issues nicely compartmentalized. Pain tends to recruit pain, you know. And so it's no accident, I think, that that Bowling for Columbine is picking. See, you look at that. That is a manifestation of collective sort of dimensions of a certain structural organization. And I don't think Europeans are that good. Most Europeans are not that good at grief, about all the horror of European history. And I know that Americans are lousy at grieving. And so that probably plays into that thing. We can talk. Each of the four alters in the psyche, you don't have a lot of chaos. See? But, and also, aggression tends to be organizing until it gets to a certain point. But an active ambivalence aggression, it's not adequately organizing, but it's organizing. You know, she's got a sense of what's wrong. It's you, and she's got some hope. She's got some vision. The queen in her is working. She can imagine that things ought to be better. And she's puzzling about why they're not better, and of course her answers are not very sophisticated. But she's not without some of that royal energy. She's got quite a bit of love. In fact, I might put that lover energy even higher. And why would I say that? Why would I say that the lover, for the tape I'm showing a diagram of the structure of the self, and we're trying to show the person's capacity to access these archetypal energies. So why would I say this person's got quite a bit of lover energy? It's not functioning very well, but where do you see it? Where do you see the lover energy in this person?
They're trying to relate.
They're trying to relate. They're not very seductive, unfortunately. You know, you got to help them be more seductive in recruiting. You know, they need a little. We need to bottle some of that histrionic stuff and let this active ambivalent use some of that recruiting capacity. The pain. You got a lot of pain in their subjectivity. They're hurting. Person that has a lot of pain, subjective pain, remember that passive ambivalent doesn't have a lot of conscious subjective experience of pain. You follow me? And so in that passive ambivalent, we'd say that they've got, you would have to represent it as having less accessible lover energy than this one. This one has more lover energy. They have a lot more pain in their subjectivity. But we're not disturbed that they can feel. It's just that they don't know what to do about it. You know. And what is most dominant in their systems is their aggression. They don't have a plan. You got to help them with a plan. In fact, I think in terms of basic integrative psychotherapy, it's very important to actually try to work with a person on a treatment plan you can both sign on to, and work toward that as soon as you can. Because in doing so together, it cements your sense of partnership, even if they have a difficulty in attaching. Because even those that can't idealize you can get into a kind of twinship with you if you're working on a common project. So in any case, you gotta work on working on a plan to work with this stuff. But the key thing, this is flooding in this personality. It is not adequately balanced, and it's not going to get balanced by making them feel more vulnerable. That's not where you want to go at first. You see that? You want to work on their capacity for empathy for others. That would be how you'd work on the lover stuff. But what you've got to do that's got the best chance is start working on, where would you like to get? Let's work on working on your vision of where you would like to get. How would we know we had been successful in therapy? That's a good gambit to work with in basic integrative psychotherapy. Because, most people can't tell you. Because they have not been helped to develop any kind of vision of the person that they might be if they had good enough results in working with you. Do you see what I mean? Is that your experience? Have you noticed that in your work with people? That a lot of them they really don't have any imagery of the healthy self. Anybody that thinks otherwise? Most of the people that will be coming to see you don't have imagery of when I'm better. Say more. He said he didn't know that most therapists have an idea about what they would be like if they were better. You mean what the patient would be like? People that got a lot of magician energy, they typically have a hard time imagining higher levels of function, including therapists. That's why I said that. But what you're saying, Mike, is that you are not sure that most therapists have an image in their mind of the person they're working with functioning better.
Yes.
Do you think that's relevant? Is that an issue for a psychotherapist?
Absolutely.
Why would that be an issue?
Because how could you develop a treatment plan for this client if you don't have a vision of where this client needs to go to function and to regulate through them?
He says it's very difficult to have a treatment plan worthy of the name if you haven't got an idea of what this person might be like if they got to functioning at a good enough level. Remember, I'm getting old. I'm not perfectionistic as much as I used to be. I'm interested in our shooting for a good enough self-system first. I haven't given up hope on optimum self-systems for anybody. I don't ever give up on that. Perfection, not going to happen. You know, that's the divine imago. That's the Buddha nature. You know, that's, you know. But it is important, you're saying, that we be able to start, as therapists, working on visualizing a good enough outcome for this person. That is, in fact, I would just go one step further. If you want to help yourself with your despair issue, how many people think therapists have a problem with their despair? Okay. Everybody, let the record show for the tape, everyone. If a therapist will work on imagining first a good enough outcome for this person, given their resources and their constraints, not their neurotic, delusional constraints, but actual constraints in their life. How much resources do they have to resource really serious therapeutic work?
I didn't understand the question. What?
How much resources realistically does this person have to draw on in pursuing their own integrative work? And this is, you know, in most of our work, this is a big thing that needs to be looked at. Because that's an actual constraint. It's not a delusional constraint. There's actual constraint. And when you're working on a good enough outcome for this person in a reasonable amount of psychotherapeutic work, you have to keep those things in mind. But I also think it's important, so that we don't get asleep at the wheel as therapists, that you also imagine an optimum outcome for this patient. What would a realistic optimum for this person be if we were better at providing resources? In other words, in spite of the trauma, in spite of their family of origin, in spite of their culture, in spite of their other things, if we could get a more adequate resources for this person, what would an optimum thing look like? Because if you start playing with images having to do with that, you're playing with more images of health. And you've got a vision of the human that is not unduly influenced by truncated views of human nature represented in the contemporary human sciences. See? So it's important. That's your royal work, your capacity to hold some kind of vision. And you're not, see, this is not getting over-invested. It's simply opening up possibilities. It's looking at the possible human in this particular case.
Well, it seems like, too, I mean, I know from my work, and because I work with images and through the images, a lot of times the salvation sometimes and the map comes out through the images that the person creates.
Yes.
Knowingly or unknowingly. So for me, that's always a tremendous hope. So I have a lot of faith in the fact that something will come up.
Yeah, because of the particular modalities you use. Person speaking does a lot of work with artistic resources and that sort of thing, and imaginal resources in therapy. And I think we want to make sure that we give enough attention to those, because that's where you can make a space and the archetypal psyche will come in and start helping.
I've been guided a lot through what's going on with them, not so much because I know the structure.
Right, right.
But I'm really getting a lot out of this so that I can kind of get more anchored.
But you have done a lot. See, you have what a lot of your techniques. This is persons that work a lot with imaginal techniques. One of the strongest things they do is strengthen this royal sector, because how do you know the royal sector is shut down and not functioning well? The imagination is very, very depleted. You're not seeing many imaginal products. Like this particular person, nobody is helping them evoke images, opening a space that they can be calm enough and actually open a space for images of you know, even mandalas. This is where you know, with a person like this needs to be able to draw some mandalas and that sort of thing to kind of get a sense of the center. But in any case, you know, when you're working on a person like that, this person, you know, what we'll address when we meet next time is trying to think of multimodality interventions. I call it a full court press. When you're not kind of locked into your little nice little straitjacket of higher level, quote unquote, analytical work, where you feel very constrained about what techniques you use, and when your primary agenda is to actually be effective in improving the person's function, you know, we need to do a full court press. That is to say, and this is where Milan and I are very, it's amazing, it's uncanny how close we are in our approaches to these things, coming from totally different places. We both believe that the problem in psychopathology is imbalances in polarities. We don't agree on what they are. There is some overlap. We both agree that integrative psychotherapy is primarily correcting imbalances in polarities. And we both agree that unprincipled eclecticism in psychotherapy is simply operating without a theory. We both are trying to present theoretical, meta-theoretical views of integrative psychotherapy which justify using a myriad of modalities of therapy, but doing so for very theoretically grounded reasons. So when I say a full court press in therapy, I'm actually saying that therapists that are unwilling to use multi-modes are really not deploying the resources for the actual integration task of their clients. I know I don't have to say that to you, but some groups of therapists, especially analysts, people that think they're superior, are very reluctant to use multi-modes, or if they do use them, they're reluctant to tell anybody about it. And I think in psychoanalytic psychotherapy we need to get over that, and we need to use everything in the kitchen sink to achieve structuralization. And I would not consider a treatment plan adequate, or if I was supervising, I would not complete it. I would not consider it complete until the treatment plan of the person I was supervising dealt with every quadrant. If there was something in the treatment plan that intended to move the level of functioning in each quadrant. So if we were working with this person, you would do an assessment of how and what kind of technique could they access now. Not to say you would not use a technique later, after you've gotten things further along, but what has the best chance to work to help them bring these systems. See, here's a rule. It works kind of like family systems therapy. If you can bring any of these systems to a more mature level of functioning, it will raise the level of functioning of all of them. Do you see that? Yeah. Can you tell me why? Just think. Don't edit. Think out loud. Why might that be so?
The other question may want to react here.
Because if a particular sector works better, it lowers the levels of chaotic energies in that sector. And since the psyche is whole, and since it's all a system, it's a system. Anytime you improve the functioning in any aspect of a system and smooth it out, get less chaos in it, what's going to happen to the other aspects of that system? Are they going to be more chaotic? No, they're not. So that's good news. I mean, if you know that, that's good news. That means that you don't have to be successful in your efforts on every quadrant to help that person get better. And you're not going to be. I mean, you need to try, but you're not going to be. But if you can be successful and moving, that's why I emphasized the assertiveness training a while ago. See, you can do that. You can do assertiveness training with really very careful behavioral monitoring. And you can very carefully ensure that they do not act out. You can so carefully prescribe the kind of changes in assertiveness that you're contracting with them for, that you can keep it from becoming disorganizing. And if you can make this thing work even a little bit better, their anxiety level in the system is going to go down. What does that mean? They're going to be less paranoid toward authority figures. How do I know that? It's been proven now. If the anxiety level goes down, even a small amount, there's less paranoia. There's less paranoia. See? What else? If the anxiety level goes down because they have gotten a little more assertive and start having a little efficacy experience, are you with me on this? Their cognitive function will improve. How do I know that? It's been proven empirically. It's been proven that if the anxiety level goes down, the cognitive systems in a person that's not brain damaged will improve. So you get a lot of bang for your buck. You follow me? But the good news is if you can make progress on, if you can work on some of the attachment stuff at very, very micro level work with their relationships. And you can with this type of person, you can work with them on their relational problems without putting them deeply into shame. I mean, all of you are probably by now very, very good at that sort of thing, by just kind of beginning to engage, what happens when you're with so-and-so. And if you can become that family systems thing, I just love it. What's that guy's name? Friedman? Fred Friedman says, if you can maintain your own calm, non-anxious presence when you're moving into those areas, and that's why your spirituality is so important. Because the chances of you're maintaining a calm and non-anxious presence while dealing with all these folks are slim and none if you don't have some kind of discipline which is connecting you to a transpersonal center in some way. Now, I don't care what you call the transpersonal center. If you want to be like my atheist, my flamboyant atheist friend, if you're just working with your active imagination with the self, with the archetypal self, that'll help the calmness. See, but you need to be calm so that you can, by your own calmness, you lower their anxiety level, and you up the chances of them attaching to you in a more positive transference. This person's not got a positive transference to you. Don't kid yourself. They're very scared of you. You're likely to be very disappointing. But the calmer you are, the better chance you have at recruiting that system in their personality, which is in there for nurture me. And if the calmer you are, the more that system says, it scans, you know, and says, there's a calm, non-anxious presence here. Maybe this system maybe start up again here a little bit, see? And so that's how therapeutic alliances form, right? Okay. Any question about this before I go on to the next one? Yeah. Now, see, I'm not quarreling with you about exactly. You know, you can practice where you think, because you don't want to underestimate how much they've got in these quadrants. Because if they're functional, if they're functioning at all, they've got some stuff already started. That's the good news. They've started the building process, and you just got to help them figure out where to put the blocks to get the most structural integrity as soon as possible. Yeah.
So this self-system model would be useful at any, not only with individuals, but in any human organization, beginning to look at some of the...
Organizations have, unfortunately, organizations have kind of these kind of patterns too. That's what systems analysis does. You know, if you know that the different organizations are carrying a lot more anxiety than others, and when you know that when the anxiety level gets to a certain level in any system, then that warrior archetype starts to get constellated in that organization, and it starts to make that organization very dysfunctional. And so you can do a lot, but I recommend the way you use an interface there is systems models. I started out in 1965 seeing a vision of the way in which systems theory, process thought, and Jungian psychology could be fruitfully brought together, and I haven't changed my mind. I've been working on it ever since. Okay. Passive dependent. That lover thing is that built in because they are able to look for a nurturant other and lock on. They don't have a problem making a decision about the nurturant other. When they get even a halfway appropriate candidate, that nurture me system in here locks on, and too often it locks on a narcissistic personality disorder. That's what, when you work in looking at dyads, you got to ask yourself what are kind of typical dyads that form. And one of the things I want to do is to teach my reflections on couples therapy at some point with you. Because there are only 16 dyads that come up that tend to form couples. And when you look at the 16 dyads, you will notice that each coupling, the 16 couplings, has unique strengths based on archetypal resources, unique shadows, unique vulnerabilities for the couple relationship. And you can, if you know what the dominant archetypal system of both partners in a couple or in a friendship, any kind of intimate relationship, you can know a lot about what the shadow of that relationship is, where the greatest vulnerability of the relationship is. For example, you get a couple of partners, neither one of them are comfortable in this space. What's the sex life of that couple going to be?
Pretty dry.
Probably very dry or non-existent.
Brother-sister. Brother-sister.
Yeah, it'll be very brother-sister or co-warriors. These days in the business world, there are a lot of marriages that are kind of co-warrior marriages. You know, no time to play. You know, they're kind of wing persons, wingmen. You know, and everything's fine until the missions diverge. You get my drift? So that's fascinating stuff. But okay, so this person can recruit, and this person will have found a candidate to put their idealization on, all their sovereignty issues on, and they will have some rich, nuanced emotional life if you get in there. They're not near as bland and uninteresting as Milan thinks. Some of the most lovely human beings in the world are dependent personality disorders. And you know, in Jean Boland's work, you know, where she talks about the goddess of the hearth. What's her name? Hestia. You will find a lot of passive dependent women who manifest a lot of the wonderful qualities of Hestia, the goddess Hestia. There is an absolutely lovely kind of calmness that this person can have when they're doing okay. And if you've been fortunate enough to be intimate friends with such a person, they really make very good friends in many ways. So you don't want to just kind of pathologize them like so many people do. But this is really in the shadow. There's very little warrior development in this personality at all. It's never been blessed. It's never been evoked. It's in there. It's dormant. And look out when it gets rolling. And you know, the marital relationship will become unstable when the warrior in this person gets rolling. When the warrior and the sovereignty function starts rolling. And the test of the relationship will be whether or not the partner can change, can let this person become more differentiated. And that's always an issue, because a lot of the time the partner does not want a differentiated partner. So when you enter psychotherapy with one of these, you know, it's you never know what's going to happen in the future. Yeah.
You say that often this figure then attracts to the narcissist because the narcissist likes to be idealized.
Exactly. Go ahead and idealize me. It's the right thing to do. It's right for you to give your power away to me. That's the narcissist attitude. And of course, if you notice around narcissists, talented narcissists, boy, there are all these people getting, they got, that knee just kind of automatically bends in front of a talented narcissist. I'm not kidding you. In fact, you've got to watch your own brain automatism, which in the presence of either the active dependent or the passive independent, you'll get into that compulsive kneeling. I'm not kidding you. You got to watch that, because that's an archetypal system, and it's punching your instinctual buttons. And if you don't have your own royal sectors pretty much installed, you may really struggle with that. And if you look around in society, I mean, you can just see how much compulsive kneeling there is to narcissists. That's why some of these leaders can get away with so much before the whistles blow. Yeah.
I'm really intrigued by the idea of doing couples conceptualization. I think that's great. And I think Jungian material is not dealt with that enough. But, and I know you may have time to go into that.
No.
Just taking that example, you said if the partner can sort of hold in place while for example, the lover in this, how are you going to get a narcissist to hold in place?
It's very hard. It's very, you see why the marital relationship in that dyad is really at risk.
Right, because the narcissist is
And this is a moral issue for the psychotherapist. You can't sweep that under the rug. You've got to understand that if this person here, you know what's going to happen with this person. They're going to get better. If you're any good at all, I mean, you really got to be bad to mess this up. I'm not kidding you. You have to be bad to mess this up. And the way that you mess it up, is if you get too impressed by your own press. Become a legend in your own mind because of the idealization. And they say, well, since I'm such a good therapist, then you're going to do better faster. And the way that people mess up with passive dependence is they expect them to climb out at too high a rate. And so what you want to do, and we'll talk more about this when we talk about intervention, you want to keep the nose of that plane down. You want to really keep that climb rate of your expectations. It needs to be your expectations. You need to let them exceed your expectations. And then you need to not mirror that too much. Do you get my drift? Why do I say that? You set the expectations not too high, they exceed them, and you don't over mirror that. Why am I saying that? Tell me. If you make too much out of their progress, they're going to get extremely anxious. Why are they going to get extremely anxious?
Because they think your expectations are...
They're sure that you're going to raise the bar, and they are sure they can't follow through. So you keep your responsiveness. This is where, boy, this mirroring, this issue of attuned mirroring, boy, this stuff is subtle. Because you have got to begin to get a sense, and that most of you are very experienced, and I'm sure you've already got this, but a lot of therapists don't. And that is, you've got to be careful that the way that you try to be attuned is really commensurate with what's going to jack their anxiety levels up. Your purpose is to be that calm, non-anxious presence, and your purpose is not to unnecessarily add any anxiety in their system. You want to add necessary anxiety to their system. Only that. Only the stuff, if you expect them to change, there's going to be anxiety with that. But you've got to try to regulate that. Yeah.
Could the opposite also be true? I mean, it's so lovely to have this person. It's so lovely to treat this person that I never raise the bar. And I just keep that idealizing.
Depends on how many people in your practice and how bad you need time. Let's be honest about how much of the time therapists let their own interest influence things like that. Hopefully a therapist is conscious enough to try to understand that their practice will be better. There will be more people coming if you're successful. If the word gets out that you want to get better, you go see her. You go see her, it won't be analysis interminable. You go see her, you're going to start seeing some progress in 6 months. Discernible progress in 6 months on important issues. You're not going to be done. But you go see that therapist, you're going to get better. That is the rap you want out about your practice. And it needs to be true. And so if you have some confidence that you know what you're doing in treatment planning and you know what you're doing in strategies, then you will relax about, you won't have to keep anybody, I don't have to keep anybody in my practice. and I don't get nervous about that. But the word gets out, you know. I have a kind of a thing, what I do, I work with person to decide what is going to be an acceptable result for you. And I'd start doing that pretty early, you know. And people can revise their agenda at any time, because, you know, I love doing this. You know, if you want to do this with me, I'll do this with you until I'm so old you have to carry me in. But that would be loop-de-loop analysis. And, you know, analysis is fun. And I like to say that if you really understand how incredible humans are, you're never going to get bored with them. Because if you get bored easily with patients, you just don't know how complex they are. And that means there's something going on in your countertransference. Are you with me on that? Do you see what I'm talking about? Because any person, there's not a single person in here that if an analyst was doing good work with you and you were accessing enough courage, you could do 4 or 5 sessions a week and not run out of material. Interesting material, significant material. So the issue of frequency, people that say, you know, you can't do anything interesting with multiple sessions, that's really suspect to me. I mean, what are you talking about? What is your view of this personality? You really think that personality is that flat and uninteresting? What is wrong with you, is my view. Do you see what I mean? But some personalities really can't use, you know, in a really optimum way, 4 sessions or 3 sessions or 2 sessions. There are some people that I purposefully won't see but once a week, because I don't think it would be good for them, for me to see them more than once a week. And but we'll get into that more when we come back next time. Okay. But so basically here, this person's got a good prognosis, and you will only mess it up very likely by pulling that nose of that plane up too high, too much. So we can talk about this more later if you'd like. But if I was working with you, what I would do is I'd work with you until we agreed. You would study this stuff enough, and we would have to agree on what we are thinking about your structure. We would have to agree that there's enough evidence to support what we have got diagrammed. And of course it's heuristic when you first start doing this. Any diagnosis needs to be heuristic. That is to say, you change it if you get controverting evidence. But this is the way, in my view, this is why you have to do structural diagnosis before you start treatment planning. You see? See what I'm saying that? And I hope by now you get some sense of why I say that. Because until you get a structural diagnosis, you don't have the information you need to start developing an adequate treatment plan for a person. Yeah.
How often do you draw this out for people? How often, which diagnoses would you do it with, which would you not? I was thinking it could really hold back some of the cognitive strength for people. But I'm curious.
Yeah, I do it in the initial assessment process before I contract about length of treatment and treatment modality.
Should draw this.
I don't. I've got the thing you've got in your pattern. I tell them when they come, if you're going to work with me, we're going to do a structural diagnosis. You're going to benefit from the structural diagnosis, whether I work with you or not. I will guarantee you, if you do this with me, I will see to it that if you do not feel like, if we decide that it's not really the best thing for you to work with me, I will see to it that you are referred to a competent psychotherapist who understands this. In fact, one of the things I'd like to have is people around the country when I get phone calls and they say, is there anybody that uses your work in my region, can you give me their name? And I need to have people that I can feel ethically right, that I can say, yes, call Mike, so-and-so, you know.
This is typically a 10-session assessment?
In 10 sessions, I can know what's going on with it. Hmm? I don't think I can do it in 5. No. Because you know, look, what did I just say? People are complicated. You need to know a lot about their history, their relationship history, their family of origin. You need to get an assessment of how differentiated they are from the family of origin. You need to get all sorts of things like that. We'll talk about this more later. We've got to stop because we have somewhere we need to go.
This concludes lecture number 4. Please go on to lecture number 5. Archetype, Compulsion, and Complex. Lecture number 5. The Lover Archetype and the Pathologies of Dependency.
So what I want to start with is, you want to do a little review of what we're up to here now. And if we had a lot longer, I'd be making a lot more about this part right here. As I've said to you, I think this Mayan pyramidal structure, the pyramidal structure that human beings all over the world have been fascinated with, reflects a coding for all sorts of spiral visions of human development. And it's a development, and there's a lot of stuff going on. It's a development of creative integration in complex systems. And this is the place where I think scientific psychology now needs to get out of its myopia, and it needs to be much more conversant with the physical sciences, because there's a lot of stuff that's being discovered now about the behavior in complex systems that is extremely relevant for our work. Because what we are actually trying to do is we're actually trying to enhance the creative integration in complex systems. Maybe, among the most complex systems that we know about in the universe. And you can think about this, the base of the pyramid, this would be sort of like the massa confusa I talked about. This is where there's very little differentiation and not a lot of creative, optimally tuned organization. For those of you that are familiar with the old literature in psychoanalytic self-psychology, the way I think about this stuff is parallel to the book some of you may have seen by John Getto and Arthur Goldberg called Models of the Mind. And it is a discussion it's a theoretical integration of psychoanalytic understandings of integration in self-formation, a little less self-formation. Now, if you study that, it's kind of encouraging once you look at it, because the good news is that as the psychic system integrates, there are points in which the quality of the creative integration goes through thresholds, and it comes up a significant, unexpected amount to higher levels of integration. Getto and Goldberg have this thing. They talk about the fulcrum point. You can locate that anywhere, but you and I would recognize this as the level of integration at which a personality's self-integrating system capacities move beyond the borderline organization. They identify what they call the fulcrum point. As a place where there's a significant move upward in system integration in the psyche. And at that point, according to them, that is when the organization has now moved beyond what I call the loosely organized personality, the borderline level of disorganization. And now you're getting sort of the foundations of a system self. You're getting a system self that could sustain significant progress in further creative integration. So what I wanted to work with you on this time here is the continuum here. This is a continuum of creative integration. That's the way you need to think about the people you're working with, trying to locate them on where they are on the continuum of creative integration in their personality system. And as you get higher, in the ancient world they would have said it becomes more beautiful. The integration in the system starts becoming more and more beautiful. It becomes more and more flexible. It becomes more and more capable of play. It becomes capable of taking in more of what you and I would call the archetypal potentials of the self without becoming chaotic. So those of you that have studied ancient philosophy and theology, all that stuff about the good, the true, and the beautiful. As the creative integration increases, there is a kind of elegance that begins to emerge in the functioning of the system. Now, there are those people that think, once you attain it, once saved, always saved, creative integration is a day-to-day deal. And it fluctuates. Your level of creative integration fluctuates. But of course, in assessment, you're trying to get a sense of what the benchmark of that system's organization is during this stretch that they're in. And then, of course, the goal, hopefully, of integrative psychotherapy is to try to move it higher. We would say, we could say that toward these lower levels of organization, the level of awareness of the personality is low, very low, massa confusa. And there's a lot of chaotic stuff, a lot of flooding of energies in very pronounced ways. As the structuralization proceeds, there is a tendency for you get to where you can begin to see patterns and structures. This would be what I've said to you, delineating the elements, delineating the opposites, beginning to balance the opposites. Why do you balance the opposites? It's tuning. It's a tuning process in creative integration. And so as the tuning gets better, the containment capacities of the system self improve. It can hold more archetypal energy without, or instinctual energy, if you want to say. It can enjoy more id energy without having to suppress it in ways that lose a lot of creativity. So in other words, creativity goes up, effectiveness and productivity go up of the psyche's creative capacities. Capacities for intimacy go up. Capacities for work and play go up. Understanding and wisdom go up. So So you get a progressive increase in the actual accessibility of human archetypal, psychological, spiritual potentials. So that's the kind of the way that's the paradigm I'm trying to get you to think in terms of. Because if you will think in terms of this, then you will have a little bit of an antidote to the way that if you were taught like I was taught by my teachers, in such a way that it's so symptom-oriented and so dysfunction-oriented that you don't have any sense of where you're going, and you don't have any sense of the possible human that is in there, in that germ, trying to find that embryo, that psychic embryo, trying to find its way out into what Jung called the golden flower. Are you with me on this so far? So this is, and we need, you're right, we need to get this in computer graphics, and you need to be able to take your laptop and turn this thing, look at all sides of it. You need to be able to play with getting your right brain in on this. Because part of the creative integration that this species has to do, we've got this incredibly complex thing here that doesn't automatically integrate. And it does not automatically have all the wiring it needs. We're finding that the brain is far more dynamic, and we actually have to participate in creating the neural connections. In fact, what you're doing in your work with people, you're creating new neural pathways which enable a higher level of creative integration and a much more capacity for beauty in the systemic functioning of this creature you're interfacing with. And just as ugliness creates more ugliness, beauty creates more beauty. So that's why art is such an important thing, and it has a bigger role in healing than many people realize. But in any case, so this is where we're hoping to get. And the higher reaches, this is the higher reaches of analytical work or spiritual direction or spiritual direction, is you got your mind, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, you got your eyes on the prize. That is to say, you're not eaten up with your despair, and because of your despair and lack of courage, cutting off your vision of what is possible for you or for the people you're working with. You see, we're just reviewing, right? Okay. All right. Now, so massa confusa, delineating of the elements, doing your discernment and diagnosis, structural diagnosis, beginning to work toward balancing the elements so that you can create the vessel capacities of the system self. Get it better so that there is an inner temple. There is an inner chalice. The holy grail that matters, the temple that matters, is the inner one. Because it has to be solid enough, and it has to be balanced enough so that the amount of, whether you want to say instinctual energy, archetypal energy, dragon energy, that can be held in that cup and thereby utilized, channeled, turned into creativity, turned into joy, turned into all sorts of higher level functioning human expressions, can be there. Then, as the person powers up, see, this is one of the interesting things. You got all these people with these stage theories, and they think, well, once you get to this stage, you're getting safer and safer from your grandiosity. No. No. This is what's wrong with all stage theories. Kierkegaard understood this. That is to say, as you power up and you get more creative integration, you become more beautiful in all sorts of ways. What's the problem with that? The grandiosity seduction gets worse. doesn't get better. Because the better you actually get, the more easy it becomes for you to start believing your own press, becoming a legend in your own mind. And then, of course, you've got the Luciferian complex problem again. This is Lucifer's problem. The most beautiful, the most brilliant, the most wonderful of all the angelic host. And so, more and more so, you know, this thing, would that you were cold or hot, or because you are lukewarm, I will spew you out of my mouth. It's say, you know, the thing is to get highly developed and be very clear who you are serving. You know that song? Everybody's got to serve somebody. It may be the devil or it may be the Lord, but everybody's got to serve somebody. You heard that song? Well, there's where you're getting into this issue about the authentic sacrifice. And just think about this, you know, if you got problems with theology, you don't know enough theology, just forget the theology and just think I brought this, the text that you need to study carefully and over again. And that is Edinger's Ego and Archetype. Because there's more in here. You can't get this by reading it once or twice or 3 times. You have to study this carefully, reflect on it, and also get that little Science of the Soul book, and especially read that Greater Personality article in the Science of the Soul book by Edinger. In any case, so at the higher levels, you're going to have this problem of the cup running over a lot, in spite of the fact that you've got it balanced. And so the issue then begins to be, and I treated this in my lectures that are now available from the Institute, called Transforming Fire, Optimizing Your Psychic and Spiritual Energy, and the later set called The Archetype of Sacrifice, where I go into this development of Edinger's insight about the inner sacrifice. At some point, the individual has got to become, in mythic terms, a high priest, their own high priest. And they have to, this is the real psychological imitatio Christi. That is to say, you have to actually become the high priest. You have to make an authentic sacrifice of things which are not yours, offering them back in a communion with the dragon, with the archetypal self. Anyone who really wants to optimize their personality functioning, they have got to get that flow going. That is the only way to get your optimum creative psychic and spiritual development without going demonic, without setting yourself up to be an incredibly destructive kind of powerful force, or becoming an incredibly powerful force for good. And so that is the moral and spiritual choice that everyone that really powers up has this. You get, I like to call this, you can get 6 degrees of psychological development and get extremely powerful and extremely creative. But the 7th degree of an initiation is the one that matters. And that's when you decide, is there a sovereign that is bigger than my ego that I am in communion with or not? And as I've said to you, you don't have to have any ontological commitments if you've been if you have got the fantasy that you're too smart to have a faith commitment, that shows kind of a bad education. But there are so many people that feel that. So the issue is, are you relating in a conscious and respectful way, trying to get into a cooperative communion with the primal other in the psyche? Because if you are working, and I don't care if you're the most Orthodox Jew or the Orthodox Christian or the Orthodox Muslim, if you're not in a creative, ongoing communion with the primal other in the psyche, the chances are very high that your religious pretensions are going to be inflation, no matter how correct you are theologically with regard to any tradition. You follow me on that? Okay. So there is kind of a developmental fantasy, with the caveat that the ego is such a great liar, just like Freud said. Freud had that better. Freud knew that the ego spends at least as much time falsifying and lying to the consciousness as it does being honest and really helping reality test. And so that's the actual situation in my view. So the ego can at any time begin that process of believing its own press and start playing to the gallery. And when you do that, then things in Tillich's terms are going D-A-I-M-O-N-I-C, demonic. Okay? Now, the other thing I got to do before we jump into these magician pathologies is to address briefly. I want you to have get one of your sheets there about the polarities on your handout, and Milan's polarity fantasy. Now, I said to you the last seminar, and I've said to you in this seminar that Milan and I have been working independently on a very interestingly similar track. It's stunning to me because we've not been in any conversation about theoretical framing. I've basically drawn upon him for his wonderful phenomenology of psychopathology and his studies of etiology, the empirical studies of etiology. But he has this fantasy, very, very parallel to mine. What is psychopathology? It is when polarities are not balanced adequately. That's his understanding of it. And what is his understanding of psychotherapy? We'll go into it more deeply. His vision of integrative psychotherapy, which is probably undoubtedly one of the most sophisticated visions of a scientifically grounded, theoretically sophisticated, integrative psychotherapeutic approach that has a wide-ranging grasp of methods. Therapy is working on more optimally balancing those polarities. And next time we have a seminar, we'll talk about the way he looks at that. And in my view, he's absolutely right in the way he's coming at this. I think that he's got some problems about what his understanding of what is really opposites, what are really polarities. And I want to just briefly, we'll get into that more next time, but I just want to briefly go into this. He thinks that pleasure and pain are polarities. I don't think he's right about that. I think what he's experiencing is that some people are more capable of standing a lot of pain. A lot of the time he will tend to pathologize the tendency to be able to stand pain. And he'll kind of say, well, that person is not interested enough in pleasure. That sort of thing. But in truth, in the psyche, pleasure and pain, the subjective experience of pleasure and the subjective experience of pain are both in the lover quadrant. Those are not opposites. To give him a benefit of a doubt, we could say that he's intuiting that some psyches manage the subjective awareness of pain better than others. Although he doesn't emphasize that as a strength, he sort of describes it and has a little bit of a tendency to kind of mostly see the kind of the pathological side of that. Now we know what the pathological side of not paying enough attention to your pain is. If you're possessed by warrior energies, you will tend to be able to stand a lot of pain and may pride yourself on standing a lot of pain, and you may actually not pay enough attention to your body. You may be a little bit addicted to pain. And the more raw and archetypal that warrior energy is, the more excited you'll be. You'll see some of these guys that are eating up with a warrior, they love to put their hand over a flame and hold it while it burns a little bit. You've heard of that, yeah. Well, now that is a sort of that's sort of a very, very archetypal warrior demonstration. But I think that Milan doesn't get it how important the capacity to deal with substantial amounts of pain are for human beings to function. And he doesn't deal enough with the necessity for human beings to be able to purposefully encapsulate pain and put it aside for effective life functioning and revisit it in ritually controlled circumstances that can be regulated and modulated. Are you with me on that? Do you see what I mean? I mean, if you're working with a person and they are flooded with pain consciousness all the time, one of the things that we've got to do is to help them through cognitive interventions to not dwell so much on their pain. They can dwell on their pain 24 hours a day and it's not going to get better. You follow me? Okay, so I think that that's one real problem in the way that Milan has tried to figure this out. I think he's right on what he's trying to do. I don't think he quite gets that. I think he does have a clear sense of active and passive as a polarity. Active and passive is a polarity. But it's the warrior-lover polarity. But again, the problem with Milan, the way he frames these things, is you don't really hear all the positive stuff about passivity. That is, say, when you say this is the lover circuits, it's very important as a human being to be able to be receptive and to be into being rather than doing. See what I mean? So the capacity to affirm your lover capacities and not be into doing all the time, I can tell you personally, that's a very big achievement. And when I'm able to lie down for a nap and not work, I consider myself on the individuation path. See? But I think he does see that polarity, and I think he's right about that. The third one, he understands that there is a kind of a dyadic thing between self and other, but he thinks that's a polarity. But it's very interesting. Self and other, in my view, is not a polarity. We've located self and other in terms of the kind of relationality. The kind of thing about self and other is really a mark of how much can this self individuate and therefore be able to allow the other to exist and not be fused. You follow me? Remember I talked to you about this is a fusion matrix here? So what he's talking about is the self and other so-called polarity. Are you with me on this? What he's talking about is the so-called self-other polarity. I don't think it's a polarity. It is clearly a relational field. This is an interpersonal field, an intersubjective field here. This is the realm of intersubjectivity here. And he's seeing something real there, but he thinks that's a polarity. It's not really a polarity. This is if the self differentiates, the other can be seen as an other. If this remains fused, you get what he thinks is going on with a narcissist. You see, the narcissist doesn't know about another. You are an extension of me. That's why the concept of self-object in psychoanalytic theory got elaborated as opposed to object. If you're in a fusion state, everybody else is serving a self-object function for you. If you begin to differentiate, the other can actually be the other and can be treated with respect. Does everybody follow that?
Are you splitting all 4 quadrants on that, or just those 2?
These 2. Remember I said to you, there's brain research now that supports that there are brain systems that have to fire for you to want to nurture and affiliate, and there are brain systems that have to fire for you to allow yourself to be nurtured. Different people that you're working with have different systems firing automatically. That creates an autonomous complex. When that system is stimulated and not functioning adaptively. You follow me? So I'm just saying...
We have time, because we talked about last time. I forgot, I didn't understand what you were talking about.
Well, you really got to work on getting a sense for autonomous complex, because an autonomous complex is an organization in the psyche that the ego, that it just operates, and it starts deforming the psychic, relational, and cognitive experience of the individual. You can think about it.
To the center is an integrative.
If you get in here, you're getting more and more cohesion in your little s self-system, and your capacity to differentiate in relationships, think clearly, develop some capacities for wisdom, and so on, take effective action, know what you want, you know. And actually, that's actually the center point. That Mayan temple on top of the Mayan pyramid, I think, is a mythic representation of really the kind of higher reaches of consciousness. But I'm simply trying to get you to have a sense of these polarities. So actually, the polarity, I think, is really a polarity between construction and control. That's royal agenda, is about construction of a world, Camelot. In order to construct a world, you got to have a vision. I want to build Camelot here, not there. I want to do it with these people, not those. My purposes are here. It's conscious intentionality. But it's not just cognitive. It is a vision of something you're going to build. The royal circuits have to do with building. They build a home. They create a little cosmos for children to live in, and that sort of thing. It's an occupation of space and a clearing of space, of chaotic elements from space. Do you follow me? That's what that royal circuit does. If a person is not claiming their space, those circuits are not operating. The opposite is not the other. The opposite is deconstruction, giving up the space, detaching. So the ones we're going to talk about this morning are giving up the space, not claiming the space. And so you've got the story of David the king and Nathan the prophet who is criticizing the power principle, criticizing the motives of the one who is building. And you see this continually acted out. In Chicago, for example, you've got the developers who are on the inside with the mayor, and they view themselves as building the new city, and they're tearing down the public housing. Follow me now. This is an example of this acted out in public life. They see themselves as building the new city. You know, getting rid of this ugly public housing and making it a beautiful city. And the people who are social justice advocates in Chicago are saying, yeah, right, but what you're doing is you're displacing all of these people, and they're not going to have any place to live, and you're going to be putting them in homeless shelters. And so that's Nathan the prophet speaking to David the king. You follow me? Saying, you're believing your own press about your motives here, and your vision of cosmos is not as complete nor as inclusive as you think it is. So it's a deconstructing, it's a criticism, it is a hermeneutics of suspicion, we say in philosophy. The royal circuits are saying, I'm doing this and I have a good intention and it's going to be just for everyone. That's what the virtue of the royal sector is justice. But from the other sector comes the prophetic. This is the tension throughout the Bible. And I think it's a tension throughout all mythic materials. There's always, if you study the mythic materials closely, there is this archetypal tension between those that have power and those that deconstruct it and rebel. This is your archetypal rebellion. So in any case, this is a very different polarity. And if you notice, Milan, it's very interesting. It's odd to me that, in my view, he already had the polarities in his phenomenology. He had the independent, he had the detached, he had the ambivalent and the expressions of unregulated aggression, and he had the dependent. And those really do represent the polarities, but he did not have any way of trying to see how the polarities, the actual polarities, in my view, were evident in his data, but his theory, the sources he was trying to get his sources of theory from certain evolutionary sources that affirm these agendas is important, and of course they are important. But a agenda can be important psychologically and not be a polarity or an opposite. Yeah.
I'm a little bit lost.
Yeah, okay.
What are the polarities as you see them?
Just what I just got through going over.
Okay, as opposed to Milan.
Well, I don't want to spend too much time on this. This is going to be written up in this theory text, but it really matters, because if you're doing integrative psychotherapy and you're going to balance the opposites, it's important to know what is an opposite. Because if you take this element, which is in an important field, and you try to balance the other against the self, this is not going to work. And this is related, say, for example, if you try to treat a narcissistic personality disorder by trying to get them to be more empathic and sensitive to the other, that's what Milan thinks that you're supposed to do. That does not work. That does not work. What you've got to do is to help that individual understand that they have a long way to go in self-development to become the self that they really aspire to be. And so getting the opposites right, what the narcissist needs to do is to have a functioning magician. You follow me? Which can help the narcissist deconstruct their illusory fantasies of competence and wonderfulness. You see what I mean? And that's not easy to do, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's easy to do, but if you're going to really help a narcissist, that has to happen. Because they have to understand why working with you will make them better. And Milan makes the Adlerian mistake. And that is, he wants to become oppositional to the narcissist, to the narcissistic agendas. And I can just tell you in terms of practical psychotherapy, if you don't want to succeed with a narcissistic person with loads of narcissistic energy, just set yourself up as the critic of their positive views of themselves. You get what I'm saying there? I'm just saying, this is practical science. I'm not happy it's that way. I'm just saying, if you want to help narcissists, you must not get into playing Nathan the prophet. You've got to help them discover their own magician, who will begin to then understand why you're saying they could become better than they are. And in becoming more consolidated, they will actually get capable of seeing the other. The only way they will get capable of doing what Milan wants them to do is not if they suppress their self. Are you with me on that? Their self has to get better, not more suppressed. The self has to function at a higher level. Their royal energies have to function better so that they achieve the qualities of a mature, integrated, royal system. So I just wanted to, I'll go over that. I'll be trying to explicate that as clearly as possible. Yeah.
You use opposites to polarity. Is it the same thing?
Yes. If it's polar, it's opposites. And when we talk about Tillich, it's very interesting. But long ago, Tillich had a more sophisticated view of a lot of these polarities and so forth. Tillich talks about the individuation and participation. So he's talking about, he's seeing a lot of the same stuff that Milan was seeing. Now you see why I use Tillich and Milan together, because Tillich talks about freedom and destiny. That's claiming your power to act rather than submitting to fate or destiny. It's fascinating to compare Tillich's understandings of ontological polarities with Milan's understanding of polarities, and then this archetypal structural understanding of polarities. We'll get into that in the future. But in any case, today we're going into territory that Jungians typically are fascinated by, and let me just refer, my early research on this stuff is available now, finally, in these two books, The Archetype of Initiation, Sacred Space, Ritual Process, and Personal Transformation, and this monograph, The Magician and the Analyst, which is the report of the field studies that is the theory underlying this Archetype of Initiation book. So this is the space that I first got into, that made me realize that the collective unconscious is a lot more structured than even the Jungians have tended to believe that it is. What are the characteristics of this magician space? It is a space which seeks to remove itself from low altitude concerns. It starts to lift up, tries to get some altitude, some detachment. It's a move into detachment, and it's a move into detachment that can happen for a lot of reasons. It can happen for the person who has real problem differentiating from people that are trying to fuse with it. with them. If a person doesn't have enough capacities to have a warrior boundary, or if they're in a situation where it would be dangerous to use a warrior differentiation technique. There are many situations in human life. This is what the evolutionary psychiatrists look at. What kind of situation could you be in when you needed to preserve yourself but you could not appear to be oppositional? And so, yes, that or, huh? Abuse cases. Abuse cases. There are situations in a home where there's a lot of verbal or physical aggression, and for the child or young adolescent to resist openly could often be very, very dangerous and maybe even fatal. And so the psyche, people that think about this in evolutionary terms think that this evolved as a survival tool. It's sort of the human chameleon quality. You can become invisible. It's a trickster capacity. And so, as I said to you yesterday, what archetypal things function in this space, in this magician space? The trickster. And some of you talked about the holy fool, all those fool images, the priest and priestess images, the prophet images, the wise man and wise woman images, the archetype of initiation, the archetypal dimensions of sacred and transformative space are in this sector. This is the archetypal system that when it fires will lead you on a quest for a magus figure. It will lead you to try to find containment, and as I've said many times, this is why in the absence of a real vessel of containment, people will often go to the mountains, which is sort of the edge, so it's a marginal place, or they'll go to the seashore, which is a symbolic representation of, or the desert. They'll go to the desert. That is all marks of special space, transformative space, and the psyche will try to go there, and so one way to think about these disorders, the active avoidant, the active detached, that is, the passive detached, and the schizotypal, is these people have learned to use their detachment systems to try to adapt. And in their developmental situation, the situation in which they were trying to form their early self-development, they were not supported in developing differentiation through action. Constructive, proactive action. They learned that survival really is enhanced if you exit in some way. And if you exit into imagination. Now all three of these types have that as a fundamental adaptive, dysfunctional adaptive modality. But again, we have to have empathy, because if we had been in their situation during those developmental years, we very likely would have adapted the same tactics. Again, and this is where, I hope to work with you, as I've said, on the role of courage in healing, the role of hope, the seduction of despair for both therapist and patient. But one of the things that you should be picking up on, even before we do that, is these patients that are active, the active side of these various disorders, they actually have more courage. We didn't say they're using it optimally, but they do more active. They make more active attempts to try to do something about their situation. As Milan puts it, the modification of the environment in some way is usually a factor with that. If a person's got some courage, they're going to be trying to do something about the situation. The less courage, and courage is always an issue, no matter how developed you are, no matter where we are. You could be really on the cusp of really making a major breakthrough, and you could be highly developed already and be on the cusp of making a major breakthrough to another level of creative organization. The fundamental issue then is courage, right there. Fierceness and courage. Courage, a little courage first, optimum being really fierce. And so the people who are active, they're still trying to engage. Now, you can see this active detached. They are more discouraged than a lot of the other types we've looked at. But the active detached is still, as Milan puts it, they're still wanting more connection, but they're really afraid. They got a lot of fear. They have a lot of fear, but they're still trying to figure out what to do to make things better for themselves. But they're basically trying to detach and find an enclave. They're basically trying to find a safe haven some way through active detachment. So they're still trying to participate in being safe and having a place for their self. Their self is not really vigorous. There's not a lot of vitality in this self at this point. But they're really still involved. Do you see what I'm talking about? They're still involved in trying to create some kind of safe haven citadel. If you read Marcus Aurelius, he's always talking about the citadel that you need to be able to create for yourself. Well, these people don't create an inner citadel. They create it sort of in terms of lack of relationality. They pull back. Their citadel is through isolation. You can see that they do have some warrior energy left, but what happens to it? What's happening besides the adaptive part of trying to get to feel safe enough to be able to think? But what else is happening with their aggression? It goes against them. How is this different from the active ambivalent? Remember the active ambivalent, the negativistic organization? How is this different from that? It goes out. With the active ambivalent, the aggression comes toward you. That doesn't work very well. but it preserves your self better than having that aggression turned against yourself. You see what I mean? Because there's the toxic self-talk in this individual starts to max out. So there is some aggression in their little s system self. There's some aggression available. But it's only helping a little bit in their capacity to harness it to try to create a little fortress. That's what they're doing. They're creating a little fort, you know, like they did when they were kids. Get out and create their little fort. But that's about all their aggression is doing for them. The rest of it is attacking them for being so ineffective and being so unworthy and so on. So that one is still in better shape than the passive detached. What distinguishes the passive detached phenomenologically from the active detached? Jim?
According to see a lot more anxiety and a lot more sense of inadequacy. Usually it's almost like going home.
Yeah. He's just saying that there's that anxiety. There's still energy. You ask, well, where is there energy in this avoidant? Yeah, there's energy in there. Is it being utilized very constructively? No, not very, but there's energy in there. This is in the area of energetics. I mean, that's a whole fascinating issue, just monitoring energy. What happens to energy in a particular psyche? That's something we need to do a lot more with and working with that sort of thing. If you think about this energetically, it's very pronounced. There's much more energy functioning in the system of the avoidant. Energy that you could harness easier. If you can get in there and start making an alliance and start moving, that energy is available. You can think about the passive detached is far more resigned. Resignation. Energy levels are much lower. The detachment is more complete. And that sense of the vacant, it looks vacant from the outside. Milan overdoes that. All three of these disorders have a lot going on the inside. And Milan is very misleading about it. He really thinks that these people are as simple as they look. And that's really tragic because they are not nearly as simple as they look. If you, in the process of working with them, get access to their fantasy life, there is a lot going on in the interior of these people. But sometimes it gets so far away from the ego consciousness that the passive detached person will often not know much about it, their interiority. And hence, if you just equate the personality with the ego consciousness, are you with me on that? If you just tend to be too kind of shallow in the way you look at this personality, you will kind of think what Mike just said, that there's nobody home. But don't kid yourself. There's somebody home in there, but they're probably way up inside some little room in the tower. And in that little room in the tower, all sorts of interesting things can be going on. And these people are so fearful of the other that to let anybody else gain entry into that imaginative space, even themselves, is frightening. So this person is using, this magician energy is flooding, but the way this individual is still, they're still maintaining a certain level of organization by suppression. Things are being suppressed. There is a, Tillich talks about this as when the self, in order to deal with the anxiety and horror of being a human, begins to convince itself that it is less. The self begins to convince itself that it is less and less and less, so to be able to lower the anxiety and terror of having to deal with being more. And that's what's happening in a very strong way with this particular disorder. Now these folks they don't manifest a lot of chaos, so don't overestimate how disorganized they are. They are still structured pretty clearly. This is not you don't get a lot of bizarre stuff with this. The magician archetype is coming in there in a powerful way, but this person is using it to disappear. It's the Wizard of Oz. I'm disappearing here. You don't see me. And I get so good at this, as Tillich's great talking about this, you get so good at this that pretty soon I don't see me. So the self-deception is so good that it works on me. And and when things begin to, if the magician archetype gets even stronger in the personality system and becomes less useful to the individual in hiding, then we start moving into schizotypal space. And in schizotypal space, the uses of the archetype in simply detaching from the world and thereby getting, kind of hiding in resignation and getting and dealing with anxiety by suppressing sense of self and saying I didn't want to do any of those things anyway. That's what's going on in the passive detached. I wasn't interested in relating to you anyway. But see that the flamboyant dimensions of the archetype have not punched through yet. In the schizotypal, the richer, numinous aspects of the archetype begin to come through the defenses, the defense process. And when the schizotypal begins to have more obvious intrusions of all this esoteric ideation. And that is the world, the world of the flamboyant schizotypal esoteric ideation is the world I stumbled into in my early research. The world becomes still less important, but the world of gnosis becomes more important. And archetypal imagery begins to flood into the psyche. And in early stages, it can just cause, what begins to appear with the schizotypal is they begin to think in very odd ways. They begin, their cognition is not been suppressed now. They're not flat like the passive detached. They're not simply using their cognition to think about what a terrible person they are, like the avoidant, like the active detached. Now, you begin to see the archetype, the archetype much more, and when it first comes in, it starts creating a rather weird eccentricity in the cognitive patterns, cognitive behavior. What Milan picks up on the strange associations they have. The problem in really tracking in terms of what Alfred Adler would call consensual logic. That is, the logic becomes more and more private of the person, private logic. And there's a sense, of course, from an Adlerian point of view, there's a sense in which all psychopathology has different forms of private logic. But this one becomes more and more numinous. The private logic begins to be express more numinosity. What Flatland sort of Chevrolet vanilla culture would say this is really odd stuff. I mean, of course, once you get into the world of magic and wizards, this is standard fare. But one of the diagnostic indicators, the flags that go up, is if somebody comes into your consulting room and immediately they want to start putting all of their esoteric interest on the table. Flags should go up. Boom. Is this schizotypal? You don't automatically decide it is. This could be a highly functioning spiritual person. But you need to pay attention, because if you start seeing that the person doesn't have many friends, doesn't have many social contacts, is extremely socially isolated and withdrawn, and they are spending a lot of time working with the I Ching, or they're spending a lot of time working with the Enneagrams, or they're spending a lot of time working with the runes, or they're spending a lot of time studying the farther reaches of Gnosticism. Now, all that, don't get me wrong, archetypal materials are fascinating, and if I had more time, I'd study more of it. But if I got crazy, I would start getting schizotypal first, and most of you would too, because most of you've got a lot of this magician archetype in you, and when you got a lot of magician in you, and you start decompensating, you're probably going to have some weird ideation. If you're really a lover type, you're probably going to be very depressed much more quickly. So in any case, you start paying attention to how much is the esoteric ideation in the driver's seat. Because if the esoteric ideation is occupying more space in the person's life than it would in a creative adaptation, you follow me? Then you may be looking at a schizotypal organization. And this is a problem for Jungian-oriented psychotherapists. Managing this type of thing is a greater problem for a Jungian-oriented psychotherapist. Now, why would I say that? Anybody? Why would I say that? What's the countertransference problem of a Jungian therapist with clients like these? They're fascinated with it.
I'm afraid I was being judgmental of this person. I'm thinking of someone like, well, you know, are you trying to put her in a box? You know, that sort of thing.
Yes, you are. It's your job. It's your job as a psychotherapist. You know, you can be sweet and nice other places, but when you're functioning as a psychotherapist, you need to be trying to figure out what's happening to this person. And if they are being flooded by esoteric ideation, I don't care whether it's Jung that they're studying or Elizabeth Clare Prophet and the Church Universal and Triumphant, or the enormous list, to get my friend Gordon Melton's Encyclopedia of American Religions and get a feeling for the enormity of the mythic space that exists out there, and the esoteric language. It's enormous, enormous worlds upon worlds of esoteric language, and folks that have this kind of strategy in getting out of their human self and avoiding, as Alfred Adler would say, their life task, or as Tillich would say, avoiding the incredible struggle it takes to become a human self, and retreating into esoteric enclaves of the mind. By the time the archetypal self in its magician form begins to intrude this much, this is dangerous for the person. And a Jungian therapist, for good reasons, and I think all psychoanalysts, for good reasons, as researchers, psychoanalytic researchers, ought to be interested in that. However, we've got to make a distinction between our scientific interest as psychological researchers and our moral and spiritual responsibilities as healers, as therapists, because that is a huge countertransference problem. Now, if you're a Freudian, it's not as much of a problem, because your theory doesn't tend to support your scientific interest as much in that. Although I think if Freudians were more faithful to the Freudian tradition, to Freud himself, they would be interested in that, like they were in the early days. Early Freudians used to be incredibly brilliant at studying archaic psychic materials and trying to figure out what they meant. And they lost that, and still have lost it to this day, most of them. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How would you know with that kind of a person if you have to address
this what?
Her thinking or his thinking, the esoteric thinking. How would you know how far you could address it with them without pushing them?
Yeah. Now, see, this is a great question for the tape. She's asking, if you were working with someone and you started thinking, whoops, this fascination with esoterica may mark a regression into a schizotypal disorganization. It's schizotypal, it's an organization, but it's an increasing disorganization in the self system. What do you think? What do I do with that? Do I start pathologizing their ideation? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Here's kind of a rule for integrative psychotherapists. don't attack precious self-objects. Their thought is a precious self-object to them. It's precious. It's a lot more important than you. It's a lot more important than anybody. It's a lot more important than anything else. So in doing therapeutic strategy, you know it's a problem and you know you've got to do something about it. But the way you don't come at it, do you see the same principle here with a narcissist? You don't come at their grandiose sense of self. You don't attack that. Do you see how this is the same thing? You don't attack the schizotypal's grandiose spiritual ideation. But what do you do then? We'll get into this a lot the next time we meet. But what do you do then? If you don't attack their ideation, thinking structurally, what do you want to do? What's the problem? This archetypal energy is not being contained. How are you going to contain it? Well, in time, you want to help them find cognitive ways to appreciate what they are studying without being eaten by the dragon. For the tape, I'm holding up the quote, don't meddle in the affairs of dragons, for you are crunchy and good with ketchup. In other words, eventually your goal will be to try to help them appreciate their capacity to live, to explore those worlds. That is in fact an achievement, from my point of view, to be able to think about those things. However, you're not going to be able to work with that very much early on. So what do? You're interested in containment, and we know from previous discussions that the containing dimension of these other archetypal systems. And here is a place where sort of primal basic 101 insights of contemporary psychoanalytic self-psychologists come in. This person needs to be connected to other human beings as soon as possible. Because if you can just get them in the proximity of other human beings as soon as possible, they will start moving away from the edge of the abyss. Do you follow me? So, rule, the more connected a person is to non-attacking, basically supportive others, the less crazy they will be. So, you try to help them find groups that they can participate in. Look, it can be a group studying esoteric material if that's all they're interested in doing. But you don't want them out there by themselves studying esoteric material. So if they say, well, maybe I'll go down to the Church of Ra, don't automatically discourage that. If they went and sat with a group of other occultists, this stuff stops being psychotic and starts being religion. Maybe a crazy religion, but there's lots of crazy religion. And our first challenge is to try to get this contained. Yeah.
Please go on to the next CD. Archetype, Compulsion, and Complex. Lecture number 5, CD number 2.
Well, we want to just open it up for some discussion and so forth. I have just a few things I'd like to say before we start our give and take on this. First is, some of you asked me, did I bring books? I should have, but I did not. My stuff is available through the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago. That address and phone number is on that handout on my audio tapes that I gave you. If you'll check my website out, and I'll be posting all the stuff I'm doing and any new materials that become available on there. And I hope, you know, I mean, let me just say a couple of things about, you know, what I would like to do. And as I've said to a number of you, only thing a human being can do is make an offering. You're not in charge of outcomes. You can make as authentic an offering as you can. And I will continue trying to have these advanced seminars for people practicing integrative psychotherapy and analytical work. In the foreword to that Facing the Dragon book, I talk about Tillich's idea of the authentic spiritual community. And I think it's very important that we try to look at the importance of facilitating such a thing, an inclusive one, at this time in history, and the kind of community I'd like to facilitate, that I'm particularly involved and interested in, is I'd like us to all do our part to try to facilitate vessels of containment and spiritual and psychological direction for folks, to help them have a sense of that all the stuff that's going on makes sense. It's not that confusing. It's horrific, but it's not that confusing. That you can understand what's happening all around us by drawing on a lot of these resources that we've talked about. And happily, we're beginning now to get beyond the Enlightenment fantasy that human beings can be sane by themselves. And what I'd like to see us do is to have a new humility among spiritual communities and a new humility among mental health practitioners, so that we have more of a sense of the shared task, which is so enormous, that if all the spiritual tribes were to cooperate and all of the psychological tribes were to cooperate with some humility, this task would still be incredibly overwhelming, even if we can facilitate more compassionate, cooperative, compassionate action together. So we have to be the ones that kind of restrain some of this malignant tribalism, whether it's in psychoanalysis or in spiritual practice, and get more understanding about the plumbing of the way that anxiety leads us to regress into very rigid tribal boundaries and the demonization and lack of empathy for the other. And so I do what I can in my work, and I know you do, to try to help facilitate connections. But I'm particularly interested in raising a consciousness among people who are psychological and spiritual, people who are ritual elders in psychology and spiritual practice, because it's people like you. In the introduction to the Dragon book, I talk about my vision of a new kind of magi. See, you know, you see all these archetypal things acted out, and it's kind of synchronistic that the world is going to hell right now, and we're getting all this Lord of the Rings series coming out. You'd have to be pretty stupid to miss all the synchronicity in that, and the dramatization in there of these archetypes, and it's quite clear to me, and has been for a number of years, that we have to, you know, you can be crazy in magician space. It's very possible. We're all tempted by it if we're psychotherapists or religious, spiritual types. But we should not be in a modern fantasy that the world has got much of a chance without real magi, without people that step up to the task of being a magus. What is a magus? It is somebody that has great knowledge of the plumbing, of the great forces afflicting human beings. That's you. You are already, by virtue of your commitments as psychotherapists and healers of various stripes, you've already claimed that mantle. So the question is not whether you're claiming that mantle. Anybody that's a psychotherapist and doesn't realize that they are advertising themselves as a magus simply hadn't done enough study. So you're claiming it. The only question we can do is, can we be good at this? And can we, facing the enormity of the human dysfunction that is worsening now in all sorts of ways, can we realize that we really have got to seek cooperation in this containment and transformation task? Because a lot is at stake. And so when I tell people, you know, I'm interested in facilitating a spiritual community, an authentic spiritual community, what I mean is people who, no matter what their paper credentials or practices, people who are actually working toward relating consciously with the great forces in the unconscious. There is a fellowship. It is a fellowship of the dragon. Those who are actually trying to be conscious of these forces and actually relate to them consciously and respectfully at first, fear at first, respect, increasing quality of relatedness to the primal other in the psyche. And I really don't care how people conceptualize it as long as they do a good job of it and they are dealing with the facts. As many of my friends say, you're welcome to your own set of interpretations, but you have to deal with the facts. There are lots of facts that if anybody studies, there are a lot of ugly facts. And it's our job as people who signed on to do this kind of work to try to get as good at it as we can, to be less malignantly tribal, so that we can be more cooperative with allies who are trying to work on these containment and transformation and maturation problems from their niche. And so, and the only way you can get into the Fellowship of the Dragon, you can't buy a membership card. You can't get an analytic diploma and become a member. You can't become ordained and be a member. You can't even have a theological chair or a philosophical chair at a university or seminary and be a member. The only way you can actually enter that fellowship is by practicing the presence of this great other. And in a fear and respect and hopefully increasing partnership with this thing. Because we have tried as I say in Facing the Dragon, we have tried to kill the dragon. We've had religious traditions that try to kill it. We've had psychological traditions that try to define it out of existence. Doesn't work. Ignoring it doesn't work. We've got to wake up. We've got to understand that there's only one way to deal adequately with these forces, and that's to get conscious of them, try to figure out more, try to understand more about them, and try to get better at relating to them. That's the hope that we have, and that's the hope that we have for the people we work with. Now, the more I've been studying psychopathology and evil for a long time, probably over, it's scary how many decades now. And I always tell my students that when you study this stuff carefully, it's so horrific. The horror that people that have to live with all the time, the horror that the people that you're trying to help are really experiencing. And if you have empathy, if you really have empathy, you are going to be faced with a lot of despair. And despair is one of the great scourges of people who are healers. And so here's where we loop back around and say, you know, where is the energy going to come from to fuel the courage you need to have so that you can actually see how troubled these people are and how shaky things are for them, and have the, I think, fortitude, you said the other day, to be able to stand with hope against that kind of destructiveness. Well, I'm just going to say this, and then I'll open it up. You're not going to get it out of your ego. Your ego consciousness doesn't have any juice. Some fantasies to the contrary. Your ego cannot fuel itself. And that means that the fuel you need to be able to step into your task as a magus, as a psychotherapist or as a healer, is going to come from your own connection to these transpersonal energies, however you conceive them, whether you're Freudian or Jungian or what. You have to have libido, because without libido, you will get more and more into your own resignation, and your energy levels will go down. And energy levels going down looks a lot like depression, but what it really is the fires are burning lower and the despair is coming in stronger. So you've got to really work, and this is where the spiritual practice for therapists. I was talking to somebody, what is spiritual practice? It's anything you do to connect with these energies and learn to relate to them and draw upon them for creativity and energy, but relate to them in such a way that they don't turn destructive in you and through you. So whatever you do to relate to these primordial archaic energies, you can call them that, or you can call them instinctual energies, or you can call them archetypal energies, or you just call them dragon energies with me. Your spirituality is whatever you actually do to connect with them, to respect them, to access them, and begin to optimize your relationship to them. So everybody has spirituality or they would be psychotic. So the question is, what does that look like for you, and how could you improve it for the purpose of being a better, more effective person engaging all this stuff we've been talking about? And I always say to people, you know, you don't want to study this stuff we've been studying this weekend too much, and especially the more severe expressions of it, if you're not in a pretty good place, because it'll take you down to really know much about this. So let me open it up for a few minutes, and we will dialogue about any of the things that we've been talking about. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody have a thought, a question, a reflection? The other thing that I wanted you to make sure you give Sandy is your reflections about what sorts of topics you would like to study in more advanced seminar. Yeah.
You've touched on Christology a few times, and can you just elaborate just as clearly as possible how you think of Christ in relation to the archetypal self, or
Well, you know, that's extremely complex, and the best thing for anyone to do is to study Eddinger a lot in relationship to that. Study Ego and Archetype. Study his books on the so-called Christian archetype books. Study all his stuff on that. He is dealing with it as much consistently along the lines of Jung's thought as possible. And there are a lot of people that identify, that see Jesus as the self. And one of my mentors was a brilliant guy named Frank Bacchus, who wrote his dissertation at the University of Chicago on Christ and the Self. You can get a copy of that from the University of Chicago Library if you'd like. It's really a fine little study. Should have been published. Never was. I published an essay of his on that, though, in one of my books on Jungian psychology and Christian spirituality. You know, I've been trying over the years to try to get to use Jungian psychology as a vessel for interreligious communication. And so I have a book on Jungian Buddhism, some books on Jungian Christianity. We're envisioning books on Jungian Judaism, Jungian Islam, Jungian Hinduism, so forth like that. If you know any rich people that got some money to fund such a project, the publishers now don't like to fund those things because they don't make them bestsellers like Chicken Soup for the Soul. So in any case, so, you know, each mythic narrative picks up aspects and shows disclosures of the self. And if you study Iliade, you'll see that each tradition seeks to speak about the great other. And in my position, I'm a Neo-Tillichian, like I'm a Neo-Jungian. I think that, you know, right before Tillich's death, he said if he had his theology, if he had his life to write his theology over again, he would write it in partnership with Iliade, and he would be showing broader sense of the way in which the ground of being reveals itself. For Christians, speaking in Christian mythic language, which is all we can speak in, there are ways to look at Jesus as including a lot of the dimensions of the archetypal self. But the most prominent thing in Jesus is the true king imagery. The true king, the imagery of the true king. You can't understand messianic symbolism if you don't understand king symbolism. It's always amusing to me, people that want to understand Christ without understanding royal imagery, because you cannot understand the mythology underlying who Jesus is if you don't understand the concept of a true king, because it's all royal mythology. And you have to study comparative royal mythology to get a sense about what's being presented there. But that's very complex, fascinating stuff that I can't give you a summary of in a very brief time. Suffice it to say that I think personally that the most important thing about those Jesus narratives are the sophisticated way, and it gets acted out in the Mass, the sophisticated way in which, and Tillich thinks this too, that the representation of someone who is full of God energy avoids the temptation to claim it in an ego-driven way and manages to make an authentic offering of all that for the world, for the redemption of the world. Jesus becomes his own high priest. He makes his authentic offering in his own inner temple. and through that, as Tillich would say, incredibly miraculous, redemptive forces come into the world through that sacrificial act. If you study comparative sacrifice, in my view, that is the primal process going on in all. And I think you have to look at Edinger and Jung, and you have to take it one step further to understand that that is the image of the advanced dimensions of individuation and relationship to the self. Could we get that turned off, please? So in any case, the archetype of sacrifice is very important, and you can't understand the mythology of the redemptive act of the divine in Christ without understanding all that sacrificial mythic imagery. And I think that for our purposes, it's just important to understand that if there is anything to the imitatio Christi, the imitation of Christ for human species, it is not about being doctrinally correct. It is about the capacity to consciously deal with the seduction of one's own God claims, and to be able to offer those up to a transpersonal purpose, and to empty oneself of those ego pretensions. That's known in Christian theology as kenosis. And it has parallels in almost all human religious and spiritual traditions. So, other comments or questions? Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about, maybe this is so obvious that I'm missing it, but where the unconscious is in this map. So, for example, this morning we were talking about the detached, or magician forms of detachment.
Yes, yeah.
And so I'm thinking, okay, lots of times, like with schizoids, they look like someone, but they're detached.
Mm-hmm.
But really underneath, the whole fear of their love, their need for love,
yes,
is swamping the other,
sure,
or their fear of being controlled.
Sure.
That they're really not detached. They're detached in something else.
Right.
But unconsciously.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about the shadow, of course. And the shadow is in various places. And it depends on your organization where the most unconscious stuff, depends.
There's your shadow.
There's my shadow. My sensation function, right? But so it's important to realize that what is most unconscious depends on the structural organization. So where the unconscious is differs in different people. Where the unconscious is wherever the ego is not comfortable occupying territory and having the floodlight of the ego on it. So the unconscious, the shadow, is very different in all these different people. And the more unconscious it is to the ego, and the less the ego has been able, with the aid of significant others, to bring in and utilize these archetypal building blocks in the actual construction of a system self, the more the unconscious materials are very archaic and very, very, very loaded with libido, dangerous libido. But the important thing about where, it depends on the organization of the capacities of the ego awareness, how capable it is of recognizing where it is, and then also you've got a lot of tremendously powerful stuff that the ego is very frightened of, for good reason, that is in those off-limit sectors. Yeah.
So is it safe to kind of say that if you're predominantly kind of occupying one quadrant here that, in a sense, your unconscious issues or your shadow might be the direct opposite?
That would be that your most difficult unconscious material will be structurally opposite. This is consistent with Jung's compensation theory of the unconscious, but it's more complex than just talking about a compensation theory of the unconscious. This works somewhat parallel to people that work with typology, where they say the chances are very high that you've got a dominant archetypal energy that you feel more comfortable with than others, even though it may not be so good that you feel so comfortable with it, but you feel more comfortable with it than others. Then there's probably an auxiliary, like we say in typology, an auxiliary which is secondary, which is, and individuals vary on this. Some of them really major in one energy, and others are pretty good in two. And you don't know this until you do your structural assessment. But you always look at what is being ignored, what's being in effect dissociated, what whole psychic geography is being dissociated and not even seen to be existing, and what is happening very often is this is being displaced and assigned to some other person or institution or some other self-object vessel is carrying that energy, and so they maintain some kind of dysfunctional contact with it, but it's not doing anything to structuralize the self-system, the system self. And so you can see how this would work in couples therapy. You can see how this would work in helping people think about their friends. You know, when I was young, a young adolescent, I always had some really dangerous friends. I always had some really dangerous friends. You know, I wasn't all that comfortable with my own aggression, but I had some close friends that were. And so what I was doing in terms of this is I was simply getting into a self-object dyad with people who had access to the things I knew deep in my psyche I needed, but I did not know it consciously. So so that's the way that kind of works. And so one of the things you want to do with yourself is look at the dyads you form and think about them structurally, because you're using them as a kind of prosthesis. You got to think prosthesis. We use others as psychic prostheses. That's a way to talk about self-object relationships. When we are not ready to try to differentiate and get that potential on the inside. So you don't want to pathologize yourself about that, but you want to scan and see, well, what is my work that's cut out for me in this integration task? Other comments or questions? Yeah, Mike.
If the four energies are inside us, I suppose that is our work.
Say that again?
If the four energies are inside us.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's our work to understand ourselves and the energies.
Yes. And try to do a more. It's your job to understand those energies and to look toward a actually much higher level of functioning, which is potential for each one.
I found in our group that it was difficult. Well, I don't know if it was disagree, but I thought it was difficult to actually know what energy was operating if we didn't give examples.
Okay.
And we would say, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, who knows. So I wonder that it must take quite some time.
Yeah, you've got to. One has to really study the phenomenology. It's a very specific geography, and there's no way to. It's not like you can get a definition or two You've got to try to. This is why you've got to look into the mythic spaces that get expressed in these different. You've got to look at. And I've got lots of lectures available on that. I mean, you look at the particular kind of symbolism that gets activated when that energy is present. They are very distinctive. They have very different tonal qualities, very different kind of textures, and that's just the problem of studying archetypal materials enough until you begin to feel like you can orient yourself in archetypal geography. That's why I said it's harder to do this kind of Jungian thing than a lot of other things which have more simple definitions. But excuse me.
Could we assess ourselves?
Oh, if you study the distinctions and the clear, so that you can make distinctions between the kinds of behaviors, the kind of thinking, the kind of relationality that is consistent with these different archetypal geographies. Oh yes, but you know, it's always good to have somebody that knows you working with you. You know, like, well, what do you think about me? Do you think I'm a, you know, how much do you think, like if I were to ask my wife, how much do you think I've integrated my warrior energies? How effective do you think I am? I would get some pretty honest feedback about that. I would not be able to maintain a sense of any grandiosity about my achievement in the warrior sector, because she's quite aware of how ineffective I am about linearizing and kind of being more efficient and effective. I mean, and you know, she'd be willing to tell me if I was really interested. And you know, we do. Yeah, we do this a lot in the men's organization that I recommend to men around the country. It's called the Mankind Project. This used to be called the New Warrior Network. They work a lot in groups, trying to help each other get a sense of which of these things are more accessible to them and which ones are not. So group process around this stuff is useful. We can talk about utilizing these methods in group process. But it's good to have somebody else's feedback. The Mankind Project. It's a very intense international men's organization that's trying to help men become more engaged honestly with their emotional life, and try to become more actually a little less easy on themselves with regard to their shadow, and try to get so that's something that I've found very, very helpful for men to do, to get at things when they cannot, when there are many emotional issues that you really are not going to be able to get to in one-to-one therapy, because the intensity of it is simply not going to come out outside of more of a ritual vessel. And so that's a resource. But the important thing, see, I really do believe that if you study the geography, the inner geography, you will be able to get a sense for your particular places where you're more comfortable. It's not rocket science, but it does take some study.
Well, wouldn't you need to do the Milan work to correct for your own?
Well, sure. I recommend that people do the Milan and look at the indications. For example, one guy that came to see me recently. My sense of him was that he was just eaten up with royal energy. And I gave him Milan. he got 106 out of 100 on the passive independent scale. Well, right. And so the Milan is useful if you kind of have a sense like we've gone through here, to get a sense about, you know, if the dependency scales are high, they got a lot of lover stuff in the psyche, and so on. Well, you know, you just go to Milan's website, and all the information about getting up to date with the inventories is on there.
Did you take it on your own, or you have to have a practitioner?
You probably can. Most of you who are licensed people, most of the people can get to where you can use it in your practice, and you can take it yourself. Yeah.
Is it cross-cultural?
It's got the biggest database that exists for any test. But it's, of course, no test is adequately cross-cultural. But what you're looking for is difficulties a person is having with aggression, for example. If they come up with a highly elevated self-defeating scale, what do we know? Their aggressive systems are not functioning well, and usually you get an elevated self-defeating scale and an elevated passive-aggressive scale. See, I mean, but it's very fascinating, and it's very helpful because it'll give you a reading on how much anxiety the system is carrying. And if you think like I think, if you get a very elevated anxiety scale, sometimes they just blow the top off of it. You know what situation that system self is in. If that's very elevated, you need to intervene to get that anxiety level down. And you're not going to get it where it needs to be soon, but you got to get it down, or they won't be able to think. You follow me? And they'll be very reactive, and they won't be able to they won't be able to get what you're trying to do. So anyway, it's very useful. They're not, again, nothing's a panacea, but it really is a nice check on the therapist's grandiosity, because, you know, I think I'm pretty good, but I can be wrong. And it's nice to have a very, very advanced instrument which kind of flags things that I might miss, because the trickster elements of the ego being what they are, a lot of stuff will be masked in self-presentation. And even if you're really good, you can miss it. And it's very important for you not to miss it, because it can come home to roost, you know. Yeah.
We formed in the group, and we had another question that I suppose that my group would support me. That is that we wondered if there weren't forces in the group that were opposite forces operating that would keep us from getting to the heart of what we did, the purpose.
Yeah.
We couldn't get together.
Right.
I don't know, would my group support that? I'm not sure I understand. We were sitting in a group, and we were struggling with, well, what should we do? How should we do it? What will we ask?
We all signed on to the quadrant, and here's an experience and have places in it, and we look at each other and now suddenly,
This was my oversight. See, what I should have done is to work out an order of study questions for use in the small groups, to ask the questions that you need to be asking. I should have done that. That's my oversight, and I regret that I didn't do it. Next time I will do that.
Could you also, before next time, could you mail us some questions as a follow-up to this? Because can we say now that you have the basis of how you can proceed with them in the meantime?
I could send you some of the most simple ones, but it'll take me a while. Yeah. But I mean, you really do have to come at the stuff very intentionally. You really do have to have a sense about, for example, the first question would be, do I have a feeling for this archetypal geography or not? And if the answer is no, then you've got to go back to the books and the phenomenology. You've got to study the archetypal geography. You've got to get a sense about the way in which the psyche, the subjectivity of the individual gets captivated in certain landscapes. And like I remember, the clearest thing to remember is the thing I was talking about the warrior geography. In warrior geography, you're not going to see a lot of complex symbolism. Do you follow me? You're going to see a lot of polarization. There's not going to be an integrating center. There's going to be a lot of centrifugal, divisive, estranging energies. And there's going to be a lack of empathy toward pain. And so you've just got to study these spaces as I've described them in my work, and as I say, hopefully, before too long, there'll be the text that does a little summary of this. But my summary is not going to substitute for your study, because there is so much to know. I could teach semester-long courses on one element of an archetypal geography. So I can't give you everything you need to know about what it's like to be in a royal space in a short few pages. But I can tell you some places to look. For example, if you don't know about royal space, you need to read my King Within book. And that's directed toward males, but the royal energy is what it is, and it comes out a little differently in females, but essentially the same elements. And so when you're reading these books that I published for males, just make the translation. The only difference for women is the asymmetry about when statistically lover energy starts flooding. The midlife young adult switch. And since with any particular patient, including yourself, you got to forget the life cycle trajectory anyway, because the individual you're working with may not be following the statistical probable trajectory. So if you start with going over carefully the descriptions in King, Warrior, Magician, Lover, and then you study the descriptions of the spaces and the kind of functionality in each of these volumes. By the way, they are in the process of being reprinted in a text edition now by Exploration Press, and they'll be available. And for the time being, until in my copious spare time I have time to complete the book on couples and so forth, you females are going to have to adapt the sense of the quality of these energies and adapt them and make the adaptation for yourself.
Excuse me, I said we've been doing that all our time.
That's right. So you've had practice. You probably are good at it. Yes. Yeah, go ahead. We got to stop.
This concludes Robert Moore's seminar, Archetype, Compulsion, and Complex, presented jointly by the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago and the Institute for the Science of Psychoanalysis. If you would like additional information about Robert Moore or the Institute of Psychoanalysis, Culture, and Spirituality, please visit www.robertmoore-phd.com.